All right, we're live. We'll let people trickle in here. We'll do the intro in a couple minutes, but what's up, everybody? To those that are hanging out in chat, welcome to Own Your Growth. We're going to get kicked off in just a couple minutes. We're going to give people a few more minutes to sign in. We're going to have some more coffee ourselves. And why don't you, in chat, say hello. Tell us where you're from. I'm dialing in from Vancouver. What about you, Sarah?
I, too, am dialing in from Vancouver, just a stone's throw from Collin. What about you, Aaron?
A little further away, coming in from Edinburgh, United Kingdom. You have to have a pretty strong arm, that stone over here.
Yeah.
Unless you threw it onto an airplane and it came over.
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, you'd have to have a pretty strong arm to throw from my place to Sarah's place. That would be breaking world records.
Like an atomic. Only The Rock can throw a rock that far.
Julian's in chat. Marisol's in chat. Alex, how you doing, man?
So you're talking about YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Comments or?
Yeah, Alex. Oh man, I apologize. Is it Balangit? I always want to mix the syllables around. How you doing, bud? Thanks for joining us. We got Sandra from Cincinnati. Christy's from the Ukraine. Nice. Man, yeah, glad to Balangit. I got it.
Nice.
Nailed it.
Nice. We're covering some good ground already with our listeners here. Global audience.
Totally.
Yeah, good to hear Alex on. I'm trying to remember. Alex, I don't think we ever met in person, did we? It's hard to keep track.
We got, Belgium, Gilles from Belgium, Steven from Dallas. I'm just intentionally getting everybody's name incorrect.
Is that Steven?
Steven. Peter? I got Peter.
Christina from the Ukraine, funny enough, I'm not sure if it's in weeks or months, but at least the predictable revenue book is being translated to come out in the Ukraine.
No way.
So
cool.
Yeah, I got delayed because of COVID.
When's it going to be
translated? And a version in Russia, separate from version in Russia. I think it's just being double checked now.
Just going to ask, we got Vlad in the chat. He's currently working in Poland, but I'm assuming he'd prefer it in Russian. And now I'm doubting, like, is that the language called Russian?
In Russia, but in the Ukraine, there's, is it Ukrainese? It's not Russian. I know there's two different versions of, one for the Ukraine and one for Russia.
Awesome. And we got Mabel from Argentina. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We got quite the group here. Nice little concentration of American, probably a couple Canadians hanging around, though I imagine the Vancouver contingent will come online in like an hour when it's a reasonable time to be awake, or at least awake and alive and on YouTube for somebody on the West Coast. Hey, there we go. We got Calgary.
Nice.
Really sorry to hear that you're in Calgary. Yeah. I was born in Lethbridge, so I grew up in that area. I can apologize. Hey, Valerie's from the Ukraine. All right, well, why don't we get this started? And this is gonna be a slow roll intro. We're gonna be drinking some coffee together. We're gonna be talking, saying hello, saying hi to George from New Jersey, soon to be Florida. Right on, man. Let us know in chat. Like, what are you most excited about to see? Who are you most excited to see today? What are some takeaways that you're hoping to learn? And if you got questions, keep them rolling in. We've got a bunch of people both in Zoom on our side and in chat to make sure that we get your questions answered. We want this to be super interactive. It's why we're doing it on YouTube, so that everybody can participate and see people's questions and chat with everybody else. So I will say, keep chat alive. Let us know how we can help, how we can be helpful and sort of steer this towards making it the most valuable to you. We got some pretty cool stuff that I think Sarah's going to talk a little bit about, but in case you haven't met me before or seen my face on our website, I'm Collin. I'm one of the founders here at Predictable Revenue, and I'm joined by my lovely co-founder, Aaron Ross, the guy who wrote the book, the one that you probably recognize there.
Hey everyone, Dan, thanks, Collin. And of course, there's also Sarah. If you were on the prior conference, you'd recognize her, but I know we'd call you our official MC, host.
Yep.
Host.
That'll do.
I don't know.
Recently taken over the podcast. She just jumped in and kicked me out. She's like, "Hey, I'm better than you at this. Get out."
This is mine now.
And then I listened to a couple episodes. I'm like, I think she's right. I'm like disappointed that she's right, but she was definitely right.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me as a host again. It's super fun. I'm really excited to spend the conference with all of you out there listening. Yeah, as Collin said, we've got amazing speakers coming. If you have any questions, send them to the live chat. Also, make sure that you join the Slack community. So that's where our speakers are going to be hanging out after their sessions to answer any of the questions that didn't get covered during their sessions. So it's going to be absolutely the place to be for 15 minutes after each session. So make sure that you're signed up there, and we'll pop the link in the comments somewhere close by so that you can click and register if you haven't already.
I think Meryl.
Yeah, that's a good point, Sarah. Are they is it for each session, or is there one link for people to register for the whole Slack community? Like, where do you go?
One link to register for the whole Slack community, and then the channels are there. There's the live chat channel. There is the channel where the speakers will be hanging out. We'll make sure to include those details as well. And Collin, you were going to say?
I'll see if I can share my screen here. I'm not sure. No, it's not going to pull it in. Give me one sec. I'll just pull it in so people can see on YouTube. You just got to go to slack.predictablerevenue.com, and you'll get a little registration here. You click that button, and you are in. Oh, hang on. I got to resume the share. There we go. There you go. Slack.predictablerevenue.com. And once you're there, you're in. And that's where that's where the chat's going to be, or that's where, we've got YouTube chat that we'll be paying attention to. If you want a chance to say hi to the speakers, to chat with the speakers, to ask them questions, we're going to be having speaker roundtables. And Sandra is saying you can add it to your desktop too. Sweet. Yeah, it should like slide right into your regular Slack.
I think I do it separately, but yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to activate it separately in your desktop app versus the web version, but.
Totally. All right, Sarah, any more housekeeping details that we've missed here?
Not for now. Well, one more thing I'll say is if you are watching on YouTube, subscribe. Click that subscribe button. All of our podcasts are there. We're going to have new content coming from Karen. Karen, it's your couple name. Collin and Aaron. Karen. It's like, it's the Brangelina of SaaS.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Collin and Aaron are both going to be putting a ton of great content on that YouTube channel. The podcasts that I host are going to be there. So keep an eye out. And the best way to do that is to subscribe.
Nice.
Yep, which I actually realized I subscribed, and I hit the bell, and I hit a thumbs up, and someone else did.
Check it. We got a cool animation for you too.
So obviously, like, now this is the second time we've done this conference. The world is in a very strange place still. It's going to be strange for a while. The conference is really focused on sales strategy and tactics. No one ever gets enough of those. Everything's always changing, no matter what you did before. Maybe it works now, maybe it doesn't. I don't think there's ever been a year of more change at least since I've been alive. So again, we'd love to hear what you're looking for. There's a great lineup of speakers today, of all kinds of topics. I don't want to. Sorry, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce your name.
We'll call him. Yeah, I was working on that one too. Let us know. Yeah. Give it a try. You give it a try. I'll give it a try.
Well, I'll give you an example. Oludodun. For example, you said, how do you connect growth and marketing sales models? Actually, it'd be really helpful what's more specifically are you looking for? So, the more specific your questions are, the easier it'll be. Dots. Yeah, nice. That works. The easier it is to answer that, whether it's now or point you towards one of the topics today.
Can I shameless plug here? We've got a talk coming up and wait for it, because this is the cool thing that all right, you guys won't be able to see it, but YouTube can see it. Check it. We got a schedule here. So this is the intro chat. We're hanging out here at 8 o'clock. We got Dannie Herzberg, Dale Dupree coming in at 9. These are all in Pacific time. because that's the time zone I'm in, and I'm selfish that way. I don't care about anybody else other than myself. Even the person that had to do this wasn't on Pacific time. I'm just that much of a jerk. But 10:15 dots, Aaron and I are going to be talking about the new predictable revenue model, and basically we dive into the formula that we've seen that's sort of connecting the dots, so to speak, between like growth channels, how you ensure you get value out of those growth channels, and then the appropriate amount of time and level of investment sort of for each. We're not going to go super deep into each of the channels. It's more an exploration of the framework that Aaron and I have found and noticed in our customers over the last, 6 years of working together. Hannah couldn't access the Slack channel. Could you not sign up? I'll give you a different link if that didn't work. Let me throw this one in there. If you go,
right.
You can also go to ownyourgrowth.slack.com if that doesn't work for you.
Yeah.
Cool. Back to us. There's even the little YouTube subscribe button. Hey, that transition was pretty cool. If you think that transition was cool and our marketing team is awesome and they should do more stuff like this, hit that subscribe button. Give them some love.
Oh, there we go. Actually, it's kind of cool. 'Cause I'm just in the YouTube chat how you can have the predictable revenue, I guess the host be all highlighted. It's the little things.
Yeah. And that little predictable revenue host is me. I guess I could log in with my personal Gmail account, but it's too many YouTube things going on at the same time.
Yeah. Anyone anyone have any questions about us, Collin or myself or Sarah? You can ask about that topics. And I know just in general, I think while we do this, one of the things that we're seeing these days too is now that the pandemic is dragging on, and of course some people, like here in Edinburgh, everything's pretty much open. In the States, not as true. But even for companies with people virtual, there's still a lot of people who are working in isolation, like working from home. Some love it. For some, it's great. And for others, it's still a real struggle because they don't have an environment where they can work. There's no one there, or maybe they're working on their role is basically an isolated role. So I haven't seen any recent studies. I know that in July, there was a study that said that the burnout rate for people had gone from, it was up at 70%. And before it was even 3 months in March, it was 50%. So I'd be curious to see now if that's still going up or not. But I know that burnout and emotional and physical kind of energy and stress is a real thing for, I'm just gonna say it's a third of people. I'm just making it up from basic observations. But I think that's something that we're gonna see more and more of is how do you help people, for the people that are struggling, it's a significant part of the teams. We see that at our company, we see that at clients, I see that from just talking to people. Like, how do you help people cope with this ongoing, basically indefinite amount of uncertainty? Like, no one knows when this is going to become more stable. And at any moment, there could be some other, nasty surprise. So, just a weird place the world's gotten into this year.
Totally.
Kind of feels weird. It also feels weird that it seems almost normal now. It's like weird on top of weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's come a long ways. Especially when you think like, the topics that we're talking about today, right? Like, is this more relevant, less relevant? And I think in some ways, there were a lot of, salespeople that might have been on the sales and marketing professionals and might have been on the leading edges of people getting like scaled back. But I think as you start to see things rebounding, the things that I'm hearing from people in my network are that the investments in sales and marketing are going to be really ramping up and really growing over the next 12 to 18 months because everybody lost, I shouldn't say everybody, but in general, people lost a lot of ground this year and they're going to be working over the next 24 months to try and catch that up again. So I think, I'm excited. I think there's going to be lots of investment. And as Julian in chat is pointing out, I did send the wrong link. It's I've updated that slack.predictablerevenue.com. DNS stuff takes a few minutes. So until then, if you're in chat and you want to join the Slack community. Look at the link that Julian with the little wrenchy icon has shared there. So
yeah, Emily said in the comment, we use the words change, but we fail to acknowledge basically the word exhausted and the toll that change takes. And this year, I mean, talk about change. So yeah, like you can only take things, we just have to recognize as leaders and as people that we have limits and we have to pace ourselves and sometimes slow down or, it's I think in the, at least especially the US corporate culture, the approach is basically don't acknowledge any sort of shortcoming or either personal challenge, whether it's physical, mental, and you just kind of have to get it done. And that works for a while, but over time, if you have a team of people that are going to be with you for months, years, you gotta, as a team, especially as leadership, set the example of when it's taking breaks, taking care of each other, talking about things that are not just work. Like I know one thing I noticed when everything went to Zoom, and don't know if you saw this as well, is that a lot of relationships felt more flat, right? Because it was just like all business and you're not really like seeing people as much or kind of just learning about the person as much. So it takes more conscious effort to really kind of have that human connection when everything's been virtual. You're not just seeing people in the hallways all the time. It's a big adaptation. A lot of advantages to so many things going virtual, but still it's like a big human cost that we're seeing. And it's just beginning.
mm.
I don't know. Someone here said that if you could speak more loudly and clearly. I don't know if that's just their audio or yours.
Yeah, let me do a check here. I'm pretty sure mine. Well, I was listening to mine this morning. It sounds okay. I wonder if maybe it just got garbled.
Yeah, you sound fine to me.
Perfect. Who was it earlier? I'm trying to look up here. They were saying that most of their meetings were coming from cold calls, and it sounds like it's really Sandra here. Sandra's really hard getting people on the phone with only or reaching people with only email. What are your thoughts, Sarah? I know you're sort of on the front lines of this.
Yeah, sorry, I was actually checking some technical stuff on my end and missed the first half of that question. Would you repeat it?
No, I'm just going to put you on the spot here.
Yes.
Sandra was mentioning, and I think Abdullah was saying the same thing, that they work in sales as well, and most of their initial conversations are coming from the phone, and they're finding it more and more challenging when everybody's working from home and they're not probably answering their work line, and you probably can't track down their landline or their cell phone in Zoom info as easily. So how are you finding that?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think there was an initial surge where people, if people's direct line was their cell phone, they were answering their phones even more for the first kind of couple of weeks of COVID, because everything else had dropped off their calendars. And so I know a lot of people have said phone works even better now in COVID times. But I do think that was kind of an initial jump, and now it's fallen off because now people have adjusted their whole lives to being at home. I don't think that they're answering their calls. I think that using a call as a re-engagement tool further down a sequence, or as a further engagement tool. So for instance, if my sequence is starting off with a LinkedIn task or starting off with an email task, of course, both of those things have to be really highly personalized, super relevant to that person. A couple of steps in, if I can see on my sales enablement tool that they've opened my email multiple times, if on LinkedIn I can see that they've accepted my connection request, that means there's been some form of engagement. I would then say that person, I could give them a dial. You may just leave a voicemail, you may get them to pick up, but using it as sort of a slightly warm engagement tool rather than that first cold channel, I think is more beneficial these days.
Kind of like text messaging then.
Yeah. That actually works really well. I have been doing that. And I think because people they can check the text message and reply to it at their leisure. They're not just going to, I'm not going to answer this cold call. It's a cold call. I'm going to leave it. They're going to look at the text, take the time to sort of absorb the information that's in it, and then maybe respond to it.
Is that a cold text, Sarah?
No, again, it's a part of my engagement text. I also think that a cold text is maybe slightly invasive. But as a further
Yeah.
down the sequence engagement tool.
Totally.
Yeah, I know. Even if I'm, I don't know, emailing someone at some point, just easier for some people to move to text, and vice versa. So
Totally. I just remember we ran a couple experiments. I want to say it was with Pete, and it just bombed. It didn't bomb nearly as hard as the cold email calendar invite, where we sent like 25 calendar invites with like, hey, just trying to get 10 minutes on your calendar. And so we sent them an invite for 10 minutes on their calendar. We got like 100% negative reply on that. Not just like no reply, like things I can't say on YouTube or shouldn't say on YouTube because I don't have a little bleep button. But yeah, people were, it was not our most successful attempt, but I'm glad we tried it.
I think it'd be really interesting to try that one again. That is something that I also tried to do again at certain points when I was like, oh, I've got like 3 days left to hit quota. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to make cold calls and I'm going to just like send out unsolicited calendar invites. There was 1 month where whatever I put in those calendar invites was like, not aggressive enough to receive these negative responses. And I think I got like 4 meetings booked out of these like 12 calendar invites. So I don't know, there's some merit to it sometimes, but you got to play it. It's a fine balance.
Totally. So like cold, I'd be very hesitant to use it. The more of a conversation, like if you've gone back and forth a couple times, like maybe you've got a little social capital to be like, hey, I know I'm being forward, especially if you call that out.
Yes.
We did it like pure cold. Like this is the first contact.
Oof.
We maybe accompanied it with an email saying like, hey, we're going to send you a calendar invite for 10 minutes. Just let us know if that doesn't work. That bombed. But like in between, so like when I was playing account manager and I was crazy busy, just like if I'm going back and forth with somebody, I would just send them 2 invites. Like in an email, it's, how you propose. I'd propose 2 times. Does this time work or does that time work? P.S. Here's my Calendly. If neither of those times work. P.P.S. I'm trying to move fast and I just sent you 2 invites. Like accept the one that works, decline the one that doesn't, or decline them both if neither work, and I'll send you a couple more times. And that worked pretty well. But I had to because at that stage we didn't have an SDR, so I was handling all the inbound and everything. This was fairly early days, but it did work really, really well.
That's something that actually Brandon, who's one of our account strategists, and he's been on a couple of the live streams that we do also on YouTube. So subscribe if you want to see these 2. So he is one of the account strategists. That means that he's prospecting on behalf of our clients. And what he does for that meeting booking step is when somebody says, okay, yeah, I'd like to have a meeting, instead of then going back and forth and going like, okay, does Friday work for you this time, he sends over a calendar invite and then lets them know, hey, I've just sent you a placeholder calendar invite for this time. If that doesn't work, you can pick a time that works for you here. So it's not that like hands off, you have to pick a time approach, which is like not very appealing because because you've been prospected. Why would you want to do the work? But then it doesn't lose the momentum of the back and forth if you can't find a time that works. So it's like this pretty amazing blended medium of those things. And he's seen some really, really good results. That's been the best sort of meeting booking final step that he's had.
Very cool. I like that. And it's such an integral part of like, you put so much time and effort into your messaging at the front. And then I've seen so many people that put 0 effort into the transition from like, you've got the reply to like getting them from replied to the meeting booked bucket. It's like everybody focuses on that first bit and nobody pays attention. Thanks for the subscription there, Paul. And nobody pays attention to the that second piece. And it's like, that's kind of one of the pivot points of like, it's one of those like hidden multiplied by 0 if you do this wrong elements.
Got on mute, there's always dogs barking here. There's always dogs barking. Well, I think that also just calls out, a lot of outbound people obsessed about like, what email do I send to get a response? Okay, well, that's just a step toward, there they go, to get a meeting. And even getting good meetings, well, that's still only the step before are you gonna be able to close anything. So it's one thing we'll touch on in a couple hours when Collin and I do the new predictable revenue method. But so that's really, you look at the whole funnel, right? It's from the activities to the meetings to revenue at the bottom end. And it takes a while to get to the point where you can see that whole funnel, but you got to keep your eye on the prize, especially things that close from it.
Yeah,
The big picture.
100%. I think it's so easy to get sucked into the details of like, oh, I'm reading blog posts and I'm trying to tweak this and tweak that, and not sort of pull myself out and say, okay, well, what's the bigger picture? Like, is it worth focusing my time and energy on like a tweak that would give me like 2 to 3%, make me 2 to 3% better? When sometimes I don't realize that there's something that's like, multiplying everything by 0 or by 0.5, right? Like even though the front half of your of the formula is great, the second half is just killing you. And like Aaron said, that's what we're going to be talking about, is really like we've kind of we're working to distill it down to a bit of a formula. And we're going to be throughout the rest of this, we organize ourselves in cycles. So the rest of the 2 months, we're going to be pushing out some more videos on precisely breaking down what Aaron and I are going to talk about. So if you want to make sure that you get those videos, you get notified when those come out, because they're going to be first on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit the little bell notification icon-y thing, so that you actually get notification when we push those out. Because we're going to put a bunch of time into them, and it's going to be pretty helpful. So look at that. We even got a little subscribe little animation. Sarah and Aaron can't see that because they're hanging out in Zoom, but it looks pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. I think the Rev team did an amazing job. All the graphics, all the everything. The fact that, I'm no longer on cardboard boxes. I'll let everybody in a little secret. Last time we did this, I was in my bedroom on the jankiest set of cardboard. I think it was probably 4 to 6 cardboard boxes that were supporting all of everything, and at any point in time.
It's like peeling back the Wizard of Oz curtain.
Oh, it was hilarious how many times it was like, oh, if I jiggle this connection, everything goes dark, and like we could lose the, everybody that was in YouTube could be offline just like that. So Sarah, I know we got Danny coming up in probably about 5 minutes here.
About 5 minutes.
Right.
We're doing so talk to us about what's coming up. What are we looking at today? I'm going to throw the schedule up for everybody to have a see, but why don't you talk to us a little bit about what you're talking about with Danny today?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Collin mentioned, coming up next, we have a fireside chat with Dannie Herzberg. She is Senior Director of Sales at Slack. And so she's overseeing a team of 80 inside and field sales reps, managers, and directors across 5 geographies at Slack. Pretty big stuff. And she's going to be talking to us about basically all of that, and about kind of women's roles in sales. She's going to be talking about how she kind of began her tech career and ended up at such an amazing place. She also was with HubSpot. She joined them through their IPO. So another really amazing experience. She's going to talk about what makes overseeing that many people challenging, what makes it exciting. She's going to talk about what changes in a sales cycle as you move up market. And then, finally, we're going to tackle that idea that there aren't very many female sales leaders, why that is, and how we can kind of move forward from there. So that's coming up next. After that, let me check the time here, at 9 a.m. Pacific, we've got Dale Dupree. So Dale Dupree from the Sales Rebellion. He's got a really amazing presentation for us. He's got some really cool graphics, really cool slides. So that one's something I'm super excited to see.
We tried to have a consistent theme for all the slides, and he was not a fan of the work that we did to like bring all the slides together. He's got some pretty cool slides, and we tried to add a little bit of like, let's make them look like they're all, and he's like, nah, and they look good.
We took away their magic, but we gave it back.
We did. There's some serious magic in there. He's talking about the living pipeline. So everything that's sort of like post-meeting, how do you make sure you keep that living, growing, and moving forward, ideally. He's also, if you just Google Dale Dupree, I think his website, the first one that comes up is like the printer rep. Have you seen that, Sarah?
No.
Oh, you got to look it up. It's hilarious. He's got like, it's his own, like he's a printer sales rep, and it's like he's got his own intro video, like the 1-minute clip of like printer disasters and how he's the superhero. It's amazing.
Cool.
I'll see if I can find a link. I'll throw it in chat. But you just have to
The
Google.
copier warrior.
Yeah, that's it. The copier warrior. Thanks, Aaron. So that'll be an awesome one. I'm definitely going to ask him some questions about that and the impact. Then coming up at 10:15, you get Aaron and myself, and we're going to be talking about the math the math behind predictable revenue. People that come to us, they ask like, so, how do I get to predictable revenue? Like what is that formula? And we've always had, pretty good answers, but we hadn't really distilled it down. It hadn't been this clear. And so Aaron and I are going to talk a little bit about how we see that formula, how we've come to these conclusions, and some of the sort of pitfalls that we see a lot of companies fall into. And then at 11, so that's 10:15 Pacific, 11:15 Pacific, we've got Sarah again. Well, Sarah's going to be running a roundtable, so talking about with Michael and Jim. Sarah's going to be talking about product and sales strategy and sort of like, how to use data to inform your strategy. And then and YouTube is going to follow me, but we've got another roundtable where we're going to be talking about the basically building community with the guy who built the Sales Hacker community. I shouldn't say the guy, but one of the early figures, Scott Barker, another Vancouver local, been on the podcast a few times, super great person, really, really knowledgeable when it comes to sales development. Probably shared my favorite sales development like email tactic with me. I'm going to save it. I don't want to spoil it because it is his tactic, and I shouldn't share it, but it's a pretty cool one. And it's got, every time we've used it, it's got a pretty strong response rate. So if you're curious, if you're interested, come hang out with us at 11:15. Ignore Sarah's roundtable because it's going to be the worst. No, I'm kidding. It's going to be really good. Mine's going to be so much better. It's not a competition, Collin.
So just for people, do they stay here if they're on stream?
Yep.
And it'll just switch automatically. Okay, people then. All right, great.
Totally.
Yep. We'll pipe it right to you. And actually, speaking of that, I'm going to hop to join Danny. You guys are all going to follow me in a quick moment here, but see you all in a sec.
Perfect. Thanks, Sarah. All right. Thanks, YouTube. We're going to just pause this for a minute here, and we'll go right to joining Sarah. This is going to be a good one. I'm really looking forward to getting a chance to learn a little bit from Danny. And she got a really great story. So Aaron, thanks for joining us. I'll see you at 10:15 my time. What is it, like midnight 15 your time?
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Right on, man. All right, YouTube, you're following me. We're moving across.
There we go.
We are into the Zoom, and I'm going to pass it to Sarah and Danny. There you go.
Hi, everybody. Long time no see. I know we were just there together, but I have now joined, or I have been joined by Dannie Herzberg of Slack. This is going to be a really, really exciting talk. I mentioned a little bit a couple of minutes ago what the types of things are that we're going to be covering. We'll give a couple of minutes here just to make sure that if anyone is trickling in just in time for Danny's fireside chat, that they are here to catch all the good stuff. So I'll give a bit of an intro here on Danny. So she is the Senior Director of Sales at Slack. She oversees a team of 80 inside and field sales reps, managers, and directors across 5 geographies at Slack. And at HubSpot, she joined as employee 80 through IPO and spent almost 6 years in sales and product leadership there. So some really incredible experience with 2 really huge companies in SaaS. So definitely somebody that I'm really looking forward to kind of learning from here. Danny, how's it going today?
Thanks, Sarah. I feel great after that intro. How are you?
Nice. Great. Yeah. Looking forward to the rest of Own Your Growth and looking forward to having you as our first speaker of the day. Great talk to start off the day.
I love that you guys are using a Slack community, and that's a core part of how we're interacting today. So I signed in, I have the workspace set up on my Slack, ready to go.
Awesome. Yeah. Amazing. So I will actually point out then, if you guys haven't yet joined that Slack community, you can do so at well, we've shared the link, so I won't try to speak out the link. The link is there in the YouTube. You can join there, sign up for the Slack community, and Dannie will be hanging out for 15 minutes after her talk here to answer any questions that don't get answered in her session. And it's a great place to chat with any of the speakers after their sessions. It's a great place to chat to each other and learn some stuff. So make sure that you join that Slack community.
Cool. And I'm just going to butt in and say hello. Hey, Dannie. It's good to see you. I'm going to be representing YouTube chat. So if people are asking questions, I'll kill my video to stay out of your way, but fireside chat. So I figured, hey, I'll be the guy poking the fire, I guess. I don't know, but I'll get out of the way. I might jump in with some questions here and there, but I didn't want you to be like, where the hell is that voice coming from?
I appreciate putting a face to the name. Thank you.
Awesome.
Back
well,
to you, Sarah.
let's get started. Dannie, you began your tech and sales career at HubSpot, which is a high growth company out of Boston. And now you've spent the last 3 years at Slack. What drew you to Slack when you first joined?
Yeah. So you mentioned this already, but I joined HubSpot really early, which was kind of just fortunate timing in my career. And it was a really unbelievable place to start. When I joined, we were literally working out of a co-working space. So we didn't have our own office yet. We spent my first year there in the co-working space. And what I was realizing is that when you join a high growth company that already has some momentum, but it's ready to step on the gas, you basically get the chance to reinvent yourself over and over. And the company is hopefully growing faster than you can. So that afforded me some great career opportunities. When I was done with that chapter, I knew I wanted to join a similar type of company because it just it fits my level of patience and my ambition. And there are a number of reasons that I landed on Slack, but it was my absolute dream company. The way that I thought about it was a couple things. One, HubSpot moved me to San Francisco to open the office here. And when I landed here about 7 years ago, there was one big theme emerging from all the top performing companies. And that was this new go-to-market approach where you give away the software for free forever and somehow still find a way to make money off of it and build a growing, thriving company. So this was like a novel concept at the time. It's freemium companies. And I was very curious because I still saw these freemium SaaS companies layering in sales over time. And what I figured was I'm going to become a dinosaur if I don't figure out how to build, shape, be part of the freemium to enterprise playbook, because that's definitely the next wave of how software is going to be sold. So my eyes were peeled for companies doing that. I also had this hypothesis after HubSpot. So after HubSpot, I went to business school. During business school, you have plenty of time to think and dream about what's next and what's the ideal scenario. And my hypothesis was I want to build the enterprise division of a consumer tech company. And the thought was this: I love everything about building and scaling sales orgs. There was so much I loved about HubSpot. If I could change one thing, it would be selling something that everyone can relate to and that I can personally feel passionate about as a user. And, and I thought about my friends outside of tech and being able to discuss work with people outside of this world. And so that's where I landed there. So I spent my MBA summer at Airbnb. And what I very quickly learned was that I could roll out this hypothesis. And I learned that by realizing that at most consumer tech companies, enterprise is an important, perhaps lucrative side project. And I like high pressure, high stakes scenarios. I like to be part of the revenue engine of a company. And at a consumer company, the founders are up at night thinking about the consumer product and how to grow through product and marketing. And so that helped steer me back into B2B and enter Slack. I see this freemium trend growing. And then I see this consumer style, but squarely B2B enterprise company emerging. And it was absolutely the place that I wanted to join, let alone the people it had already attracted that I wanted to work with. So I basically jumped in asking very few questions, and almost 3.5 years later, just no regrets. It's been amazing.
Awesome. So it sounds like you found the right company to tick all those boxes that you were looking for.
Yes. Yeah, I feel really grateful for that.
Amazing. So what would you say is the most important part of your job as a sales leader at Slack?
Yeah, that's a really good question. When I'm doing a good job in my role, I can rattle that off really quickly. But I think any leader's role is to be able to know what are my big bets, keep it to 2 to 3 max, or it's going to be really hard to focus. So here are my three. Number one, attract, develop, retain, and then hopefully inspire top talent. So it's really number one is build and grow the team. Number two is drive, focus, and clarity. And then number three is build relationships with key cross-functional stakeholders and drive alignment cross-functionally. And so I can dig into each of those a little bit. Even when you're selling a product like Slack or HubSpot, the engine doesn't really work unless you have the right team in place. And so I'm constantly thinking about recruiting, promoting, backfilling, grooming someone to step into that stretch role that they want. And this kind of means always holding a vision of what the org needs today and what it will need next fiscal year. And you're holding both of those at the same time because each year gives us a chance to prepare for the next one. So that's how I'm thinking about talent. In terms of driving focus and clarity, I believe reps and leaders in my team just want clear direction. And it's really hard to sift through what's noise, what matters. There's abundance of options at any company of whom to prospect into. Perhaps at later stage companies, what trainings to attend, where to really invest your time. And so my job is to make it super clear. This is what's important. This is a high value investment of your time. Here's our ideal customer profile. Here's our play for going after that. And I spend a good amount of my time and energy making that crystal clear for the entire team. One of the ways that we do that is at the start of the year, I do this with my leadership team. We come up with our priorities for the year. And then I basically sound like a broken record throughout the year. We all do, but we reinforce those over and over, like any rep, anyone on the team with their eyes closed can say what our priorities are this year. And the way that we reinforce that beyond just saying it is we build it into the structure of our team meetings. It's what we celebrate when we're celebrating things off the dashboards, and we live those values and priorities. And the way that we arrive at them in the first place, if anyone's thinking through this, is what is my org, what does the company need of me this year differently from last year? Like the contrast, I think, is very helpful to say, what is this year all about? And then that helps drive the ship.
Amazing. I want to take this opportunity to remind you guys, sales leaders watching right now, ask your questions if you have them. Collin is monitoring that live chat in YouTube. He'll pipe up and ask some questions of Dannie. So if you have questions for a highly successful sales leader who has managed tons of different people at 2 really exciting companies, make sure to get those in. Okay, next question. What part of your job excites you the most right now?
I like that question. Right now, in my specific role, I am most excited about something that we just launched that's called Slack Connect, and I think it's relevant to everyone who's on the line. So the idea of Slack Connect is basically, you're all familiar with how you use Slack internally to communicate with your teams. Now we can use that externally with prospects and customers in a secure way. And to me, this is an absolute game changer. So I'm watching reps on my team build really meaningful rapport through Slack with their prospects. They get really speedy responses from customers. They remove all the formalities that used to exist when we were selling through email or even through Zoom meetings. And, and it's also very rewarding because I get to see and hear from customers, especially the smaller and mid-sized customers, report back saying, I landed $1 million+ deal for myself by inviting a prospect into Slack. I would have never been able to do that without building that kind of rapport. So that feels really good. We sold a product that was always wall to wall, meaning an entire company could use it. But I think as sales professionals, it feels really good when we can sell something that we deeply relate to in our own profession. So I'm very bullish about that and what it means for us and how we reinvent the modern sales playbook and what it means for our customers.
Yeah, that is very exciting. I can't wait to see when that, people start to adopt that. I think you're right. It's a total game changer. That's not a medium that salespeople have had to use before. What an exciting thing to have been a part of bringing to the world.
It's out
What
there.
part
I
of,
mean, I interviewed yesterday. You'll see it at our conference Frontiers. I'm interviewing a friend, an amazing female sales leader, Jean DeWitt Grosser, who leads revenue at Stripe. And they're using it across their company with their customers and prospects. And so you'll see it out in the wild, but I'm pretty stoked about it.
So cool. What part of your job is the most challenging right now?
Okay, you started with the easier question. Well, so I assume there's a mix of people on the line right now. I'll start by saying, if you are an individual contributor, your job is hard right now. You cannot fly out to meet your prospects and customers. You can't take them to dinner. You can't walk the halls of their office. You're prospecting maybe alone in a 1-bedroom apartment. Like, that's hard. If you're a leader, your job is hard, really hard right now. We don't have a playbook for this. We, carrying a lot of load. So I would say, for me personally, the hardest part of my job right now is I'm an in-person person. I say this at a remote first company, but I just am but before this, 8 of the 9 teams that I've overseen at Slack were outside of San Francisco, where I'm based. And I always thought it was worthwhile to fly in. There didn't really need to be a reason. Sometimes I fly in just for a day, and I get to have, impromptu coffee chats with people. I get to sense the spirit of the office. I get to sense what's happening on the sales floor, how people are working together, whether they needed a boost of motivation or something else. And it's really hard to recreate that in the absence of being with your actual team in person. And not to mention, a lot of extroverts gravitate towards sales. So I'm thinking about the people who are on the leadership team and the sellers, and people aren't necessarily in their happy place. So how do we recreate that virtually is a big question on my mind. And we're trying. I'm very open, in chat or in questions that you guys ask, to suggestions you have. What we've tried so far is we have something called Donut, and I cherish Donut. Donut basically is like a robot matchmaker in Slack. And every 2 weeks, in my org, I'm randomly paired, and all peers are randomly paired with someone for coffee talk. And usually I take that as walk and talk with my AirPods. And we can talk about work. We don't have to talk about work. That's a really great way to connect. And then we have the Donut bot going in our senior leadership group. We have it in a bunch of our different channels and groups, but that's been really good. And then the other thing we've done is kind of like no work talk breakfasts or lunches. Sometimes they have prompts. Sometimes you post a photo of yourself during your awkward teen years, whatever the icebreaker is. But we're finding other ways to recreate what would have happened, over a shared meal together or an impromptu conversation in the office. And that's been a really nice start for me. Hard, nonetheless.
Yeah,
awesome. Hey,
absolutely.
chat's jumping in here. So we got a question from Travis Tyler for Danny. What have been some of the biggest differences in your experience in sales at HubSpot, Airbnb, Slack?
They're all so different. So here's how I would categorize it, especially while I was at HubSpot. HubSpot was a sales and marketing driven company first and foremost. Even the CEO has a background in sales, and we were selling a marketing product. So the ethos of the company was very much, this like content marketing, thought leadership driven, and then top down sale. And you also you felt that at the company. It's like sales matured as an organization, and marketing matured as an organization well before the product team did. I would say our product renaissance happened when we acquired a company called Performable, led by David Cancel, who's now CEO of Drift. And then we really started doubling down on product. But it was very sales driven at HubSpot. It was also very SMB focused. So the deal sizes were much smaller. You had a much higher volume. You got to know your prospects in some ways on a very personal level because it was business owners really opening up. And then meanwhile, I'll contrast it with Slack. Slack is a product-driven company. I mean, that's what I was seeking out. But as a sales leader, a salesperson, that requires some humility. It means you don't get to walk around and pound your chest and take all the credit for the growth of the company. It means you have to respect product and understand that, you know, they're critical part of the engine behind the growth. And so I found it really interesting to join. Also, the buyers are different in a product-driven growth company. You can expect that they are more knowledgeable about your product because oftentimes they've used it for free for a year or years before you get the chance to talk to them. So the expectation for how well you know it and how you can add value completely changes. Whereas at HubSpot, the sale is much more, you know, starting from the very beginning, like well before you introduce the product into the conversation, you are educating them on the shift to digital marketing. And you're kind of just helping them understand where they have opportunities to grow with or without your software. So it's a very different sale, also different personas you're targeting between an IT buyer within Slack sale and a marketing buyer historically in the HubSpot sale. And then Airbnb, I didn't answer. Airbnb, we were selling to business travel managers, which it's hard. That's not a very high leverage position to be in. It's not a very risk-taking position. So when you're selling something that's kind of like new and exciting and playful and like, you know, who knows what the living room is going to look like that you end up in for your travel as a management consultant, that may appeal to certain employees, but that's not necessarily what business travel managers are aiming to solve for. So that was a really tricky sale too.
Yeah, that's fair. You got really cool value on something that is very low on their sort of order of priorities. I'm jumping in because we get a couple questions. We got another one from Gerardo, and he's asking, they're asking, what are you doing to re-energize the team in the remote office or remote work culture?
I'm welcoming all suggestions from the team. So first of all, you know, so some of my favorite ideas are from reps who go out on a limb and send me a direct message late at night saying, I was thinking the team needs this. What do you think about that? So I encourage you, you know, anyone who's on the line who has ideas perhaps for their leaders, do share those because it's not like we have all the answers right now. I listed off some of them. I think what people are craving most are two of the things that I said are important to me as a leader. One is clarity. So like, what's important? How should I be spending my time? How do I focus? And so that's how I try to structure our meetings. That's what I try to reinforce. I also think, you know, we in sales like to be celebrated. We like to be recognized. And so we're really big on celebrating anything that's worth celebrating right now, which means, you know, reps on my team sell very large deals at times, but that doesn't make a 10K contract that was hard fought where customer is, you know, really excited to bring on Slack. Like we want to celebrate that too. So we get quite playful. We record Zoom videos, making the rep blush, basically like playing some pump up music, interviewing them on, you know, how they brought the customer on board, posting that, everyone chimes in and celebrates. Those kind of things are really, really critical. And then we do some of the things that, like I said, are off the dashboard, just getting to know each other as individuals, finding new ways to connect. My all hands on Tuesday, we were tapping into our competitive spirits. Everyone took a photo, or everyone found a photo of themselves or something that represented competition to them. And we had people dragon boat racing, we had professional rugby, baseball players. We had someone who was on a mountain bike limboing, like literally under a limbo pole. We had people being inspired by stories in the news. And that was a really fun way to just, you know, emphasize what's important right now, what's the spirit we want to tap into, but also get to know each other a little bit as we kicked off the meeting. So there's a few ideas.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We've got another question from Stephanie is asking, do you feel that you need direct sales experience to be a successful sales manager?
Direct versus indirect, as in channel versus selling, or just does one need to carry a bag before they can lead a sales team?
That's how I interpreted it. But Danny, Stephanie, if you're in the chat, let me know. Just sales experience in general is what she's saying. So
Yeah,
carried a bag.
I think it helps. I don't believe in checkboxes on resumes for any role. So I don't believe that someone ever has to have done something to have a shot at being good at it. But I sure think it helps both for credibility and empathy. So let's say you haven't had sales experience, but you know you want to step into leadership, or you're at a more mature point in your career and you want to pivot that into sales leadership versus product leadership. What I would say is, if I found perhaps an early stage founder who just needs kind of a general athlete to step into the role, learn, figure out what other people are doing, and bring on our first 100,000 customers. I've seen that done before. What I would recommend to that sales leader is carry your own bag while you build the team, because you want to fumble through all the things that the reps are going to fumble through. And number one, they're going to look up to you and give you much more credibility if you know what you're talking about on that front. And number two, it's going to help you understand what needs to be streamlined as you scale your organization. And I would say one of the best sales leaders that I know, period, OJ, who leads sales at Asana, I believe, OJ, correct me if I'm wrong, if you hear this afterward. I believe when he joined Dropbox, he led online inside sales at Dropbox. When Sujay recruited him into the role, he had never sold or been a sales leader before. But I actually met him because he was so curious in that role. He came in with such a learner's mindset that he was just picking everyone's brain around him. Anyone that his investors or friends would introduce him to, he would invite them into Dropbox beautiful office, and we'd whiteboard together, and he would come up with his own philosophy. So it's possible, and you can go on to be an amazing sales leader, but it helps to do the job before you lead a team doing it.
Totally. And sorry, Sarah, I feel like I'm stealing your job here. Do you want to take this one from Slack that's in the Zoom chat here?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so are we going with the?
Yeah, we got Rock from Slack.
Just done. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the question for Danny is, inbound or outbound? If a company doesn't have either, which would you recommend setting up first? Which of the two is most important to tackle first?
That's tough. Well, you're never going to meet a sales rep who doesn't want to join a company that already has inbound leads. But I think the most important exercise for leadership team to go through, let's say CEO to go through with his or her sounding boards, is, what is my ideal customer profile? Because sometimes you get inbound leads, but it's noise. You're getting inbound leads from very small businesses who have lots of questions for you. They're going to take up a lot of your time, but in fact, you're building a product that's geared toward mid-market or enterprise. So step number one, think through who's your ideal customer profile. I would think about their function, their seniority level, their pain points, and then I would make some educated guesses about their style. How do they like to be educated and buy? And we can use, my personal examples for this. Slack originally gained traction with tech and dev teams. So software developers, DevOps leaders, etc. You can make a prediction about their style that generally will pan out, which is, they would pay me money not to talk to me. They don't want to talk to a sales rep. They want to see a piece of software in action. They are sharp enough to figure it out on their own, technical enough to figure it out on their own. They want it to integrate with other systems that they're using every day, like Jira, et cetera, and get as much value out of it as possible in a touchless way. So that would be an argument for freemium, which was not one of your questions. Then let's take inbound versus outbound. Let's say I'm targeting a marketer. Well, marketers put out content, and marketers also read and consume content. So the thought leadership route, which would over time yield inbound leads if you have a great content engine through social media, through a blog, etc. And that's starting, and you're investing in some pay-per-click, and that's starting to drive traffic to your website. And then use your website as a place to keep them engaged, educate them on the problems that they're thinking through and that you help solve, even tangentially, and you pull them into your funnel. That would be a very good persona to bring in as an inbound lead. Outbound is important no matter what. And at any point in company, for every single company at some point, you will embrace an outbound motion. My team certainly embraces an outbound motion, despite the fact that there are inbound leads and there is a supply of freemium. So, would I make an SDR my very first hire if I were an early stage founder? No. I want someone slightly more senior who's more interested in helping shape the direction of the product at that point than I do someone who's just cold calling a bunch of people and pitching per se, or trying to land a meeting. But do I think an outbound motion is critical for being proactive about getting in front of the type of audience that you actually want to sell to, that you decided was your ICP? Yes. And so, so the answer is the earlier you can build that muscle, the better, because then no one becomes reliant on inbound leads. But the answer is also you need to invest in a marketing machine that will build up enough thought leadership and make it easy enough for people to land on your website and convert.
Cool. We have one more here from Tashi. What do you do with reps who are burned out with remote working? How would a successful sales leader motivate the rep to kickstart his meetings?
That's a good question, Tashi. I don't know if I have a blanket answer for this, and this is something I want to tap into with my own team too. First, what I would want to do is create enough psychological safety on the team that someone feels comfortable saying, you know me, you know I'm a hard worker, but I'm either on the brink of burnout or I'm there. So create a space where they can raise that with their manager. And then I would inquire and I would say, what's weighing on you? When's the last time you felt energized in your role? What do you think it would take, to tap back into that? And you kind of co-create a plan with that person. So certainly mental health days are a real thing. Encourage, what we've done, actually the SMB team launched something really creative. They had like a self-care mental health contest within our culture channel in Slack. And I don't remember the point system, but it was something like you get 1 point if you use a face mask. You get 2 points if you do physical activity that gets your endorphins going. You get 3 points if you complete a book. All these things that we know help us take care of ourselves. Gamify that, encourage it, actually tell people to post photos of themselves doing it and celebrate it and give credit. And I think that's a really good step. But that's a slightly more blanketed, playful approach. I do think I would take it one by one. And Tashi, if you're personally feeling it, I don't know you or your role, but I would look for an opportunity to share that information with my leader and talk through what my needs are and brainstorm how to tap back into that motivation.
Thanks for answering those, Danny. And guys, if you've got any more, feel free to put them in the live chat. But another question I have for you, Danny, is we're currently in a buyer-centric world. How do you approach different buyers and all the different stages of their journey?
Happy to answer that. Do you guys see the sun is, I'm in San Francisco, the sun is rising. It's like pouring in through the door. So buyer-centric world is right. I mean, we are selling in a completely different environment than our predecessors did. I think in a really exciting way that keeps us on our toes. So gone are the days where we can hide behind a deck and where we have all of the power as salespeople showcasing a product. We can assume that all buyers have heard of our product or are frantically, Googling how we compare to competitors while we're talking on the phone or on Zoom. And they're armed with a lot of information. What it means, so I kind of was alluding to this earlier, but more than ever, you need to put yourself in the shoes of the buyer and understand who they are and what they care about. And so I had given the example of, what I can assume a software leader cares about, or how they would prefer to buy in their, in their buyer-centric world, which is give them the tool for free, gain credit, show, don't tell in terms of credibility, let them play with it, and then be ready to meet them where they are when they have questions and they need help navigating, a more political buying cycle if it's at a larger company. Let's use another example that I haven't given yet. HR leaders. So if I am selling to HR leaders, I can make the assumption that most of the products that they buy are going to need to be extremely secure and highly compliant, particularly as you move up market in what you sell. So knowing that, I'm probably not going to launch a freemium SaaS business. I'm probably not going to call a bunch of employees and do interviews and say, hey, mid-market sales rep, do you think we should use Workday or something else for HRIS? That's not how it works. So think about who they are. And then I would come into that conversation prepared to preempt any questions or objections they have. And I would use my website, my entire presence and brand to preempt that. So let's say I know I want to sell to enterprise companies. I want to sell to companies, you name it, above 5,000 employees is my bare minimum. My website needs to showcase logos of companies that are their size or larger, ones that they aspire to look like, that silently validates you're not going to be our beta user. You're not going to be our biggest customer who we're experimenting with. And we are going to, show all of our security certifications and other things that provide proof of things that they're going to need.
Amazing. What changes about a sales cycle when you move up market? So what should change about the way a sales org is structured in order to meet those new demands?
Yeah, I started alluding to this. I would say a sales cycle up market requires more stakeholders involved, almost always. Therefore, it requires multi-threading to make sure you're not isolated to one point of contact, even if that contact tells you they're driving the decision. And so, and what I would encourage everyone to do here is think about what it's been like to work at a bigger company versus a small one, if you can contrast those experiences. When you're at an early stage startup or a small company, you're small, you're scrappy, you want something affordable that does 80% of the things that you're looking for. You don't have complex systems to integrate with. You're not overly focused on security. You don't need to have 3 meetings and then a meeting before and after the meeting to decide about a piece of software. So you're nimble. You can make decisions a whole lot faster, as sales cycles tend to be much shorter and fewer stakeholders are involved. Up market, you need to have all those meetings. Decisions are political and they have many dependencies. So it's not enough to have a champion when you're selling into the enterprise. You need to understand who your economic buyer is. You need to get a sense of who will be around the table when the discussion is had, and how your tool stack ranks in the priority list compared to other initiatives they have going on. You want to understand, will it replace existing software? So, is there a cost cutting play? Will it integrate with what this company has already invested in? Those are all questions that become very relevant as you start to move up market.
For sure. And you've certainly got the experience at that wide range at both of these companies, targeting all of these different types of companies. So guys, it looks like we do have a question here. Okay, so this one is from Jocelyn. Would it be better for either sales and or marketing to work a more sustainable ethical practice and to promote sustainable ethical concepts that respect their markets? So I guess that's more towards the buyer-centric question that we had.
And what do you mean by sustainable and ethical? Gosh, that's a bad question to ask. What do you mean by ethical, Jocelyn?
Well, I think I think I copy and pasted incorrectly here. So basically,
Okay.
Referring to sort of with movements like the Black Lives Matter movement and things like that, everything that's happened sort of more recently. I guess, what's the role of a sales and marketing organization, and should they take a stand on one side or the other?
I believe we should. It has to be authentic to the company. So one thing I think is that all CEOs need to stand for something right now. Just thinking about the millennial and the next generation of the workforce, we care deeply about what our company and what the people behind it believe in, and what impact we're making on the world. And so I think you can't fake your way into this. You have to self-educate. You have to develop your own opinions. But I do believe that an executive leadership team should be vocal about what they stand for. Personally, I really appreciate my experience as a consumer when I see a company putting that front and center. So, for example, I'm ordering food delivery all the time on Caviar or DoorDash. There's often what I've recently seen is like a section up at the very top, front and center, that says Black owned restaurants. And you better believe I'm going to scroll through those first. So that's a really great way to practice what you preach on that front. But yes, step number one is let's say you're a job seeker, figure out who the people are and what the company is that you're working for. What signals have they given you? Um, you know, I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth. At the same time, work is not going to be your everything. Your CEO, your brand, like those are not your best friends. Those are not your family. Um, if we want true diversity, it means that we need to be comfortable with people who have different belief sets than we do at our company. So hopefully we share values, but we may have different opinions, and sometimes starkly different opinions. So you also need to have a very open mind and be comfortable with that. That's my thought.
Cool. Good answer. I'm going to do the last couple of questions that I've got for Dannie here. If there are any of the ones that we missed from you guys, remember that Dannie is going to be in the Slack community for 15 minutes after this. So she will get to those questions as well. Dannie, what do most people get wrong when approaching a big new client?
I think they make it about themselves. So when approaching a big new client, one of the keys to success is doing your homework. You want to come up with an informed point of view. So what does this company do? Who do they compete with? What might be an existential threat for them? How can you pressure test whether this is true? What customer stories will versus won't be relatable? Those are all the questions that you need to ask yourself when you're doing your homework. And doing the homework is a really critical step here. If you step in to a big client meeting and you pitch and you spend more of the time talking than you do listening, you've probably lost that opportunity. And that's why I love these tools like, Gong and Chorus and anything that holds a mirror up to your face and actually shows you whether you're being the kind of active listener you want to be and whether you've prepared and you're getting good feedback. That's all very helpful. So I'd say the summary would be focus on them, blow them away with your insight into what they might need, earn the right to ask the harder questions about their pain points, their priorities, and you'll set yourself up on a really good path with a big client.
And there aren't very many female sales leaders. We can see that. You guys watching, you're on LinkedIn. You see that that LinkedIn feed is dominated mostly by male sales leaders. What do you think, Dannie, is the reason behind that, and what can we do to change that?
Well, I have a very genuinely optimistic stance on this right now, which is that is very, very much changing. So that's the good news. In terms of how do we get here? Why is it off balance right now? I would venture to guess that it stems from a few things, but some of it is just what sales looked like historically. So, as recently as 2 decades ago, sales was a traveling job. And I remember when I moved out here, I talked to CEO of, a public company, very much known for building a quintessential sales org. And I asked him about, what made it unique. And the examples he gave me were so telling then. He was like, well, first of all, every salesperson had to shave his face. You must wear a tie. And as you move up the ladder, your family will be moved. So, I have my leaders move location every couple of years because I find that a good salesperson and a good sales leader is never too comfortable in their job. So that answer kind of says it all. Like no one's ever told me to shave my face and put on a tie. That probably means that most people who entered in back then were men. There were also probably fewer dual income households at the time. If I ever told my husband that my job would require us to move every 2 years, I don't know where, I just know that the CEO wants me to be uncomfortable, he would look at me like a crazy person, and it would be really hard for both of us to pursue our careers that we're passionate about. So luckily, I think that's changing. I think the rise of inside sales is great. I think there are many more women entering into the sales force and being encouraged to progress. Um, and then I think the more of us step into leadership, the more examples we have. That this is what it looks like. It's I've had a baby while being a sales leader. It was great to me. I mean, maybe I put the twist on it that I want to put, but to me, I was like, well, when I step out for maternity leave, all of these amazing, capable leaders who work on my team are going to get a chance to shine and get these stretch assignments that were probably long overdue, get great exposure, and people are going to get to see them in action. So like, to have parents as sales leaders, regardless of it's a male or a female, I think is really empowering to the next line and to everyone else. And then, like I said, it's changing. I mentioned Jean earlier. I can name tens of remarkable women sales leaders today who are just doing a stellar job and should be speaking on every panel and can become your mentors, whether you meet them or not. Listen to their podcasts, get a sense of how they think and operate. Amanda Kleha is another one. She's Chief Customer Officer at Figma. She leads not only all of sales, but all of marketing too. So talk about big job. But there's plenty of us out there, and it's changing. And the thing that we can all do is we need to get sales. Sales needs better marketing as a profession. And I think we need that starting at the undergrad level. So for whatever reason, when I was graduating undergrad, I thought the only ways to start my career were banking and management consulting. And that's just totally untrue. There's a much more fun, fulfilling, and equally lucrative way to do it, and that's sales. But we need to help teach that in the sales classroom. We need to rebrand it as intellectual. Next step is we need to go into MBA programs and teach sales as a viable career path. And then I think we're going to start seeing a whole lot more balance of who enters into the profession, not just across gender, but I want to see it across race and other elements of diversity too.
Amazing. Well, Dannie, thank you so much for this fireside chat. Incredibly enlightening. Sales leaders out there, you've got so much to kind of chew on here. We tackled so many different topics, from how to target your buyer to how to scale your team to how to address, this Zoom fatigue and the lack of motivation that your reps might feel right now. If you do have any remaining questions for Dannie, put them in that Slack channel. So we've got that link for you there. And if you're up for watching the next talk, just hang out in the live stream and you can do that. Dannie, thank you so much for being our first speaker of the day for this edition of Own Your Growth. It was really wonderful having you.
Thank you so much for having me. This is a fantastic summit. I was really honored to join, and enjoy the rest of your day, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dannie.
Bye.
All right, guys, you're going to follow Collin over to the live stream now.
All right. All right. Hang out with me, YouTube. We are almost there. We've got, coming up in a few minutes, we got Dale Dupree. And this can be a fun one. Like I said, this guy's got crazy awesome slides. Oh, look at this in his background. Incredible. We're a couple minutes early, so Dale, don't feel like you need to jump in right away. Look at this crazy man. What's going on here, buddy?
What's up, dude?
How are you, man?
I'm chilling, bro.
For your reference, we've got YouTube has followed me here. So we're live. I know we're not scheduled to start for another 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, word.
So if you wanna take a pause, I think Sarah's gonna join me in here in a minute or two. If you wanna kill your video, if you wanna go grab a coffee, or you're welcome to hang out and chat with us before we get into the chat.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just be chilling.
Sweet, man. Super cool. So chat, let me know. Today we're talking about the living pipeline. So all things pipeline. Let me know what, so in chat, throw 1 in there if you are an individual contributor, and throw a 2 in there if you are a sales leader. I want to know what we're working with here. Sarah jumped in and took off.
I'm here. I just hid my video.
Oh, you can be here.
You got this.
We're all right. That's fair. Everybody in that last one, I didn't want to distract you, but they're like, Sarah's dog. I'm like, show your video, show the dog, tell the story, please.
Okay, you guys, this is the most embarrassing story. So I have a new puppy. I've had her for close to a month now. As you can see, I'm also in a new apartment, and I'm like still figuring out my positioning, but this is the position that I have for like podcasts and stuff. So my bed is right behind me. I was doing a podcast very recently with, I can't remember who, but anyway, so I was doing a podcast and I could hear, I don't look at myself while I'm doing the podcast because I'm just looking at the speaker. I've got it on speaker view, and I could hear her kind of like snuffling in the background on the bed. And I was like, oh, I hope she's not doing anything dumb. But I did the whole podcast. And then right at the end, my speaker was like, are we done recording? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, your dog just peed on your bed. And I was like, oh, that's really good. That's fantastic. And so I turned around and looked, and she had not just peed. She had gotten up on the bed, pooped, and peed on my podcast, and you could see because it's all in this space right here. So that was the fear that I had. This just amazing. That's my fear. My ultimate fear all day is going to be that.
It can't happen twice. It's got to be like lightning, like
you think so. I should buy a lottery ticket if it does.
100.
Amazing. We've got to go find that and have like some PR podcast bloopers reel, because that's definitely going to be on there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to retract back into the darkness in case she comes up for a poop.
Dale, before we get into the presentation and do the whole intro thing, tell me about this website. You're the copier rep. This is like the coolest website I've ever seen.
Which one? The copierwarrior.com?
Copierwarrior.com.
Cool. Yeah, so I built that back in 2013. It's been updated, like it updated in 2017, I think. But I quit the copier industry in 2019, started the Sales Rebellion, and kind of took the principles and teachings that I gave and learned as a copier rep and brought them into more of a agnostic approach toward like a sales vertical itself, and more just the principles and alignment of what salespeople should be thinking, doing, practicing on a daily basis. But yeah, the Copier Warrior, I was just a sales rep when I built that and put that video on there and created my own. Basically, it was a landing page back before there were landing pages. So, and I just kept it the way that it is. I think there's integrity in like just its kind of core. So I just never really changed it. I just added some cool stuff like when you scroll through it. But
that's, man, so awesome. I was so stoked to see that. I was thinking like, I spent most of my like early career in sales, and I had an about me page, because this was like 12 years ago, something along those lines. It was a long, that'd be longer ago. Yeah. But that was my like exploration into like, what does DNS stand for? How do I do all this? How do I do that? And so I saw yours, and I'm like, dang, this guy, like, you one-upped me in a real big way. So much respect. But I mean, in my defense, YouTube wasn't even a thing yet when I'm thinking about this. Yeah. So like getting video online, like, let alone creating my own trailer for myself, genius.
Yeah, bro. So I started all that in 2009. Like, we had QR codes. I had these like big old business cards, me fighting copy machines, and it would take you on the back of it, like take you to my web presence. And I really wanted like the internet to be a thing for me, because I was in a band before that, and MySpace was massive when I was a band.
Yep.
Or in my band. And so we became like one of those bands that blew up overnight because of MySpace and our record label. We got signed to Warner Brothers. So
dang,
I saw like what the power of social networks and what the internet did for me firsthand. And so I thought, why doesn't the B2B space take advantage of this? And so lo and behold.
That's crazy. And bear with me while I'm pouring coffee. If you're in chat, I hope maybe a little reminder for yourself. Go grab some coffee. We're gonna buckle in and get going in about eight minutes here. So grab yourself a cup of coffee, glass of water. I'm going to continue grilling Dale on his incredible website. I'm curious, stats wise, so first question, stats wise, what did it produce? Maybe more important though, Torlando is asking what was the band name, and can you hook us up with your MySpace link?
It's still up there somewhere.
Nice.
They reformatted the whole website though, so it's much different looking now, but the band was called Imperial. Our signature album on Warner was We Sail at Dawn, but we've got 3 albums that you can find either through iTunes or Amazon or in the world. Whoever wants to go and try and find me, feel free.
Imperial, We Sail at Dawn.
Yeah. We were a heavy metal band.
That checks out. Nice. Here, I'll throw a link to Imperial Sail at Dawn. I'll throw it in the Slack community, so if you're in there, you check that out there. And here we go. Sweet, man. And so let's talk about metrics. So did you find that website was helpful? Did it set you apart? Did anybody click on it?
I had 10,000 views of that website 1 month.
No way.
And I was just going door to door basically. So yeah. It was just rumor mill basically, like that there was this guy with this website, and that I got picked up by the media. I got picked up by not just locally, but nationally. I got picked up by manufacturers, especially the ones that I represented at my private firms. So they were starting to say like, do you want to write for this magazine? Do you want to blog for this article? I mean, it was pretty overwhelming at first. But I loved it. I loved it a lot because again, like I think of my music days, it was perfect fit for me to be back in that same type of position. So I was into it. But yeah, the website was great, dude. I mean, it still gets, a couple thousand hits a month, and I don't promote it at all. So people just find it kind of like how you just did. So you just added to my analytics. It's funny because sometimes it gets more hits than the Sales Rebellion's website. So I joke that I can always go back to copiers anytime I want. So
totally, man. And copiers is a hard game.
Yes.
I was never directly in copiers, but I've definitely done door to door. I've definitely done heavy equipment and machinery, and I know a ton of people at Xerox here in Vancouver. There's some really good people here, but it's such a, like, you really cut your teeth. Like you go from like either 0 to expert or 0 to different profession in a very short period of time if you're in copiers.
Yes, I did 10 years as a selling or an individual contributor, and then 4 to 5 years as a manager or a VP of sales. But I was a selling manager and a selling VP of sales. And that's like, really, that just comes out of the morals, ethics, and values of the way that somebody runs their business. And personally, I feel that way because if you would rather me sell and not lead, that's you being selfish. And so I stayed with those firms, right, for some time, but I in those moments made decisions for myself that these were not going to be my forever homes because all they cared about were the numbers, and I wanted to develop people. So I said goodbye at some point.
Right on. And so what did that journey look like? And I'm sure we'll get into a little bit. We're going to be talking pipeline today, but I'm curious sort of what's the origin story of the Sales Rebellion?
So really, if you go back to 2010 is when you'll find that we originated the ideas of what the Sales Rebellion teaches, the principles, the process / system that we have. It all started developing at that point in time when I started to really spread my wings and fly as a sales rep and just crushing numbers, writing 1 million in net new sales a year and copier sales as a commercial down the street rep, and eventually becoming a major account rep, only really for a year and maybe 2 in total. But the Sales Rebellion was always this thing in the back of my head, and it was who I am, this big rebel that just goes out and does all these things that the whole entire industry told us we couldn't do or shouldn't do. And I always just questioned why, and so really, like when you look at our rebellion, it's not a violent one. Like our rebellion is built on hope and the basis of sales being something a lot more altruistic than we treat it as, or we act it out as at the same time. So I started to look at sales as something where we could apply servant leadership, apply these methodologies of basic human communication to get to the core of another human being instead of what it is that you're trying to sell them in the first place. So because of it, it opened up massive amounts of relationships for me. And And over time, eventually, I got that call where someone said, "Hey, I'm tired of not being able to hire you because you won't leave your firm. But what about if you train my people?" And a light bulb went off, and I started writing a book. That was back in 2018, and which I just announced the release of like 3 days ago.
Nice. What's the name of the book?
Yeah, it's called How to Start a Sales Rebellion. So we'll be putting up a landing page and getting the marketing really rolling here in the next couple of days. For now, we're just hyping the living shit out of it, like using social media like crazy. So
beautiful. Well, if you're interested, you can join the Slack. I'll throw it in the announcements channel there. And there we go. Along with Imperial, We Sail at Dawn. I'd play it now, but if I play it on my computer, it goes up to YouTube, and then Warner's going to come after me for royalties because we didn't pay ahead of time, and this and this and that. And early in my career, I made a mistake with I took an image from Google Images and I used it on my site without realizing it was originally from Getty, and they tracked me down, and that cost me, to me at the time, was it cost me a third of my bank account. It wasn't a huge bank account, but it was a big enough hit that I will not forget that and try not to make the same mistake.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to hop in here just to share a couple of the housekeeping things before we jump into the living pipeline. So I just want to remind you all, those of you joining us now on the live stream, join the Slack community. So we've got the link there for you to join. This is where Dale is going to be hanging out 15 minutes after his session to answer any of the questions that go unanswered during the session. You guys can network there. You can catch those answers that any of the speakers had after their sessions if you haven't attended them. And if you want to be kept up to date with all of the sales content that we produce, our weekly live stream, our podcasts, subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Look at that. I even got a cool graphic to go along. Dale can't see it because he's in Zoom, but YouTube can. Marketing team, rev team did a great job there. Thank you, Sarah, for the housekeeping. Thank you, chat. So good to see we've got a good balance of individual contributors and managers. It's probably about 50-50. But again, if you're new, if you're just jumping into the stream, we're going to get started with Dale's chat on pipeline in a minute. But let me know if you haven't already. 1 for individual contributor, 2 for sales leader. Let me know in chat. All right. So Dale, starting a sales rebellion, we're talking pipeline today. I'm super excited. I hope nobody has told the Empire because, they're coming after you. How big of a Star Wars fan are you to name your company? I'm assuming after Star Wars.
Well, you caught me, dude. It's a massive part of my life. My mom let me watch the first episode of Star Wars, which is not episode 1 for all the nerds out there, when I was about 7 years old. And yeah, that was it. She tapped into that creative side of me by allowing me to kind of get into the science fiction realm, and it just took off. So I've been a nerd ever since. I mean, I named my band Imperial, and I named my company the Sales Rebellion, right? And the best part was how good I am at sales, not to be braggadocious here, but I straight up convinced 5 other people in my band who did not like Star Wars to name my band Imperial, right? So it was good. It was a lot of fun. We toured through California and played with a band called TIE Fighter.
No
and they
way.
called it the Star Wars night, and it was awesome because it was just a bunch of kids throwing fake lightsabers around at a mosh pit, and it was amazing. One of the most amazing nights of my life. So,
and I don't know how this is. I swear this isn't a plant. Sith Master in chat says, "Sup."
Oh, what's up, dude?
Is this Star Wars live? Sure.
That's good, dude.
Yeah, awesome. So we're not talking Star Wars today. Sorry, Sith Master. We are talking about sales. We are talking about pipeline. So Dale, I'm going to pass it to you. I know you've got some things to say. There's a course that we're going to tease at the end that you can jump in if you want to learn some of these tactics. I think you've got. I'll pass it to you. Let you jump in with your slides. And everybody, Dale Dupree, leader of the Sales Rebellion, at your service.
Yeah, thanks, Collin. And I appreciate y'all having me here today. And I appreciate everybody coming out and watching as well, too. I'm pretty excited about presenting the living pipeline. I've been able to do this with my students, But over the last couple months, we had a couple opportunities now to be able to go and teach it as well. And so I've been very much enjoying being able to kind of get the word out to the masses of the concept behind the living pipeline. Anybody that was already in the stream got a little bit of an introduction about me. My name is Dale Dupree. I'm the founder and leader of the Sales Rebellion. Shout out to the Sith Master, one of my loyal followers, I'm sure, for coming out. I should totally just kidding, but I was in the B2B space for quite some time selling copy machines, which is probably one of the hardest jobs in the world. I mean, sales in general, right? Statistics say that it's the second worst job to have in the world. So the idea of like picking one of the worst professions and then going into a vertical that's hated by people in general and also ranked as in the top 3 of hardest jobs to have inside of sales was probably not the wisest thing that I did. But I'm a guy that enjoys challenges, and I also love the concept of risk. And because of those things, I decided there was really only one option: to go and fail. And in the process of failing, I figured so many awesome things out about sales, about people, about community, about culture, about communication, about neuroscience. And I've got a whole background on that too, that we can, nerd out at some point if you want to hit me up. But let's talk about pipelines. This is the Sales Rebellion's concept of the living pipeline. And let me tell you how this was founded. This was founded on a wall, on a whiteboard that was like the size of a wall. It was the biggest whiteboard I ever remember having in my life. It was like 50 inches by 60 inches. I mean, it was ridiculously big on this wall. And I started to kind of map a buyer's journey on this wall. And for most of us, a pipeline it's a funnel. That's how we all kind of look at it in the sales world, or at least especially back in 2007, 2008, when I first started in sales, in B2B sales, is that everything is a funnel, right? And again, the idea of a funnel, really, to reiterate what that is to anybody that might be thinking like, I don't know it, or I try to forget about it, is that you put people up in the top and then you shove them through as fast as you can out the bottom. And you got to squeeze them through this real tight tube at one point that's uncomfortable. And there's negotiations and there's friction at times. And that's literally the way that I saw the sales cycle working, is that I saw that, not to say that all salespeople are manipulative, but I saw a lot of manipulation inside of this process of what a funnel was. I also saw a lot of short-sighted concepts. And I thought to myself, okay, so we sell a product in the copier space that goes out on average a lease of 42 months, right? So people typically tend to lease a copier in between 3 years and 5 years before the equipment is obsolete and needs an upgrade. And I thought to myself, so if we walk in somewhere that has one of our pieces of equipment, but they have 3 years left on their existing lease, we just walk away from that. We just walk away and we come back in 3 years and just try to slam them through our funnel as fast as we possibly can. And so I started to create this concept of the buyer's journey for me, not for anybody else, but just for me. Like, what is the buyer's journey for me? Not necessarily what a guru says or even what I'm teaching you all today. Like, I'm not saying that this is a perfect system. I believe that this will help you to understand your own system better and hopefully give you a couple of nuggets to be able to add to your process, because a real rebellion is built on rebels themselves. And so the Sales Rebellion as an organization is built on our community. And we believe that in most cases that it's our students that have the best ideas that come out of what it is that we build to begin with. But jumping into this understanding of what the living pipeline became and is, you have to understand the premise, right? Like I was saying, where I was motivated to do something different because of what I saw a pipeline unfolding inside of my own walk in sales. And I started to think, well, I want to build relationships. I'm a relationship salesperson. So if you're rolling your eyes right now, I'm not your guy by any means. I believe that people do business with those they like and trust. My father was in business for 29 years, owning his own copier firm. And when he died at his funeral in 2016, there were people that did business with him for those 29 years at that funeral. He had an entire account base of people that had come on from the very first day he started his business to the very last moment when he sold it. And to me, like, that was a big defining factor in my walk and watching my father live out this path to servant leadership and to maintain a very good reputation inside of a community for the course of that many years. And so if you're wondering, I started my copier career with my dad. And honestly, I probably would have been fired if it was anybody else. Because imagine a guy with hair like down to here and big old holes in his ears and tattoos all over him going out and selling copy machines. Like, my dad believed in me. And so he gave me an opportunity. And it took me a couple of years to really get into my stride, but I became the number 1 rep at the organization. He sold the business. And in the process of that, I became the number 1 rep at the new organization, which was a $25 million firm that just grew and grew and grew. And eventually ended up at a $2 billion firm. So you want to talk about the idea of the buyer's journey. You have to also understand your own journey. What are your experiences? What are things that are preferential to that experience as well, too? And throughout the process, we're meeting people constantly. And so for me, it was this idea of always be marketing, always be building relationships, always be proactive in our sales cycle, right? So we talk a lot in the Sales Rebellion about foreshadowing, right? And also this concept of what does the strategy look like for your pipeline as well, too? Most people are guilty of having a 90 to 120 day pipeline, and that's it. If you're not 90 to 120 days out in equipment sales or some service sales, don't want to mess with it, right? And on top of that, think of if you're in a culture that is very fast paced around the sale itself, where sometimes it's just weeks before people buy, maybe it's subscription based. You don't even have a 30-day pipeline. You have like a 4-day pipeline. But people, the thing that we forget is that people are existent outside of those 30 days, those 90 days, those 120 days. And that's the travesty behind a pipeline. So what we did is we created this concept of these 3 different sections of what the pipeline is itself. And I'll give you a quick overview of it. The first is the roots. Call them the Rebels roots. And these are the 4 cores of the Rebels roots: our service, our habits, what we call knowledge, know for short. It's an acronym. And then reason, which is also an acronym. And the concept of these 4 things is what every rebel lives and breathes in order to create the necessary impact inside of their community that is needed in order to build a living pipeline to begin with. So we get a little deep with this subject, right? Because one of the things that people don't talk about enough is the ability for someone to know themselves, right? And so this is a concept of awareness. The roots are an awareness. The roots are this idea of not just being aware of yourself, though, but being aware of others, situationally aware as well, too. A really good salesperson is usually not the loudest in the room, right? A really good salesperson is the one that is talking the least in most cases as well. But when they speak, they move mountains with their words, because the things that come out of their mouth have a purpose. It's not just banter. It's not empty, but there's reason behind it. There's knowledge to it. There's a habit and a consistency in it. And everything is riddled with the concept of servant leadership. So we walk up to the base of the tree, and you're probably looking at that weird word with the X and like, what? This guy is so strange. It's actually the name of my best friend. So quick side note, my best friend's name was Zach Fortune. When he got to elementary school, his teacher told him that nobody would be able to pronounce his name, which is actually Xochitl, which is what you're reading right now, Xochil. And so his teacher, to keep him from being made fun of by the class, said, "We're going to call you Zach. Is that okay?" And of course he said yes. And he became known as Zach infamously for many years to come. Zach is a huge piece of the puzzle of what the Sales Rebellion is. He brought me and my business partner together through friendship. And Zach is also a very loud, very proud person. He unfortunately passed away in 2014, was hit by a car in New York and killed. Zach played in my band with me, Imperial. He played bass. You can't miss him if you find some of our music videos or some of our live shows, if you're out there really like deep diving into the dark web looking up my band. But Zach had long red dreads. His father was Haitian and his mother was Irish. So he had freckles, right? And he looked just like his dad, but he was white as snow. He was one of the craziest looking people you've ever seen in your life. And he was beautiful to me. Again, my best friend. And so we built an entire concept around like Zach is the essence and epitome of good marketing. He is not only something that makes you turn your head and say like, whoa, that's different, but also when you speak to him or when you hear him speak, it moves you. It would cause you to feel differently about what you were even seeing in the first place. And so there's a principle here inside of the base of the tree, which is this idea that in most cases, when people are building a pipeline, they get on the phone or they send out an email and they give very basic information, very surface level requests. Can we meet about this problem? Can I show you this thing that we do? And because of that, there's just kind of this mediocre movement throughout the sales cycle. But if you're loud and you can cause curiosity, and when I say loud, really, I'm speaking of a structured sound, not an abstract noise, but creating this sense of curiosity and wonder in the person that is receiving this outreach, whether it's through marketing specifically or just visualizing that your email outreach is marketing, being able to give people experiences. This is what the living pipeline is all about. So at the base, we have these tools and these concepts that remind us of how it is that we're able to nurture a stranger into becoming somebody that ends up inside of a branch. Branches have different categories on them, and there's 4 of one and 3 of the other. And these are the base categories. I just want to explain that real quickly, that these get pretty deep and they branch out even further as well too. But the base concept is that type a branch is a passive branch. And then a time sensitive branch would be more of an active branch. The concept here is that, and you're reading this and probably thinking that I'm even weirder. Like, it just keeps getting weirder, right, Sith Lord? But the concept here is that we're trying not to stereotype people inside of the sales walk, right? Like, I'm a believer in seeing and understanding somebody's authenticity, but also to do that, we have to understand their culture. We have to understand where they come from. We have to understand what makes them who they are. And so we've created these 4 branches that give a little bit of a sense around that type of person. All right. And once we have that, then we work on 2 specific things that we're going to talk about. One of them is experiential sales campaigns that nurture a type into a time-related branch, into a close. And the second would be communication specific to these types of branches, whether it's time related or whether it's type related. So you guys are probably all looking at the not interested branch right now. And the concept of what the not interested branch is that I want you to think about here is, you all hear not interested on a daily basis, right? We all do. There's no way around it. This is actually probably the biggest bucket that most salespeople have. And in most cases, there's a lot of different things that salespeople will do, but it's usually one or the other, where we put them into the CRM and we maybe follow up in a year. Or we put them on an email marketing campaign that they unsubscribe from, and then we have to somehow figure out how to get them back into it again, right? Or we just forget about them altogether. What a jerk, right? And that's the mindset that we want to stay away from. Both mindsets, really. Putting people into a process that's very rigid and robotic, or just forgetting about them altogether. The not interested branch was the best branch that I ever had inside of my sales career. When somebody told me that they weren't interested, I knew that I'd done things incorrectly from at the forefront of my outreach methods. I also knew that there was definitely a need for my product, because if there wasn't a need, they would have told me that. We don't have a copier, and so we don't need you, right? But instead, they heard, oh, another copier person, and said, not interested. So the concepts of these branches hopefully break down a little bit from that perspective. Like, you can understand the perspective of it just from that little bit of information about that particular branch. But let's go through a couple of them. Let's talk about wild cards. How many of you have had a prospect or maybe even a client that you called up and maybe the first interaction was amazing? Holy cow, like, we spent like 20 minutes on the phone and they told me to email them all this information. And then the craziest things happens and they just kind of disappear and go away because they are a wild animal that you cannot control or define. This is probably one of the second most prevalent types, when it comes to the living pipeline of people that you'll run into. A lot of times with a C-level executive as well too, they're busy, right? They don't have the time. And so maybe you caught them in a weak moment, or you caught them in a spot where they had 20 minutes, but now they're going to get back on the phone and they're going to get into other meetings and they'll talk to 400 other people. And then you will be at the bottom of that list. And so the next time you hit them up, they probably don't even remember you in most cases. We call this the wild card. The idea of the wild card, though, is that they did speak with you and you can gauge their interest through that conversation. And most of the time, a wild card will give you they'll give you good info and insight into the organization. They're not afraid to tell you that they have some type of need. Oh yeah, we use that product, or, we've been thinking about doing that. But, that's just what kind of paints this picture for you of, oh my gosh, I found a sale, and then lets you down when they stop picking up the phone, when you start calling them again. So the concept of the wild card is, specifically in this type of person that's inside of your pipeline, is how do we re-engage them? How do we reshift the focus? And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the experiential sales campaigns right now. This is the empty donut box. So whenever I ran into a wild card, I'm in the early stages of my sales career, and the Sales Rebellion has about a dozen campaigns around this particular type in the living pipeline. But when I was first starting in my career, the donut box was probably the easiest and also the most accessible for me, without a budget per se, before I started making the big bucks. I would go down to Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' Donuts, whatever, floats your boat. I'm a Krispy Kreme kind of guy. I would get a dozen donuts, and then I would get a box that was empty to go along with it. And I would take down this box. And in the beginning, this was just, again, very DIY. We manufacture these now and actually print on them, print into them. A lot of times, instead of getting a box that says Dunkin' Donuts, we nuance the brand on it as well too. So it becomes a very desirable piece of marketing. But when they open it, they see these empty rings, from the grease of the donut. And on the top of the box, written in red, almost like blood, it says, "Sorry, I ate all these waiting for you to get back to me." And as a young rep, I would leave the dozen donuts with the receptionist and say, "Hey, but these are for Chris or for Nancy or for Drew. And could you give it to them? And then these ones are for you. These actually have donuts in them." And so I would build rapport and build some trust as well too, with the person at the front desk, to let them know that I'm a pretty laid back guy, and that I will do anything from the perspective of take risks in order to make sure that I'm putting in the right amount of effort, the right amount of work ethic, the right amount of cause toward what it is that I'm trying to carry out in my local community. By doing something that could offend somebody, an empty box of donuts with, lipstick, writing at the top of it, of the box. And I would always put my phone number. Most of the time you would be driving out of the parking lot and you'd get a dial of somebody laughing, asking if you had gone too far and if you could come back. So this is the concept of experiential sales techniques. This is the concept of taking a type of person that we all run into all the time. Yeah, I'm so interested in your product. 2 weeks later, what happened? 4 months later, I still can't get you to write me back from my emails. Right? We have to interrupt their typical patterns. We have to go above and beyond to help them to understand what it is that we want in regards to a relationship with them, not just in regards to the commission check that we're chasing. And when we can relay that, we take it to a whole nother level. The whales and walruses. This is just the kind of the concept that really that most enterprise accounts need, but also as an SMB rep and a down the street rep, I use this to my advantage too, to understand that a whale is a very large account that has multiple decision makers in it, not just this person that's been assigned to speak with you. Sometimes a board, sometimes that person that you're with in particular has a boss, and sometimes that boss has a boss as well too. And understanding that there's a deeper route inside of an organization when it comes to a major account specifically. A walrus is the concept of more of an entrepreneur type. I would essentially be a walrus. I don't have any other people that I need to run by a decision when it comes to doing something for my organization, except for my business partner, but we both have our own roles. And so there's things that people call on him for that he buys, and things that people call on me for that I buy, right? And the idea is that if you're running a $400 million firm, and there are companies, especially in the e-commerce world as well, that are doing $20 million to $400 million, and they're working out of intelligent offices. It's wild, right? And I ran into that all the time in the copier industry, and understood that there was two ways basically to treat somebody that needed a lot of my product, and that there was a multifaceted approach to this as well too. And so understanding this concept of the whale and the walrus and what they are for you as well too, is that they can be life-changing for your organization. They can be something that makes you a commission check so large that can completely change the quality of your life and the quality of life your company even provides to its employees and the growth inside of the community. And so there's a partnership between a company that falls into this whale or walrus status or category. Again, most of the teachings that we talk about here inside of the Living Pipeline are mindset focused. Obviously, as I've talked about, there are also very tangible ways and means that we teach in regards to getting people's attention, to setting the appointment, to delivering the proposal, to closing the deal, that we're not going to necessarily go through. But it's the concept of this new proclamation of what sales should be, right? Every single day we go into what can feel like, I should say, a very busy world, very busy places, where our name can just become another number in the bullpen. We can get lost in the crowd, in the sea of other salespeople as well too. And so having this concept around creating types and time indicators for your prospects, and let's talk about types specifically, is the ability to be able to understand that there's more that you can do, right, than just putting them back in the CRM and ticking them to call them in 6 more months just to get hung up on again. There is this concept of being the elite salesperson that my mentors always taught me. The elite salesperson isn't the guy or the girl that rolls around, in the $250,000 vehicle. They are the servant leader that is willing to go above the call of duty of what it is that they are asked of in regards to their role, to make sure that others have the experience that they deserve. Nobody in B2B sales uses things like props. I used to go around with an instruction manual that showed people how to throw a brick at a copy machine and tell them that whenever it jammed or there was a problem with it, that they can use this brick and use these instructions to fix the copier.
That's amazing. Can we just pause? That's the best thing I've ever heard. Was it an actual brick or is it a little rubber foam brick?
It's a foam brick, so you can squeeze its stressy ball. So
nice.
But it is the concept of pain, right, Collin? Like, think about the problems that persist, and like when we write our quick synopsis emails or our initial outreach emails, and we hit the pain, right? When we write about it, people translate it differently. But if you can hold the pain in your hand, right, you can live it. It's different.
Yeah. I'm still stuck on your empty box of donuts trick. That's amazing. I used to send people that were like avoiding me. I'd send them, this is my boss's idea. It wasn't mine. He said, cause we worked this is temporarily. I worked at a print shop for about 8 months. And he said, go buy a dartboard from hardware store, then print out a big picture of your face and jab a dart in it and be like, I bet you're sick of, and then like mail that to them. And I'm like, yes. Or drop it off at the front desk in a big box. And I was like, are you insane? And man, did that ever get a reply? It was quite possibly the craziest thing I feel like I've done. Or he's like, yeah, you do that with pizza. If you really like them, like put your face in there and like staple it to the box. And so, but I think the dartboard was the best, but I almost wish I could go out into the field and just to see if the empty box of donuts thing works.
It drives people crazy more than anything because they're like, why are you coming back with donuts? We had a rep in Canada he was in the Toronto province, and he was using the box campaigns. There's multiple boxes. There's donuts, there's pizza, there's cookies.
Yep.
We have a whole theme behind we had a cadence behind all of our outreach methods or our reinvigoration methods. This is kind of what we call that inside of the pipeline. And I mean, there wasn't, you probably know the territory to some degree, even though it's a different part of the country. It is a very, very busy spot. It's like me saying I sell in Orlando and then meeting somebody that sells in, backwoods Tennessee. right? It's very different, right? And so specifically in that place, you know, you don't have people just taking cold knocks. They're not interested. But by doing the empty box campaigns, I mean, he probably had 9 out of 10 people that he was dropping to, he had a conversation with. And I would say that about 40 to 50% of them turned into deals at that point. So that it helps with your success rates from the perspective of prospecting more so than anything else.
Totally. And I mean, these are such cool things that you can do while you're in, like seeing people in person. So chat, let me know, like, what are some things that you're doing right now that are like these sort of like pattern interrupts? I've heard people, and we got Bershu from Toronto. I'm actually in Vancouver myself, so opposite side, but I guess north of the line. Yeah, I'd love to hear chat. Let me know, how are you using these pattern interrupts? And then we'll get back to Dale. But if we could pause for a question here.
Yeah, I see it from Corey.
Yeah,
boy.
Corey.
What's up, Corey? Yeah, this is a great question. And I promise I didn't put Corey in here and have him softball me this, but this is a great question, right? Because it is very applicable. Like, people see what we're doing at the Rebellion and they say, well, how's that working right now with COVID-19? Well, our reps specifically, like, we could talk about my business all day long and I could tell you our growth, but does it really matter? Like, our reps are what really matters that we train. Our reps are the number one reps of their companies. Our reps are seeing massive returns on persevering with these methods. And so one thing that people keep talking about is that, okay, everybody's working from home now, right? Well, nobody's giving out their home addresses. So how do we get stuff to them? Well, we started asking and then also studying, well, how do people get the mail? How are people getting the mail? Like, they have to make a transition there as well too. So what's the transition look like? And so essentially internally, the HR department or a C-level executive that has the addresses is forwarding the mail. So maybe it's more like once a week or even once every 2 weeks, but they're gathering all the mail that somebody has and they're forwarding it along. The second thing that's happening is that somebody's coming in the office, going through the mail and deciding what is worth being forwarded on to begin with. So that means that your letters or anything that you're putting in the mail, like an empty donut box, you can mail an empty donut box, folks. Believe it or not, you can mail almost anything, which most people should know anyway. But if you were using the Rebel letter campaign, for example, this is the letter traveled around the world, and specifically the envelope for it. This is the coffee stain letter itself that would be stuffed into said envelope, but not that specific one. There are 4 different themes to this. You know, imagine that somebody gets this in the mail, and that or an envelope with coffee stained right in the middle of it. Now suddenly, like I said in the second iteration of what people are doing with the mail, suddenly you've caused and enacted and enabled radical curiosity in that moment. Undeniable curiosity is really the way to say it, where they open it and they read it, and if it's different enough, you're in. And so that's where a lot of the reps are winning, is that it's not just about putting the stuff in the mail and crossing your fingers as much as it's that there is a process. And so we have to be a little bit louder than all the other crap that they get so that they understand it's worth their time to come back to us. But the third iteration of all this is you can take all these methods into the digital world through video outreach. But the only thing that I'd say to that is this, is that we see it working where you can actually like open the donut box and show people the messaging, and you got to have a little bit of acting skills there for sure. But we give out improvisation classes for anybody that wants to take those. And there's plenty in your local community as well too, that you could probably do for free. But the idea is that if you can communicate correctly, the experience, not what your message needs to be to get them to take an appointment, but the experience that you want them to feel impacted by, then you will win. However, I think it's like tripled. The statistic is that the amount of emails people are getting now than before as a decision maker is like tripled. And that is a crazy thought. And so because of that, everybody should be thinking that the mail, even if it doesn't always hit right with everybody, or it takes a couple weeks and is delayed, it's worth it because no one else is using it, because everybody else thinks COVID-19 has caused the mail to not work anymore.
Gotcha. Those stamps, are they from do you have stamps from around the world that you just like all over it, or do you actually send it around the world?
That'd be pretty sick.
It's an $800 letter.
Yeah, they're repurposed It's digitally designed, so it's
okay.
all the different passport stamps repurposed onto the envelope. But we changed just enough of it so that it's not, the postal service doesn't see it and actually think that it's being sent from or to another country. And you just put your postage up in the top right, and these things, they ship easy. They like without a problem. I've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
And now people all over the world are doing it as well too. But this is graphically designed. All right, so we got a website called crumpledletter.com where you can actually download a free version of one of the letters to see if it even is your cup of tea. And then from there, you can purchase the whole campaign, and everything's in there from the graphic side. But we recommend that people do things like that, where they have somebody build and design the cadence for them so that it's, again, that it is experiential. A lot of people send the coffee stain letter, for example, with coffee beans in the bottom, very lightly. They put a couple coffee beans in. And so there's an aroma when you open up the letter itself. And so it gives people the 5 cents experience is the idea. So
that's amazing. Yeah, I'm thinking back to, like, you're totally right about video, and there's good ways, there's bad ways. The thing I always struggle with is like, and it totally depends on the size of your market and the size of your target account list. If you're dealing with thousands of accounts, there's no way I'm sending you videos. If I'm dealing with one account, I'm 100% going to invest a whole lot more time than whether that's video or whatever it is. So like, how do you kind of triangulate? And I know you got some more slides and we got some more time here, but how do you sort of differentiate? Like, when is it right to send one of these? How much personalization are you putting into each one of these letters?
Bro, I'll just tell everybody listening that, like, if you're hyper personalizing things, you will get the responses that you desire. That the piece of the puzzle with the letter campaign is that it's a differentiator that feels personalized. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily have a bunch of personalization popped into it, but if you're good at automation and you're good at Excel spreadsheets and Microsoft Word, you can mass produce a list where the name of the person that you're writing to is at the top of every single one of your letters, and that they feel as if you're speaking to them in the way that, so one of the things that I alluded to earlier is that I have not personally a background in psychology, but my wife does. And so my whole life, I had a psychologist who became a neuropsychometrist who was also studying to go to the FBI. And so she had a criminal and psychology degree as well too. As the person that I was having help me with all my copy, with all my marketing, with all my outreach, and also with disseminating an interaction and breaking down everything that happened inside of it that was outside of just an objection, but like the facial expressions, the patterns, the body language, everything, so that I could understand better what copy was doing. And so when we write copy, even though we leave it up for interpretation for the salespeople that buy things like the crumpled letter campaign, we also put enough in there to help them see and think outside the box toward the way you use your words. And if you use your words correctly, it will feel hyper personalized to those you are writing, because it will cause a sense of nostalgia or a sense of familiarity in those moments. And those are the things that we're trying to capture emotionally from people. And this goes for if you're writing somebody that's super analytical, to if you're writing somebody that has a very dominant characteristic trait, or somebody like me that's just a social gorilla, right? You could do that in one style of writing and get to the core of that human being.
Love it. And I want to we'll get back to your slides in a second here. We've got a couple from chat. Drew was saying the best cold call, like voicemail he ever got. The person on the other line said the voicemail was, "Every night I talk with God. Why can't I talk with you?" That's not what I was expecting at all.
Wow.
And then Torlando's, I guess, pattern interrupt or like conference strategy, and not sure how they're doing it virtually yet, was just go to the conference and stay at the parties as long as possible. I know my business card collection rate would certainly go up at the end of the conference, and then at the next day you're looking at it and being like, where did all these cards come from? I don't remember any of these people. And then we've got a question from Chelsea here saying, "Hey Dale, what's up? Talk about cadence a lot. Can you give some insight into what it might look like for prospecting and outreach?"
What's up, Chelsea? Thanks for coming. So
it's a plant. It's a plant.
I just love my people, man. My tribe is so cool. It just makes me super warm, and it's so easy to do these kinds of presentations in a strange place with people I've never met, because I know my tribe's going to show up. And so I'm grateful for that. Thank you to everybody that's out there in the tribe. But this one's important, right? Because the idea of prospecting and having a cadence with everything is this concept of that you tell yourself at the very forefront that I'm not going to get a conversation started on the first touch. And so you take the expectations away for yourself. And so you don't push to this limit that then shows that you're desperate to the prospect. Again, awareness of others is extremely important. And so if instead I'm looking to give somebody the experience that they deserve and one that they'll have a lot of fun with, you just talked about conferences. I'll throw one out here for everybody that wants to steal this. And also that goes with the idea of cadences inside of outreach for prospecting is like, let's say that you have a list of 100 people coming to this conference that hopefully will be happening sooner than later because of COVID-19. And the concept is that a lot of people do what? They call, they email, and they say, hey, we've got a special roundtable and you should come and hang out. And here's a discount code when you get to our booth and this and that. Well, what if you just sent somebody like a literal treasure hunt, right? What if you were sending somebody a literal B2B treasure hunt? And what if you were doing something that was, again, like causing an experience, but also setting you up, not just for the first touch, but the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth. And then they show up to the event and what's going to happen? They're going to show up and they're going to go and find your booth right away, right? Because now you've built something, you've built an experience. I like to call it Disney for sales. That's what I've been doing my whole career is Disney for sales. Providing people with something bigger than just prospecting and just a cadence, but an experience.
This guy's crazy. I love him.
Corey, for affirming.
Corey, yeah, crazy in a great way. Corey's saying he sent out $100 bills asking for $100 worth of the time, and then if they say no, tell them you're going to be stopping by to get your money back.
That's awesome. I did that with my cardboard cutout series. I did 20 cardboard cutouts of myself in the first iteration where I was stabbing a copy machine with a golden copy machine in the woods with a giant like Camelot sword. Mm-hmm. And it was a life-size cardboard cutout of me. And I had a note with it that said, if you don't want to take a meeting with me because you think I'm crazy, I'm going to be by anyway to meet you because I need to pick this back up. It's very expensive.
It's very expensive. It's made out of cardboard.
You worked at a print shop. You get it. Those things aren't cheap, dude.
No, I know. I'm picturing this. I'm like, oh yeah, it was like $87. No problem.
Yeah, right. It was almost 150 actually.
Oh,
so I got screwed. I should have freaking called Collin back then.
Should have called me. I think I was just undercharging.
Yeah, that could have been it too, bro.
Yeah, those 87 Canadian dollars too. That's almost free, man.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we got some slides. If you're in chat, like keep talking. We're gonna let Dale get back to some slides because he does have a lot of things to say. He does have lots of slides. So I do want to respect the fact that he did a ton of prep for this. And but we'll keep chat alive. We'll do another one of these little interludes shortly.
Yeah, we've only got a couple slides left. Really, what we want to go through now is we want to talk a lot about the time indication portion. Because this is where most salespeople live in general. Is that they have somebody that has acknowledged that they have a need, has given some type of illness, that you can fix, that is looking to be aligned with your product and is giving some type of schedule, so they're saying, yeah, in 120 days and 90 days and 2 weeks, July 13th, we want to make a decision, right? So this is an indicator that a lot of salespeople live by and are told on a frequent basis. We call this the money branch because 80% of your time will be spent with people on this branch as a salesperson. And that's not just me saying that I want you to spend 80% of your time with people on this branch. I'm telling you that through my whole career, when I measured my living pipeline concept, as I was, building it and creating it throughout the 10 plus years as a rep, that I realized and recognized that this was my branch that I really had to put a lot of focus into. Because so when somebody is in a type and in a passive indicator and they have time before they're going to make a decision, really it's just about quote unquote staying in touch without ever sending that stupid email. That's a waste of life to send that email. And I'm sorry if people are listening that have sent it and feel offended by me saying that. Someone said it to me one time just as harshly, and it opened my eyes. And I'm going to tell you who said it to me. It was a buyer, not a salesperson. It was a buyer. And then it happened a couple of times. And I sat back and I thought, wow, they're right. It is extremely just, I mean, really it's bad form is what it is, because what it shows is like a laziness to the buyer. Like, hey, just checking in, you know, it shows that like you have no innovation in the way that you communicate, that you can't create relevance in that moment as well too. And so it causes them to look at you very unfavorably in that moment. So in the money branch, we also talk about a very focused style of communication as well, because prior to it, we just want to build rapport, right? We want to build this idea that we are here to stay and create and maintain a reputation. And also, a pro tip would be that it's not just with your decision maker, get to know their company, right? Just because you have one person or two people or three people making the decision for the product itself doesn't mean that all 50, all 60, all 100 of the employees don't use it or are affected by it to some extent. And so having some type of reputation inside of the organization will go miles for you. Now, it might sound a little overwhelming, but look, I did it. I mean, I'm not that cool. I'm not that good at time management either. I have to constantly work on it day in and day out, right? You don't have to be this perfect person to make these concepts happen and work for you. It's about your intentionality. Do you want it, right? Are you going? Have you decided that you're going to be the best copier salesperson in the world? Because that's what I had to wake up and tell myself every day in order to maintain this momentum and these concepts. So inside of the time-based branches, you know, there's a visual here that kind of gives you the idea of the specifics around what it is that we want the prospect to feel. Okay. And so like for instance, like the 3D glasses that are in here, one of the things that needs to happen is instant radical education and this idea of the prospect, because in these shorter time frames, what I want you to think about is that you typically have competition, whether it's the incumbent or whether it's another outsider that's trying to come in and compete for the incumbent's business, just like you. But one way or another, you have become a number inside of their process at this point, even if they like you, even if that rapport that you've been building throughout the course of the living pipeline was working. This is the do or die portion of it, right? You can't suddenly forget about all the things that you've been doing. And so one of the things that I did as a rep was that I used QR codes and I used video, lots of it. And then at the Sales Rebellion, we use augmented reality. We actually have our own app called Rebel Vision. And it'll actually be, spoiler alert, part of something that we're releasing over the next several months. I'm not going to tell you what it is, obviously, because that'd be way too much of a spoiler, but that the public will be able to get access to just by downloading it from the App Store. So for free. So, but again, the concept being that when you're in this shorter version of a pipeline, and because sometimes think of it this way, everybody, that you might start in the time indication branches. You might not always be identifying the type. The type will be a complement in those instances, because you'll be able to say, all right, they're this type. And so these are the types of communication styles that are appropriate, that will be effective, that will identify, help me define the identification of like what this relationship truly could be and can be based on the best methods of communication. But at the same time too, we have to add to it this experience concept. And so in this particular part of the funnel, you got to get a little dirty. You got to be willing to go above and beyond. You got to be willing to do things like write a handwritten note. All right, how many of y'all that are listening right now have written a handwritten note outside of just like writing someone a happy birthday card? My dad taught me the power of handwritten notes a long time ago as a kid. And when I was 22 years old, going into B2B sales, was one of the first things that I picked up after I met with people, after I presented a proposal, after I closed them. I would write them a handwritten note, and I realized the power that was being created around the relationship itself. And so this is what I want you to think about inside of the time branches, right? Is this idea of like, how do we be a part of their culture? How do we be a living organism inside of their ecosystem and not just the vendor? And it is in this moment and during this part of the branch that we can really figure out specifically how we can do better, how we can relate more, how we can create and cause a familiar feeling that makes the prospect comfortable, how we can radically educate them to the point of understanding not just our product, but who we are and why they should trust us. It's one thing to say that I've got a knock with, 1,000 people for tech support, for my IT product that I'm selling. And it's another thing to feel like you alone are the knock with 1,000 people that can give tech support. So it's an emotional pull that the prospect will feel. It's a very real thing too that we don't talk about enough inside of sales. We pretend that somehow when we're at our job or we're conducting business, that our personal life just disappears and is gone. That our likes, our desires, our wants, our needs, our dreams, that suddenly those things all go away. I mean, that's not true by any means, right? As somebody that struggles with depression as a sales rep, I realized that my business walk was causing my big issues because I was trying to separate it from that Dale. I was trying to forget about that Dale. And because of it, I lost sight of that Dale in the process. These are very real things for salespeople in most cases, and they're very real for buyers. Buyers don't have good experiences in their sales cycles. They might say like, oh, this was great, right? But behind the scenes, they're talking to somebody else. They're like, yeah, they could have done this better, but I still enjoyed it, you know? And so why not strive for excellence? You know, my dad was always this being of excellence is what he always tried to control as much as he could. And if we would do that more often, the way that we create outreach methods and how it is that we interact with our prospect during these short time periods, we will change the game entirely. So this is the above and beyond concept, really, more than anything when we get people into this portion of the pipeline itself.
It's so true. So true. The thing, I know you're getting to the wrap up here. The thing I'll never forget is like Dale Dupree basically sales Disney. That's why I've saved you in my head.
Awesome. Yeah. Hopefully Bob Iger doesn't watch this and tell me to stop saying Disney.
No kidding. Before you wrap, we get a question from Chelsea here. Loves the video. But I think a big reason that it isn't used more is the worry that spam filters are going to eat it, and that any time spent personalizing it is gonna go to waste. So, any advice for Chelsea?
Yeah. So is this my Sam Chelsea again? Yeah. What's up, Chelsea? So this one was fun for me because I think about sending emails in 2009 and 2010, right? Like, I mean, holy crap, dude. I mean, like, I don't think that any video ever went through on an email ever. I know that Ryan O'Hara always had some really good methods for this as well. He would like build HTML code for his email so that as long as you were accepting those types of things, it would show up, you know. So I've heard some innovative stuff, but you can buy a tablet for $17 with an open API system on the back of it. And you can literally upload a video that will automatically play and be like the forward facing application when they open the thing up in the first place. It's very easy, right? It maybe costs $25 when you add it all together with your time to make it happen. And sticking things like that in the mail was always, we called it a one-hitter quitter. So if I were to send that a tablet, and by the way, also like what I would do is I would get my friends who were artists to like draw on or paint or spray paint or graffiti the tablet, you know, with the Copier Warrior logos or with something fun that was very relatable to the prospect that I was calling on in regards to their company. And then I would put these things in the mail. I would dress them up a little bit, maybe get a nice box, right? You can go as high as you want or as low as you want with these types of concepts. But think about the payoff of a relationship, of a reputation, of the ability to be able to call on somebody about referrals to other people that they know in their community, right? This is the question of how much are you willing to risk as well too? You know, because people say all the time, I don't know if that'll work. Right. Well, people told me every day of my sales career, you're stupid and this is never going to work. That's what I heard from my industry, especially. This is stupid, especially my competition. Right. But then I got, 44 job offers the moment that I said that I resigned from my first job and that I was looking for a new home within like the snap of a finger. I didn't even think that was possible. Right. But when you build that reputation, we do things to go above and beyond, then these happen. I'd also say shout out to Vidyard. And shout out to Bomb. I think that those two companies in particular have done a very good job at being able to host your video and to be able to get it to go through most, Barracuda networks and server problems that, you run into where people don't accept video. So,
yeah, I mean, I think just to state the obvious, I hope you're not actually sending and attaching a video file because I think we're seeing deliverability issues. You'll see that with like if your GIF is too large, if it's over like a meg, it has a pretty. I haven't tested it recently, but I remember if it got up over a meg, it would not go through. or it would go through, but it would dramatically reduce your deliverability rate. And so a lot of these things, the best thing is like what Ryan was doing is he's embedding HTML in the email, and that's what Vidyard's doing. And I mean, if you're able to go around email, right? Like you can get them on social media. There's so many different forms of social media. There's so many different channels for you to deliver that sort of core piece of content. And I love the phone idea. We worked with a company called Burner Rocket they would automate that and do that for you. I think they got bought by VLG. They're like the big experiential marketing people. So they're definitely cool people to work with. We sent a ton of those. We had like our initial back office was set up as a bit of a studio for a period of time because our team was sending out hundreds of these phones. We had one customer was like, yeah, that's amazing. We'll put our app on it. Then we'll include a little video that walks them through how to use the app. And then we'll send them out. And I was like, oh, great. How many do you want? Oh, like 200. Oh, Collin and Nicola are going to be recording a lot of videos.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you spoke about sending video through other platforms on social. Pro tip, anybody that's using LinkedIn right now, if you're on desktop, this does not work, but if you're on mobile, you can send video through direct message. So get on your phone, use that to send video through LinkedIn, and you can send a full-fledged, fully edited, completely compressed, like the whole 9 yards video. So you can give somebody that same experience. You don't have to shoot the video natively, like through your camera directly to the app. You can upload a video via Messenger on the LinkedIn application, or app itself, but not on the desktop site.
No way. Interesting.
Real life.
You can actually, I mean, I won't go into the technical details, but if you did want to do this on your computer, I think, because it's not the mobile site, it's the mobile app, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Just the mobile app. If you do the mobile site or any of the desktop or anything web browser related, basically, you can't use the video.
Gotcha. Cool. I'm just old school. I prefer the on my phone. I don't have the LinkedIn app because I hate the notifications and on all this and that. I just use the mobile site, but that's a great idea. I'll have to check that out for sure.
Tell me all about it, bro. There are days when I don't even want to open where I bury my LinkedIn app because it says 99 plus, notifications. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
That's why you just silence all of them. That's what I keep telling myself. That's why I silenced all these, because I just don't want to know.
That's why I deleted the app. I got rid of all the social media apps on my phone. I'm like, and you're gonna die, and you're gonna die, and you're gonna die, and no more Reddit either.
It's a pro tip for salespeople, unless they're using it strictly to conduct business, right? I mean, it is. It's a very smart thing because during the day, if you spent more than 5 minutes at a time, just scrolling the feed endlessly, even if you saying to yourself, I'm looking for people that I can do business with, you're not, right? And so that's a big piece of time management. But
100%. I know Sarah's got an amazing process for social prospecting. Maybe we can talk about it after you wrap up your presentation here.
Yeah. So to finalize things, really, I want everybody just to understand that the concept of the living pipeline is it's not just the future, it's your future, right? It's what it is that you're building. It's the concept of not missing out on opportunities, but instead building relationships and filling your branches. It's the idea of heading to your roots and understanding that those roots run through soil even, and that there's grass on the surface, and that there's bugs, and that there's good and bad things. And so that awareness of self and the understanding of the ecosystem that you exist in as well too. This is all about structure. If you don't have a structure as a salesperson, it's literally just never going to work the way that you want it to. You can still make 6 figures doing it, but imagine making 6 figures and being in control of your sales outcomes, right? Because that's what a process does for you. Less stress, more confidence, and that your prospect can feel that too, right? But remember too that the system is fluid that I've created and that I'm trying to help people to adapt to, right? Think about marketing. Think about communication principles. Think about experiences. Remember relevance. Remember familiarity. Remember this idea of relationship building. And then, understand too, again, that the branches are fluent with each other, right? You don't just put somebody in a branch and label them and never move them anywhere else. This is not about some kind of exclusive type of prospecting. This is about creating inclusivity inside of your process. And so I would encourage everybody to get rid of their old, rusted, leaky pipeline. It's broken. It's done, right? But instead, start feeding your living pipeline and reap the harvest.
Love it, man. I love it. Was that tree the one from Yoda where he lived on his little? And then there's a secretly in these slides underneath that little blue ocean, there's like a X-wing fighter. Please.
We'll have to ask the Sith Lord on YouTube. But no. We designed that tree ourselves from scratch. Actually, the concept was based around a bonsai tree.
Nice.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So chat, let me know questions for Dale. We could be talking about pipeline building. We could be talking about pretty much, pipeline building, campaigns you've run. Mark wants to talk about mics. Mark, hit me up in the Slack group, and I'll share all the settings and things that I'm doing. There's a couple of videos that really helped me, and I guess I can throw my video on here as well. Sarah's going to join us. Sarah actually has done one of the cooler sort of social prospecting campaigns. And so we had Beck Holland in Own Your Growth last time talking about the sort of flip the script stuff she does. Sarah had seen some previous stuff from Beck Holland and then decided to flip her script and try it a little bit differently. So why don't you tell us about that? And then I'd love, Dale, love your take on good, bad, ugly, amazing.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. So I can't actually take any credit for basically developing this from scratch. I 100% stole it from Beck Holland. So I watched her personalization at scale webinar with Scott Barker while she was at G2 Crowd. And her personalization at scale sort of methodology is around taking people's like what they do on LinkedIn to use as personalization. So she groups things into buckets that are the types of things that you should use to personalize. The priority buckets, the buckets 1 and 2 being self-authored content and then engaged content. So like liked, commented, shared. So she came up with this methodology for her account-based prospecting. So her SDRs will all research their prospects following these buckets, use what they find, send them super personalized emails or LinkedIn messages following this template. And I was like, that's so great. I wish that I could do that. But we didn't really take an account-based approach. Like I didn't have these set people that I was supposed to be researching. And then when I would try to take like a list that I did have and do that type of research on LinkedIn, often these people weren't actually active on LinkedIn enough to have anything there that was useful. So I was like, this is not good. I don't want to be like, I see that you liked a post about something totally irrelevant. So I actually reversed it. So instead of using a list I already had, then doing the research, I instead found a post on LinkedIn that was relevant to what we do at Predictable Revenue, relevant to my prospects, and had a ton of engagement. From the engagement, I could see who'd liked, who'd commented, and I found the people in there that fit our ICP. And then I targeted them because I already had that personalization piece. I could be like, hey, Dale, I saw that actually I've probably used one of your posts to do this. So it would be like, hey, Collin, I see you commented on Dale Dupree's post about like this method of prospecting not working anymore. What if I told you that we could help you do X, Y, Z? So we can share the templates and everything that get into the details of it we'll share that in the Slack community if you guys want to see that personalization at scale webinar, the webinar that I did with her on how to do this. But the kind of key takeaway is following thought leaders in your space that your prospects will also follow, and then pulling lists based on the people who have engaged with those posts and reaching out to them about their engagement with that post.
It's actually how I learned about you. You did it to 3 people in one of my posts that then sent me emails and said, check this out. And
they were like, she sucks.
No, it was complimentary, actually. I have the email still. Did
Nice.
you talk about this on Think Outside the Script too, Sarah?
So I'm not sure if I think that's what it was. Yeah, I did it with Chorus and Beck. So
I think this is what I would say. Like, I would say that 90% of salespeople, whether listening right now or just out in the sales world, would not take the time to do what you're doing. And furthermore, I would go on a limb to say that even if they have done it and they found some success, they'll revert right back to old habits and methodologies pretty quickly, especially because of the fact of the matter of that it is a long game, what you're doing. It's not instant gratification mindset, right? You have to be willing to risk. but I think it's brilliant from the perspective, again, of just being a differentiator in regards to what it is that people are used to. So the things that I would do that I even remember thinking when I got the emails was that I would try to infuse more curiosity instead of having so much of the factual points that you wanted to kind of poignantly get across inside of your communication with them, but instead make them wonder a little bit more or think, oh, that's fun, right? From that perspective, where the experience then becomes different. But for most people, it's already a great experience, right, Sarah? So like that's where the success in lies. But if you infuse it with a little bit of that Disney, then you have something that now people are writing over and over and over again and waiting 2 hours to get back onto. And that is where you build your tribe. That is where you start to create something that is extremely consistent from that perspective.
Yeah, awesome input. I agree.
Totally. We had a question from Mark about if we go back to the phones piece here. What about using QR codes, like sending out QR codes that point to a video? I think he's referring to like sending them in the email communication or the text communication.
Shout out to Chris Watson, one of my rebel leaders. If he's on this call, him and I are huge QR fans, and he actually just made a coffee coaster with his face on it. That says, like, don't want to talk to me, just set your coffee on my face instead. And there's a QR code that says QR codes are not dead, essentially, that he's been using as well too. And now he's been embedding those into his proposals, right? He's been putting QR codes are not dead. And it's so easy to scan a QR code, right, Mark? You literally have it built into your phone now. So if you have any phone that was built after the year 2017, you have a built-in QR code scanner inside of your device. And guess what? This is an awesome thing that I don't know that everybody knows about this. It's probably really just the tech junkies out there. Augmented reality is being built into your phones as well too. So very soon you won't need to download an augmented reality app. You'll just be able to hold the phone directly over whatever it is that would indicate to the phone itself that there is an augmented reality app out there. It'll source the API, suck it in, and it will almost instantly pull up the augmented reality. It's a crazy thought, but it's super effective because, again, it's experience driven, right? QR code causes somebody to then become immersed into a world that you can then control and build around them. So we use tons of landing pages to do that. And I think it's a great point that Mark makes.
Totally. Mark's saying he actually had a call with Chris 2 weeks ago, and it was amazing. Nice. we got a question from Dots. Love the ideas around the custom videos in the sort of third sales communication. Are we too far? Like, is that too deep into the cadence? Should it be first or second, or is it productive for all stages?
I mean, it's always productive, right? But you've got to see you got to do a little risking and see what works for you. You got to find what's going to be part of your rhythm and what's going to be forced into your rhythm from that perspective. It's again, because there's a lot of defining factors in all of this stuff. Like there was a time I took that empty donut box to somebody and he did call me and he told me to never come back to his office again, ever. Right. So like you can also piss people off with this kind of stuff. But would you believe me if I told you I sold him a copier?
I would.
Because I did. It took a lot longer, but I probably wasn't going to hear back from him anyway. Right. So sometimes like invoking any kind of emotion, good or bad, is better than being indifferent. Right. And so sometimes you have to invoke a bad emotion in order to get them to understand who you are and pay attention to you.
You could argue like any emotion is better than no emotion whatsoever. Right.
100%.
Yeah. Please tell me you replied, oh, I'm so sorry. Let me come by and apologize in person. I feel really bad.
I'm always a little sarcastic when I respond to people. Like some guy sent me a LinkedIn message. It's just hot on my mind. And when you ask that, it like just happened a couple of days ago, where he told me that I was a shitty salesperson because I wrote him at like 3 a.m. his time when he wasn't really thinking or having awareness around like my life, and that I had 600 requests I was going through. And it just took me into the middle of my night, getting to him. Yeah. And he told me I was a terrible salesperson, and that that's probably why I teach it, because I can't do it. And in my mind, I thought like, well, there's a lot of things I want to say to this person, right? But instead, I just told him, I said, hey, pro tip, there's this thing on your phone called silence. And like you can turn it on at 3 a.m, your phone won't blow you up. It's awesome. It's such a cool thing. And sometimes I think that that's warranted in responses, because it's not about being submissive. Like, I apologized to him first. I was like, dude, terribly sorry. But also like, hey, check this out. I almost sent him a video of like how to do it, but in my mind, I thought one thing that we need to realize and recognize is when people act that way, or people are a little bit different in the way that they respond to something that we're doing outside of the realm of what makes us comfortable. And this is the full answer to the question, that you have to be willing to meet those people where they are. Mm-hmm. You have to be willing to accept that you will get negative responses, but that there will be minimal compared to the fruits that you will build. You will change lives. You will cause I always go, as soon as I say that word and start that statement, I go right to my dad. I stood up on at a podium in a church that held 900 people, and it was wall to wall of faces. And it was the first time I'd stood up the whole entire time. I'd sat in the front, zoned out, and was just, locked in with the pastor and with my family. And I looked out, and it was a wave of emotion to think that so many people would come to celebrate the life of a man who was a salesman his whole entire career. He wasn't a rocket scientist. He didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize. He wasn't the president of any kind of country. He didn't sit on any big boards. He just ran a business in little old Titusville, Florida. And he impacted the way that people thought, the way that people worshiped, the way that people believed in themselves through the process of selling them something. And that's the foundation of the rebellion. And that's what the Living Pipeline is all about.
Well said. No follow-ups.
We could have Sarah tell us about her problem earlier. If anybody didn't see that yet, like that could be a good follow-up.
Oh yeah.
My problem? Oh goodness. The podcast problem?
Live. Yeah, we're live. Now you have to tell.
Okay. So luckily it hasn't happened at all on this call yet, but as you guys can see, this is a bed behind me that I'm in a new apartment. And so I have yet to figure out my perfect podcasting or webinar spot. But I also have a new puppy, and she's yet to be house trained, and her name is Tomato. And I was on a podcast the other day, and I can never see myself in a podcast. It's speaker view. I can just see the speaker, but I could hear like rustlings happening behind me. And I was like, oh, she's probably like, roughing up the bed or whatever. And it's distracting to the guest. And we made it through the entire podcast. And as soon as we, signed off, he was like, are we still recording? And I was like, no. And he was like, your dog peed on the bed. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could hear her rustling. And I turned around and looked, and as I swung my chair and looked, she had peed and pooped on my bed during the podcast.
That's it. It's like a bucket list thing for real.
Yeah.
Were you still recording at that stage?
Yep, I have the recording of me reacting, him laughing, being like, she pooped. I didn't know she pooped. I thought she peed. It was great.
Oh my God, so good.
That's amazing. That's so good.
Yeah.
It's getting a lot more interesting with everybody working from home. You get to see, unless you're Dale here, you get the cool background but it's cool to see the inside of people's homes and just get a lot more personal. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna throw the schedule up for a minute here because we've got 5 minutes until we're gonna jump on with Aaron and myself. We're gonna talk about the new predictable revenue model. We're gonna kind of dive into with the formula behind predictable revenue. So that's at 10:15 Pacific. Then at 11:15 Pacific, we've got 2 different roundtables. So this is your chance to jump into Zoom or hang out in YouTube, whatever you choose. But if you want to come in, hang out in a Zoom with either the PandaDoc team with Michael Palladino or Jim Donovan, and they're going to be talking about sort of data-driven steps for finding or pivoting your product and sales strategy. Or you can come hang out with myself and Scott Barker, and we're going to talk about building community to accelerate your sales career. And if you are going to just hang out in YouTube, that's totally cool. You're going to follow me into the roundtable with Scott Barker. And so we're going to be doing that shortly here, but I'll bring it back to multiple cams for people sharing so we can final comments, thoughts, Sarah, Dale.
None for me.
None for me. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it very much.
Dale,
Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your summit experience too.
Of course, man. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Really appreciated it. Cool slides, dude.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Cool.
All right, guys.
Right on.
Yeah.
So yeah. Sarah, tell Pete he better close that deal. Yeah. All right. So thanks, chat. It looks like we got a couple questions here. Tarlando, True, allowed to be a little imperfect. 100%. It makes us a little bit more authentic. Though I will be honest, I did clear out some of the things that were leaning up against the background here before this, so maybe it's a little less authentic. There's no fan, and my door is somewhat barricaded because I do have a couple young children. And in the middle of a meeting yesterday, they ran in and hit the power button on my computer and shut it down. Which in this case, if they did that this morning, would take down all of YouTube. So hopefully Mero's around and ready to pounce and hit the, fire up Streamlabs and get it going. But yeah, that was my worry. It was my big worry today, is like, all right, they better not.
That's a big fear.
Door is barricaded. The door.
You got little twins with roaming fingers, and I got a little pupper with a roaming poop.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we won't go into poop stories. We get started on that train, Aaron will destroy us all. He'll win.
That's so true.
Yeah. All right. I see it. Killing notifications here. Dots, do you grab prospects' attention when you let them know you looked at their previous email, or does it sound creepy? What do you think, Sarah?
When you let them know
that you looked at their previous email, or does it sound creepy?
So to let them know that you've seen that they've read your email, or to let them know that you've read their email?
I think it's that you've seen that they've read it. Yeah.
Got it. I probably wouldn't say that because it's maybe a little bit invasive, but that's when I would draw on like using the phone as that warm engagement tool or something. So if you can see that they have opened your email a couple of times, but then they haven't responded to you, you don't necessarily need to send an email and be like, hey, I see that you read it. Like, why aren't you replying? But you can pick up the phone because at least you know probably that they know what you've written to them. So you can kind of continue that conversation with the phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think that I would actually mention it outright though.
Cool. Totally fair. All right, Sarah. We're gonna jump to the other one, or to the other session, to the other Zoom room. So feel free to come join us over there. But everybody, we're gonna lose Sarah for just a minute while I jump rooms here, and we're gonna grab Aaron, get him to come join us.
Awesome. See you guys in a sec.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, YouTube. Look it up. It's my background. We're waiting for the host to start the meeting. It's in Sarah's room, so hopefully she's on it shortly. Yeah. Until then, what are you looking forward to most? Let's go to the schedule here. Yeah. What are you looking forward to when it comes to the sessions for the rest of the day here? Aaron and I are going to talk about the predictable revenue formula. We're going to be really drilling in on. We got some pretty interesting things that we've learned in terms of we've probably talked to hundreds, if not thousands, of customers on over the last couple of years, and so sharing some learnings. I'm really excited to sort of have this conversation, talk to Aaron about the formula, because I think there's some pieces that are just missing, and a lot of I guess it's like that sort of high level view. If you're looking down, especially if you're trying to build something new for the first time, it's so easy to get sucked into like, okay, it's just about messaging, or it's just about the sales ops side, and not sort of zoom out and see like the greater picture. So that's what we're really hoping to accomplish in this talk. And hey, look, there is everybody. All right. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Aaron. How you doing?
Hello.
Good. Hey, Collin. Hey, Sarah.
Hello. I'm going to take the opportunity to share a couple of housekeeping things here again. We're actually trying something kind of exciting and new this Own Your Growth. We actually want you to be able to meet and learn from some of the other incredible people attending this summit. So if you want to do some networking, jump into our Slack community and join the Roundtable channel. So you can sign up for roundtables, or you can actually create and lead your own roundtables. You can discuss any of the topics that have been covered in the summit thus far, or that are coming up later, or you can talk about something totally different. It's totally up to you. But essentially you're the leader or the attendee of these very personalized peer roundtables. So remember to click that link to join the Slack and join that roundtables channel there. All the instructions on how to do it are in that channel. Very clear. And yeah, if you haven't yet, join the Slack community. We've got the link there for you. And of course, if you are interested in seeing any of the other content we put out, we've got live streams every Thursday. We've got podcasts. We've got all sorts of other content. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube so that you can be kept up to date with it all.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. All right. And Aaron, welcome back to the live stream.
Yeah, welcome back. Aaron, how you hanging in there? It's early. Got a lot of hours to go.
Yeah, I'm running low on coffee, which is concerning because I had a whole big tall thermos that's usually split between two people. So starting to
Ready to go.
vibrate a little bit. Yeah, it's like, is there a hole? Nope. No, there is not. Right on.
Now we got a plan here with between like the streaming and sharing and things. So I believe I'm going to share the slides.
That is correct.
Double checking. Okay, let me get that fired up because why not?
Yeah.
And let me know in chat if you are. Let me know if you have an SDR team. So one, if you have an SDR team, just throw one in the chat. If you have an SDR team or are, and then number two, if you are an SDR, or number three, if you're an account exec and you're full stack and you got to do this. Yeah, you're doing everything.
All right. Do we get this? Whoops, I didn't.
Yeah. I'm just gonna move to the next. Sanders an SDR, Mark is full stack, Kenneth is a sales leader here. I'm gonna get the two cams layout going, so it's nice. And yeah, that's not gonna work. We'll just go there. Perfect.
Can you see we got the slide up? Is this working? The screen sharing?
Yep, slide is up. We can see we've got a couple of full stacks. We got a couple SDRs. We got a couple of managers in here. And let me get to two cams there. Fantastic. Perfect.
Slide's still up.
Slides are
Just
up.
checking.
Aaron is up.
Okay, because I'm also controlling them, so can't make any promises here.
Cool.
At the formula to predictable revenue, and yeah, I think really appreciate Collin for helping get this going and put this together. It's just really trying to give people, I said sometimes like a bigger picture view of what we see that takes predictable revenue, a bit of the model. And I think by now you probably know a bit about us, so I'll just skip through this. I don't know, by the way, if you have any questions, like Collin, just while we're here, like what would be just a fact you think not that many people would know about you to throw out?
That not many people know about me.
Yeah, or might be uncommon knowledge or.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a video on the internet somewhere. I haven't seen it, but I have an accidental amateur kickboxing record of 0-1. And it comes down to the fact that the definition of amateur fight night in Vancouver means a bunch of guys in a gym or a bunch of people in a gym, and it's like tournament style. And amateur fight night in Australia means we're selling tickets and this thing's going to be televised. And so, yeah, I won't go into too many more details, but that's you see my nose a little bit messed up. That's from that event. How about yourself, Aaron?
So in the backyard, I have a little tree stump, like a little slice of a tree stump, and I have some throwing knives just off of Amazon, and they're fun, like throwing knives. So they're tricky. Like we did, I don't know if anyone's tried throwing axes out there. It's actually really fun because now, and even in Los Angeles, not that we live there anymore, but they had opened a LA Axe and done it in Scotland and probably someplace else. So highly fun, easier than throwing knives, but actually throwing knives more satisfying. So
I got to point out LA Axe.
LA Axe. Yeah. And axe, I think they actually do axe throwing and beer.
Nice.
Which, you think that wouldn't make a lot of sense to combine, but it's probably good for sales.
Yeah.
So
anybody in chat that's like, why does Collin find that so hysterical? It's because that's the LAX is the airport code for.
Yeah, LAX is true, and then LA Axe. I think it's spelled AX. Yeah, I can see some confusion there.
Cool.
Good. Well, good times. So why don't we talk a bit about, so the book Predictable Revenue came out 2011. I've been circulating drafts of that book probably for the year beforehand, maybe 2010. I know there's a lot of people who saw Word docs or PDFs and things before it actually got published. And again, I remember, I think I wrote about it, why I published it in the Impossible book, the sequel, and I published it that year because I got married and had kids and had to make more money and like get my Duffin gear to get the book out. So that's hard to believe it was 9 years ago. And in that time, there's a lot of things that have not changed at all. and lots of things that have changed. So some of the things, like the main change that's happened since then is just technology, because the continued, more technology and the decreasing cost of building stuff has meant that there's more apps of all types, like more sales apps, more marketing apps, and there's more channels, right? So there's more apps sending more email, also now sending more LinkedIn, phone calls, and people are also getting stuff off of WhatsApp. This isn't just outbound, but just like WhatsApp and social media. So there's more channels, more noise, more everything from every direction. So for a prospector, for a sales team, for a customer, everyone has more complexity, more noise. But it's not just cold emails or calls or social media messages. It's everything. Right? That's one of the things that if you're competing for someone's attention in their inbox, you can define inbox as voicemail box or email inbox or LinkedIn inbox or whatever, however you want to define that. So you're competing against kind of everything. So that's true. That's really been sort of the dominant change. Is there's more technology, but again, it's kind of like the arms race, where the more technology has meant more noise. It's helped, but we're basically in the same spot. It's kind of like London. They said 100 years ago, the average commute was 40 minutes, or sorry, the average speed of London traffic was 5 miles an hour 100 years ago with horse and buggy, and the average speed of London traffic today is 5 miles an hour, which because of traffic. So I feel like that's very similar with outbound. I mean, not just outbound, inbound is the more technology. It's just created, we're kind of in the same spot, just different challenges.
And one of the things that I think that I remember hearing you speak in very early when I first met you, and somebody asked you something along the lines of, what is the formula? And like, what is the formula, and like, what is the reason that we want to do this? And really, that the magic moment is that deals are closing regularly from a reliable source of net new meetings. And I think the biggest piece to that, the sort of formula, the way they make that happen, was, and I can't remember your exact wording, but it was along the lines of consistent top of funnel, right? So you need consistently adding, booking new meetings for your salespeople from, whatever channel. You need to work every opportunity relentlessly. And then you've got to give it time. Because if you're not doing all three of those things, you're not going to get to that ultimate outcome, that ultimate goal of predictable revenue, and you're not going to get to that sort of magical moment. And so what we have, Aaron, on the next slide is we've kind of laid out, this is the formula, and this is going to be the common theme as we move forward with our content. And as you're seeing, videos and podcasts, and communication from us, is we're really going to focus on helping outline, is this going to be helping you grow consistent top of funnel? Is this going to help sort of down the line, working every opportunity relentlessly? Or is this going to be around the time and investment really required? And the reason we wrote it out like a formula is, one, because I thought it'd be cool to shape it like an Excel formula, but to also give you the sense that if all you were doing is booking a whole bunch of meetings for your account execs, but when your account execs get there, they don't know how to handle them. You don't do the training to set them up for success, and they're handling those meetings exactly the same as they would any other meeting, and they're not converting into pipeline, that you're not going to get there. So this is intentionally laid up as three things, and they all multiply by each other. Because if you're not investing, if you're not thinking about the right time horizons, you're not going to be seeing the inputs or the outputs. You're not going to get the outputs that you really desire. And ultimately, if we were to look at this as a grand funnel for like how to grow a company, there's probably a couple things missing. So the sort of foundation, that's not really our sweet spot, but I felt, since I was doing a formula slide, we kind of felt that we needed to add those. And if you look at the next slide, Aaron, they're basically three things that sort of belong in the one greater formula, that aren't really our sweet spot. So we're not going to dive into them today, but we thought they deserve to be mentioned. And one is employee success. If your people aren't happy, if you're not treating them well, you're never going to be able to build a great long-term company. It's not going to be stable. You're not going to have the training and tools, et cetera, required to like really go out for the long haul and hit that predictable piece. On the flip side of that, maybe not flip side, but on the other side is the sort of customer success piece. If all you're doing is booking customers and they stay on your SaaS platform for 3 months, you're probably not making back your cost to acquire them. Chances are, right? And so it's not just about the sort of revenue piece is not just about the net new revenue added in. It's about how long that revenue stays, and customer success is a huge piece of that. And then if you zoom out one layer further, this is one thing that we've seen over and over and over and over again, is if you don't have product market fit, these channels aren't gonna work. They're not gonna be as effective. And this particular piece has come up a number of times. And every time we go through and we interview our customers and we talk to everybody, I like to look at, like, what was the piece that we can take credit for? What was the piece that we learned? What was the piece that, what is the commonality amongst our best customers or the companies that we see that are most successful with building outbound sales teams? And that's product market fit. And it's almost a layer that sits outside this formula and sort of multiplies by everything. So the strength of your product market fit is going to have a huge impact on everything that you do downstream. And so just wanted to add those 3 pieces in, because if you're looking at this as a grand formula, those are certainly factors. There are probably others that we're not. So if you're in chat, let me know. What are we missing from that formula? What haven't we considered that you think should be involved here? And I'll pass it to Aaron to talk about that sort of first piece.
Yeah, and I think this is also on here because one of the most common reasons people struggle with outbound growth, like proactive growth, or including outbound prospecting, outbound selling, is because they're not ready. They're not quite ready on at least the customer success or product market fit front. So I still see you got that in number 1, right? Building consistent top of funnel. Because the whole idea of this was a breakthrough idea. It may not seem like it to a lot of people, but at the time it was a breakthrough idea for lots of people. The fact that, doubling your salespeople, it's not the way to double revenue. You got to double your lead generation, and to separate those 2 things. So it's really, how do you create meetings in a consistent way with new accounts, or in other words, like, once you're trying to kind of expand past your current pond. So there's these 3 ways to do that, 3 types of leads: seeds, nets, and spears. And seeds, outbound prospecting, outbound business development. Yep, so Flora the dog agrees, if you can hear that. So seeds, outbound seeds, word of mouth. I'm getting them all mixed up. It's all the S's. Seeds, word of mouth. So usually happy customers, customer referrals, people friends, family, networks, right? Relationships, word of mouth is the best. Hard to grow. Best way to make it predictable, if you can, is through customer success management. Just hello, my spouse, can you please? The dog, yeah.
The dog.
Like, it's really, can you get the dog?
It's funny because
so loud.
Aaron is we can't hear the dog that badly, and it's not nearly as interesting as Sarah's dog. That we won't go into the story for a 3rd time, but yeah, dogs are dogs. It's gonna happen.
They're great. Yeah, we have probably it's no secret, 9 kids, but we also have 4 dogs because why not? So 3 ways. Word of mouth, hard to grow. Best way, kind of like a customer success management program. Nets, marketing, quantity over quality. Usually lots of leads, few are going to be a good fit. Inbound marketing, great, love it. And then spears, outbound prospecting. So you have a human, typically, they have a targeted list, could be for partners, could be for customers, biz dev. Again, all 3 are great. It may not, you don't do all 3 at once, but over time you want all 3. So let's just say that you've nailed your niche. So you've got a way to connect with people who don't know you, to interest them in a conversation. That itself is a very challenging proposition. So typically, as you're starting to invest in paid lead generation, paid growth, the seeds and nets types of lead generation programs drive leads typically into you, right? Inbound leads, right? So you have SDRs, you become inbound SDRs to respond to them. I'm not a fan of the term SDR itself, because what I found is that so many people confuse the job SDR, and they kind of mix inbound and outbound, which are completely separate jobs. We'll get to that. So seeds and nets tend to drive leads in, handled by inbound SDRs. Outbound prospecting. In this case, usually, ideally, done by a dedicated outbound SDR. Could be done, of course, by other people, but outbound SDR is driving that. And they're all, whatever way you're doing, you want predictable lead generation as much as you can, because that is what will lead to predictable revenue. So one thing to mention, because I get these questions a lot, is like, hey, which one should I focus on? Seeds, nets, or spears? You know, kind of word of mouth, or content marketing, inbound marketing, or outbound. So I would say typically, you always, if you're early stage, right, a few 100,000, under $1 million or two, you know, it's word of mouth is going to get things going usually. So once you have some customers, you next kind of build on when you're ready for paid growth, or basically investing to connect with audiences who don't know you yet. If you're a product company, or if your thing is somewhat easy for people to get, simple explanation, outbound, better place to start. If you're a services company, again, generally it's harder to explain what you do for people to click in and kind of get it. Or if it's something complex you do, often a platform, usually you want to start with content marketing. It's just a better way to engage people so that you can kind of explain to them what you do so they can get it. At some point, again, you want to do inbound and outbound, the two great tastes that taste great together. Peanut butter and chocolate. I guess in the States, they say peanut butter and jelly. I don't know about other places. That's kind of when you start. Can you break the rules? Yeah. I mean, look, if you're a founder or a revenue executive and you just have a real passion for one or the other, like word of mouth or content marketing or outbound, like do start with whatever you just are into, because all of them are challenging no matter what you do. And you're going to have to be able to have the endurance and the determination to go the distance to get off the ground and make it work well. Moving on. So now I referred to this, this idea that outbound and inbound SDRs are different, right? And there's a Bridge Group, love Trish Bertuzzi, there's a Bridge Group survey or study, I think it was last year, that said that 75% of SDR teams mix kind of inbound, right, responding to inbound leads, and outbound prospecting. Now, I don't know what percentage, a lot of those, I'm assuming, are basically like inbound SDRs that are doing some prospecting on the side. Okay, I get that. The problem is there are a lot of companies and they just have the SDR job, and those SDRs, their job is to do inbound and outbound. That doesn't work. That just does not work. They're two completely different jobs, different mindsets, metrics, process, methodology, communication, comp, quota, everything. There's a veneer of similarity, meetings, emails, etc. But no, totally different. So if you want, the bottom line is, if you want outbound prospecting to work, be effective in a predictable way, you need dedicated resources, including could be dedicated outbound SDRs. That's a cardinal rule. Cardinal rule number one. Okay.
Totally. I like to think
off my soapbox now. Off my soapbox.
Man, no, I couldn't agree with you more. As somebody who sat and I've tasted the inbound and I've tasted the outbound and done both, and both as a rep, I've seen it as a manager of SDRs, and now as sort of like trying to organize and build sales teams. The experience of being in the mindset of being an inbound rep is so different than an outbound rep. You might sit them down, and if you're watching them sit at their chairs, you might not be able to tell from the outside. But with an inbound rep, you're used to customers coming to you, right? And with inbound, they're generally motivated, and there's tons of motivation there. And then you jump on the phone with them and you qualify them, right? And that's the mindset that you fall into, and it's a very a passive mindset. And I don't mean any sort of slant against anybody that's doing inbound, but it's sort of a sit and wait. And you absolutely have to work your opportunities, and there's tons of work to be done. And the ones that don't show up, there's obviously, like, you have to be active in going after them. But it's a very different mindset. It's sort of like if you're sitting at the bottom of the hill and customers are kind of rolling down to you, right? You kind of sit and you're like, oh, well, is that one the right shape? Is that the right size? And you're trying to like judge. And then when you sit in the outbound seat, you're on the other side of the hill, right? And now you've got to push rock up the hill. And if you stop pushing, the rock just rolls down and crushes you or just takes off. And so having that mindset of, okay, I've got to go hunt my own dinner. I've got to go hunt. I've got to go hunt. I've got to go hunt every day. It's that hunger that lives in you. That if you're mixing the two, it's really hard from a rep perspective to stay focused on the outbound. That's at least my experience.
Yep, it's true.
And so if we dial it into, come back to the formula here, that first piece was consistent top of funnel, right? And so Aaron was talking about, you need to be adding net new meetings with new logos into your account execs pipelines on a regular basis, which is like which is a hard thing to do and is impressive if you've managed to do it. But as the formula says, it's not the only thing that's important, but it certainly is that first half of the formula. And the second piece is really making sure that we're working every opportunity to the best possible outcome. And this involves your entire team, because a strong sales process can turn crappy meetings into gold, but a weak sales process is going to turn great golden meetings into shit. And you're not going to get anywhere if you've got a really weak sales process. And so there's so much room that we could talk about within this sort of second piece of the formula. But I want to get to chat. I want to get to questions. And we'll leave some room at the end to sort of dive in. But really, I think the biggest piece, if I look at like, what is the leading edge? What is the start of this formula? It's really that discovery process, right? If you're operating, if I come back to my sort of hill analogy, if you are treating, if you're an account exec or whoever it is that's taking this sort of first discovery call meeting, and you're expecting the rocks to be rolling down the hill to you, and your questions and your process is all designed as if these rocks are rolling down, these customers are motivated but not qualified, or not necessarily qualified, if that's the unknown, that's a very, very different mindset than if you need to be pushing that rock up the hill. And so the second piece of the formula is making sure that you're running a killer discovery, because you need to be qualifying for, are they the right person? Great. Are they motivated? Right. And I think we'll get into a little bit time and like, should we, how do we, do we bant, do we medic, et cetera, sort of not as relevant. But what we're really looking for in this first meeting is this the right person? And is there some sort of pain here? Because if they're not the right person, okay, let's fire that back to the sales dev org and let's push them to go find the right person. And then let's qualify for pain, right? If they're the right person at the right kind of company, but there's no pain yet, that's great. I mean, it's not like I'm going to close them in the next 90 days, great, but it's still a great connection. And as somebody who spent most of my life as an account exec before becoming an entrepreneur, these are my favorite type of, I guess, lost reasons why I'm not going to lose a deal is they're not ready yet. I love that because that gets me in early. That means this person hasn't even entered the buying journey. It means they haven't even talked to any of my competitors. So the earlier I can get in my opinion, the better, because now this deal isn't going to close this quarter, but it's going to close 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 quarters from now. And all it takes is a little bit of consistency in that process, in my follow-up, in my nurture, to really connect the dots there, because that's when outbound gets really powerful. If you're an account exec, if you're an SDR, is not the first month you do it. It's not even the first 6 months you do it. It's after you've built up this stash, this little pot, this little pile of gold of these prospects that you've talked to that are the right person, they're at the right company, they've got some kind of pain, or they might not be like actively trying to solve that pain, but you know that there's something. And so that's why that first piece of working every opportunity relentlessly is that discovery call. Because if you miss it here, you're basically killing the rest of the op, and nothing you do, pardon me, downstream is going to make a difference. And so killer discovery is the first piece. Then regular call coaching and review and deal review is the second piece. Because it's one thing to say, hey, we've got a great discovery process. It's another thing to make sure that the whole team is running that same playbook, that they're asking the right questions, that they're working every opportunity. And this isn't one of those things where you can just rely on super reps to be super reps. This is one of those things where we need the entire organization working opportunities in like the same way. And it's impossible to hire those like unicorn reps that just consistently close. And so what we need to do here is make sure that we're regularly coaching and giving everybody the training that they need to be successful here. And so like I said, it takes the whole team. That first step is the sales development rep to make sure you're booking the meeting. The second step, that leading, is making sure that your AE or whoever's closing is running a great discovery. And then the kind of 2A, I guess, is making sure that the sales managers are coming in and reinforcing with call coaching, call review on a regular basis. And then the last piece here, which I kind of alluded to, is to work them on their own timelines. And I'm going to pause for a second. I just want you to think on that. The number one thing, the number one, I guess, self-limiting belief that I've seen of so many customers that we've worked with, not all, and certainly not the majority, hopefully, but a large enough number that I feel the need to say something, is that they feel like there's no value in a meeting, there's no value in talking to somebody if they don't have a project in the next 90 days. The single most destructive thing you can do to your future pipeline is that attitude. Because if you're treating everybody like it's they're basically a means to an end. I only care about the prospect if they're going to buy something from me in the next 90 days. It's the single most destructive attitude. If you are treating them like humans and you're getting to know them, you're building that relationship, and then you're helping them, if and when they come into pain and on their own timeline, because we can't manipulate them into, as much as the outside world thinks we're a bunch of used car salesmen, that can convince people to do anything. The reality is that that's just not the case, and that's very rarely been the case. Maybe I just wasn't a very good car salesman. I can say that because I did sell one single car, not cars. But anyway, working opportunities on their own timeline, and what this looks like, we'll go a little bit deeper into the timelines a little bit later. But it's not pressuring. It's not trying to force them up. Like, you've got to be enough to be driving the momentum to sort of push them up the hill a little bit. But you might not get them over the hump. You might get them to that sort of first plateau where it's like, hey, we know each other. And I know there's a bit of pain, but you know what? Let's just hang out at this plateau until you're ready to take that next step. And so those are the kind of big pieces, is like running a great discovery process, making sure that you're consistent with your opportunity, like how you're working these opportunities, and then making sure that you're nurturing these accounts for the long run. Because if you're just throwing away, like if you think about, let's say a magic number, 1 in 20 customers is in an active buying mode. That's 5% of the market, which I think is probably generous. I've heard things of like 7 to 3%, but let's just use 5 because it makes the math easy for a guy like me. That means that if you're an SDR and you're booking 10 meetings a month, that means every other month you're going to get one person who's like in a process or in a buying mode. And that means that 95% of these people you're talking to are going to fall into the camp that I'm talking about, and they're going to require strong nurture programs over the course of not just 3 months, but multiple quarters. And this is really where the majority of your deals, opportunities, return on investment is going to come from. Aaron, I know you've got a couple of tactics and you've got some things that you want to add here.
Jump to that. So just maybe one common mistake too on that discovery process, which really also starts at the qualification, right? There's qualification and discovery, kind of go hand in hand. There's often an SDR, inbound or outbound, AE. So within that whole kind of like scope of qualification, whoever's doing it, and discovery, whoever's doing it, just remember at these early stages, like inbound opportunities and leads are very often very different than outbound. You need separate, different sets of qualification criteria for each of them. So the inbound criteria tend to have more items because you can, they're usually a little further along in their thinking, researching, and you're trying to route them. They hopefully already know who you are and a bit about what you do. That's not the case with outbound. Right? So with outbound, you're going to them, right? It's a kind of a pet peeve I have, that there's this myth that's floated around that buyers have already done 76% of all their thinking and research before they talk to you. I mean, that is complete truth for inbound leads, but complete BS for outbound. And the point of outbound is you're going out to people to start conversations, to introduce a new idea, often before they may even know that your solution exists. They might know they have a problem, but they may not know yet what the solution could be. So you're kind of bringing a new idea. Your goal there is not to have BANT. With Outbound, you're really trying to talk to someone with influence or power, identify they have a need and they're interested in the next step. So I don't have a fancy acronym. It's just ANI: authority, need, and interest. But the point is, your outbound criteria is different than inbound. So a common mistake, kind of as Collin alluded to, which is if your salespeople are just used to having all inbound leads and deals, they become inbound dependent. And so when they get on outbound appointments and not used to, sort of discovering from scratch, selling from scratch, they often fumble. So that's really important. Another one, however you define your sales stages, you're not gonna have perfect stages. It's impossible. So whatever you have, just do your best to try to get everyone to apply them as consistently as possible. Because the consistency is more important than the actual definitions of the stages. If people are using your stages inconsistently, you can't measure them or use them anyway. So at least if you're using them consistently, you can have baselines and kind of measure progress or problems. The last one, the Zora's T-shaped funnel, is this idea from the Impossible to Inevitable book. Zora, they're a recurring revenue billing platform. They've got to be probably more than a couple $100 million of revenue. They're public, a couple billion valuation. I haven't checked lately. But they sell, one of their big segments are Fortune 1000 companies. And the nature of their model is sometimes it takes 2 or 3 years for a company to be ready for a buying decision. Because if you're talking to Ford Motor Company, and if they're basically deciding, do we create a subscription product or not? There's nothing you can do. You have to wait for them to decide for their business they're going to do a subscription product, and then they're in a position to consider technologies. So their T-shaped funnel is this idea that they've got this, just call it like 1,000 target accounts, and they're doing their best to engage all of them over time. So they never know when someone actually makes that business decision internally and they're ready to evaluate Zora, then they drop down the T into their own funnel. So it's just kind of being ready to realize that you have to be prepared to kind of nurture accounts for as long as it takes if they're a good fit. You can't control when that is usually, and just be ready and be there and kind of stay top of mind and be helpful to them. And so when they're ready to make a decision and can evaluate you, they think of you and they're already pre-educated. That's called the T-shaped funnel. That's a good one.
Totally. I love that. And I see Zeal in the chat saying, hey, subscribe. And so since he's saying that, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We got a bunch of content coming out over the next couple of weeks, specifically on the things that we were talking about today. So if you want to make sure you don't miss that, make sure you hit the subscribe button and then that little bell notification icon to make sure that YouTube actually tells you when the content comes out. So thank you to Zeal in chat for the reminder there. So if the first piece is booking a ton of meetings and the second piece is working them all to the best possible outcome, don't we have it there? Like, isn't that good enough? And as I kind of alluded to, it's not. Because if you're just looking at this in a very short-term lens, if you're saying, okay, 6 months into a sales development program, if I don't have ROI, oh, this thing's a total failure, right? Like, this is the third leg. And so it's all about the time, it's the investment, it's the resources, it's how you think about this. If you are doing the most frustrating thing I've seen, and I've seen this a number of times, is teams get the meetings right. And then they get to about the 6-7 month mark, and then they start closing deals. And a manager comes in, or the CEO, or whoever it is, economic decision maker, goes, it took too long to get that first deal closed, so we're going to shut this down. This whole program doesn't make sense. And it's so painful sitting in my seat because I'm watching this organization put a monumental amount of work into pushing a giant rock up a hill to get a new program off the ground, up and running. Cold email, cold calling, everything is so hard. There's so much. And so you watch them sweat and grind and push, and they get to just about the top, or maybe it flattens, it plateaus, and you can see that it's going to start rolling downhill real soon. And then somebody comes in, the person that writes the check, and goes, took too long to get to the top of this hill, so we're going to cut it. It's like you've created all of this potential energy, literally potential if we're talking physics, and you're going to watch it like it's so close. You just need another 3 months to really see this thing rocking and rolling. it's probably the number one thing that frustrates me about my job is watching people put all this work in. They get so close, and then they're like, "Nah, took too long." It's like, but you're right there. You're right there. You're literally right there. It's like driving from wherever you are to go see the Grand Canyon, and then getting like a mile out and be like, you know what, it took too long. Let's turn around and go home. Let's go find a different. Let's go look at Mount Rushmore instead. It's like, but it's right there. It's so close. You just need just give me just a little bit more time. Yeah. I'll stop rambling because it genuinely is one of, like, if not the most frustrating part of my day or my job. Like, it's certainly top 3. And so I just want to share, and Aaron, I know you know a bunch about the timelines here, but really we should be talking sort of 12 to 24 months. And if we're looking at the sort of quarters, your experience will vary wildly. I promise you that. The only thing that I can tell you about these numbers here is that these are wrong for you. These are the average numbers, right? And these are going to smooth out the highs, the peaks, and the valleys. So some people are going to take a lot longer. Some people are going to take a lot less time. And I'll add the caveat that this is specifically for the first time that you do this. So if you've been there, you've done this before, if you've hired a senior sales development exec, you're going to get there faster. It may not be light years faster, but it's going to get there faster. So if we look at Q1, you're hiring the team. This is from a cold start. You got nothing. You've got maybe a couple of account execs. Maybe you've got an inbound organization and a couple of AEs, or maybe you don't have anything at all. You're hiring your first team. And in my head, that first team, we can talk about this in chat. So let me know what your first team looked like. If you started the just SDR first route, or if you started the SDR manager first. I'm a huge fan of SDR manager first. If you've got the budget, SDR manager and 2 SDRs. And you can probably stagger this by a month or 2 to give the SDR manager time to start putting things in place and actually hit the phones themselves. I say hit the phones, I mean like hit your outreach, hit your sales loft, et cetera, so that they're actually cutting their teeth and they're writing all that messaging. But it's hiring that first team, manager plus 2 SDRs. That's going to take you 3 months minimum if you're lucky, if you already know somebody. So if Q1 is hiring your first team, Q2 is going to be ramping them, onboarding them, ramping them up to like hitting some sort of minimum quota. And generally, if I'm looking at quotas and I'm forced to share some general stats on the internet, I'm going to be a little bit conservative. I'd say like 2, 4, 7 for the first 3 months. Everybody will differ. We see clients come in and they get a bunch of meetings, and the first month they're like, see, you were wrong. And then we have clients that are like, they take 4 months or 5 months to start hitting that ramp. You will hit it. There's just lots of roadblocks. We don't have time to go into all of them. And it's so easy to just hit one of those little pieces in the formula that multiply everything by 0. And so Q2 is ramping to productivity. Q3, you're going to start to see these meetings from Q2 starting to turn into pipeline. And then Q4 to 6, depending on your sales cycle and how long your sort of typical deals tend to take, you're going to start to see that ramp to consistent closing. And so we're talking at least 18 months before you're starting to see, air quotes, predictable revenue. And so if your boss has bought you the book and put you in the chair and said, hey, I want you to create this for me, and they're 9 months in, they're like, oh, it's not very predictable what you're doing here, you need to point them back to this slide, this formula, and say, listen, it takes time, and there's no way to just turn on a fire hose of net new revenue in 3 months. That's impossible. So Aaron, I know you got a few things to add here. What's your take?
Well, like you said, it's impossible to add that new revenue in 3 months. I think the internal joke was, the CEO who's saying, hey, we've been doing this for 3-4 months. Like, there's no revenue yet. I'm like, well, how long is your sales cycle? 6 months. So the thing is, when you think about ramping a team or program, getting to quality pipeline, and then adding a sales cycle, and one of the gotchas people forget about or don't realize is that if you say, well, our sales cycle's been 3 months. Okay, but yeah, if that was for maybe inbound leads that already knew you, were familiar with you, so on. So your outbound sales cycle might be double that, 6 months. So there's a lot that goes into building your funnel and kind of getting experience to know what your funnel is like through data, so that you have that predictability. It can take, a year and a half. Everyone's, as Colin said, some people are faster, a lot of people are slower. If you're a services company or a tough niche, it could be longer. There's a lot of factors that go in. So I think the idea is that you, I mean, even at Salesforce.com, which really had a great product, it took, a year. I think the last quarter, there's a lot closed. But really, even like Mark and the executive team didn't kind of decide to expand the team from 2 people to a lot more until after. Yeah, it took a year. So you just got to be in it for the long haul until like. But in the meantime, you should see traction, right? Every month. Sorry, can you guys just hear me? Is my audio right?
Yep. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I think So you should be seeing things like, response rates, connect rates, meetings, like a lot of indicators you're going in that direction the entire way. The first few months may or may not be extra frustrating, but you should see progress, if not revenue yet. So nowadays, look, yeah, there's a lot of new problems that didn't exist before. Some problems are the same: time management, crafting emails. The form of the problem might have changed. By the way, everyone's still, especially in sales teams, but there's still just so many challenges to writing good emails. So, but here's just some common ones I still see, right? We talked about teams getting sales specialization wrong, like specifically not dedicating outbound prospectors to outbound, right? You just having inbound SDRs do part-time prospecting, and it's not going to get you that consistent top of funnel that you want. It's just not. You need dedicated resources, whether it's an outside firm, whether it's your own people, but they need to be focused because it's hard, like anything else. Like I say, for a sports team, is there any sports team where the coach says everybody attack and everybody defend? It doesn't make sense for salespeople to do all their own prospecting and closing, or SDRs do all the inbound leads and try to do outbound on the side. Inbox noise is a real thing. Everyone's just super busy, but it's outbound still works. Just means you have to be more targeted, focused on the right customers, the right message, and know your different channels. Inaccurate dashboards. It's hard to get outbound metrics right. There's a lot of subjectivity. Was it qualified or not? Was it outbound or not? A lot of salespeople who appreciate their prospector gonna do them a favor. Yeah, I'll accept this. Was it really? That's just one example. And again, just this complexity and overwhelm, all the technologies, fields, it's just a lot. So that's one of the things that, even though the amount of published practices and technologies helps simplify things and speed things up, the complexity confuses things and slows it down. So sorry, we're kind of in this moving the same speed we were 10 years ago, even with all the new technology. Collin, let me flip back to you.
There we go. Muted myself there. One of the things that a conversation I had with the head of revenue, Julian, in the days leading up to predictable revenue was, I know Aaron was going to talk about data and was going to talk about Salesforce. So I said, well, how did we do? Right? Like Aaron and I wrote about a bunch of these things, and we said, these are all the critical pieces to generating predictable revenue and measuring it and creating the dashboards and that. How did we do? And we didn't get, I don't know if we got a passing grade or not. Let's put it that way. And so I said, well, what's your wish list? If you're starting a new team from scratch, what are the things that you would want? And I want to make sure we leave time for chat. And I see lots of questions in there. So I'll just leave this slide with you. If you want to get a copy of this slide, or if you got questions about the content, the link to the slides, as well as Julian, the one who posted this wish list, is going to be in Slack. So the whole idea is these are the things that are going to give you insight into what does this growth machine look like, right? Are people showing up to meetings? Are people booking meetings? Are they not showing up? Are they turning into pipeline? Is that pipeline turning into real potential revenue? And then, is that revenue actually going to become real? And so there's a lot of context that goes into this, and I just want to throw them all up in a slide, but we don't actually need to go into them. I do want to remind everybody, if we go to that last slide there, the formula: consistent top of funnel, consistent process, time, right? Those are the 3 big pieces. Aaron, I want to put it back to you here. If we look at that first piece of the funnel, what's the most important element for you when it comes to the consistent top of funnel?
I think if it's outbound, it's just to make sure you have people who are focused on it full time, and you're not trying to have like an intern do it either. You got to have like a good person. They don't have to experience, but they got to have to be, get head on their shoulders, problem solver, and do it full time. Help figure it out, whether they're the project leader or the actual prospector. Focus.
Perfect. So if I'm looking at in Slack or in chat, I will throw you a link to chat or to the Slack chat room in just a second here. If you give me let me find that down or track that down for you. Here we go. I'll throw that in chat. Beautiful. There it is. So if I look at the second piece here, work every opportunity relentlessly. The biggest piece, and I'm going to cheat here because it's really two pieces. It's an effective discovery and it's working accounts on their terms, on their timelines, on the right, on the right timeline. And if you're not running an effective discovery, these deals aren't going to enter pipeline in the first place. And so that's step one. And then step two is you need to work them for the long term. And so if you're not doing that, you're not going to turn them into actual revenue, or at least you're not going to turn as many. And you might cherry pick, like I said, 1 in 20 might turn into an opportunity, but 1 in 20 is not good enough. I want 20 out of 20 to enter my pipeline. They may not all move at the same speed. And in fact, I can guarantee they certainly won't, but I want to get all 20 in pipeline. If an SDR says hey, I think they're a potential, and then the AE confirms, yeah, they're the right person, right company, I never want my AEs to let that lead die, to let the conversation die. And it's okay that there's a sort of mutually agreed upon next step, and it could be 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But if you're not doing that, it's not happening.
Yep.
So Aaron, the last piece, time.
Yeah, I'd say it's not just about like setting it and forgetting it, just let it sit for 12 months. And like, it's really like that intentional, checking in on it, being aware of it. Is there progress? Where is there a problem? Month after, week after week and month after month. And honestly, it can get very tedious and boring. So you got to kind of get through that and push through that to get to the side of like creating that revenue. Once it's created and you have a track record, it's easier for people to be patient because they kind of know, oh, it takes me 2 months to ramp and 7 months for this. And yeah, that first part where you just don't know and you just got to work on faith, or that's a big part of it. Especially if you lose a key person. Yeah, it's like that intentional practice that the 10,000 hours guy mentioned. Can't remember the author's name.
Malcolm Gladwell.
Yeah,
I think he made it popular, but I don't remember. I don't think it was actually his.
Someone, yeah. It's like intentional time. It's like you're not just, you're watching, you're using it well for progress month over month.
Cool. Thanks, Aaron. Want to go to chat because I see a ton of questions in there, and thanks to everybody for jumping in. Zeal for having, really living up to the name, the most energy in chat I see. So questions. So what are some best practices for what are the right tools for cutting down on the phone tag and delivering on the effective follow-up? So let's go to Aaron. What do you think? What are your thoughts on the sort of, is there a right tool?
On cutting down on phone tag, actually, if you can move, if someone's open to moving to text or WhatsApp, I feel like that's really helps a lot. I haven't used it. I know she said, is it Slack Connect? That's the name between Slack. I think trying to get off email helps. Mm-hmm. But I think ultimately, it just takes a lot of follow-up typically. So it's probably try to focus on, if I had one thing, I'd say most people, it's pretty rare to see someone who writes emails that are really tight. Just really put yourself in the space of, who am I writing to? Why would they care? Like copywriting, just practice that. Try to write better emails, shorter, easier to read, easier to act on. Or whatever the channel is, email, LinkedIn, whatever your channel is, just try to write better.
Couldn't agree more. And I'll plus on the, I'm just going to show the schedule for a minute because we got some talks coming up with somebody who I think might have some pretty cool things to say about it. Scott Barker at 11:15 and Michael and Jim also at 11:15 in Zoom. So if you're hanging out in YouTube, you're going to follow me over to the roundtable with Scott. And if you are wanting to join that other one, check your email or check Slack for a link to join that other roundtable. But I will say text, hugely effective if you're in communication with the person already. Torlando, you've heard me say this already. Zeal, you've been here for a bit. Sending meeting calendar invites is super, super effective. If you've already got permission to sort of contact them and go back and forth. It is not very effective if you're sending it cold. Zeal had a question about data sources. How do you map the entire universe of people who can buy across your SDR team? We have access to all the data in Zoom, but sometimes we're unsure of testing new segments. Aaron, what are your thoughts?
Actually, you might.
Yep.
I'm gonna mute. I got a cough coming.
So I'll start. I think, Zeal, it's a great approach is to start by thinking about how do I map everything. We've got some, and I'll get Marisol or Julian in the chat to fire some links to Kenny's talks on the market fit side of things, because those are really great resources and sort of provides a bit of a methodology for how to do it. But I think thinking about it in the first place as mapping the market, and then coming up with all the potential permutations of that, and then deciding on these are the top ones, and then going and building that list. Because if you just said, okay, well, we've access to all of Zoom, but it's still going to cost you X per contact to pull that contact into your Salesforce, whether you're paying Zoom for it or just the cost of managing those contacts. So you want to make sure you figure out what is our total addressable market? How do we break that down into intelligent segments? And I would recommend checking out the market fit content we have there, and then picking those top ones and testing some hypotheses on, okay, well, here's our top segment. I think they're going to respond to this type of campaign. It's a very scientific way of thinking about it. But that's probably, that'd be my initial approach. And another reminder from Zeal as I scroll down chat here to hit that subscribe button. We've got some more great content coming out on these topics. So if you want to make sure that you don't miss anything, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification icon. We got a great question here from Torlando Raymond. Thank you for hitting the subscribe button. I appreciate that. Torlando, what should you do if your company resources necessitate the SDR to play both sides? Should they focus on one and accommodate the other? So basically, how do you balance if I'm a SDR and I've got to do inbound and outbound?
Well, yeah, inbound comes first if you're getting any good leads, right? Because that's just free money if you're getting good leads from inbound. So that comes first, and then after that, outbound. If it turns out, because it does happen sometimes, that all your inbound leads are just kind of not a fit, and it's really rare, you only get a handful, or most of them is just kind of once in a while you get a good one, then you make outbound your priority. So one is your priority, and the other is an afterthought. Having said that, if you don't get a lot of inbound leads, again, maybe that's something that a sales manager or someone can handle part-time, at least for routing. Try to anything that can kind of free up your outbound time. It takes just like blocks of dedicated time. One of the challenges is that outbound is a slow rhythm. There's a lot more research and thinking and kind of trying, while inbound is a very fast rhythm, right? You have to kind of be on it if something comes in.
Perfect. We get a question from John Simo. Aaron, do you have any principles or tips for running a killer discovery process? I mean, that was my slide, John, but we'll ask Aaron. I don't take any offense to it.
I think make sure, inbound versus outbound. And I would say the main one is that trying to take your salespeople and as part of their onboarding, introduce them to all parts of your company. Like the best way to onboard someone is to have them kind of shadow as many different types of calls as possible. Sales calls, marketing calls, customer support. Like, can they get on some customer support calls and listen to what the customers are saying? And that, as well as the more conversations they can have, the better. If you're onboarding a prospector, it's tough because just the nature of the job is it's very slow to have enough conversations. To have them call old inbound leads if you've got them, or friends or other people. So the more they can either listen to calls from across the company, not just sales, because if they understand, the more they understand about the product and who uses it and what works and listen to customers, it'll be easier for them to actually run a discovery because they know the fit versus they're trying to run a discovery by just reading, off of pre-done script or template.
Totally. So we got we got bunches of questions. If we didn't get to them, we got a couple minutes left until we got to run to the roundtable. But Dots was asking Aaron, any tips? So Dots is about to take on running an SDR team. Any tips for leading SDRs?
If you haven't done prospecting or whatever the SDRs are doing, do some yourself. I can't remember if it was Sarah or Danielle who said it earlier this morning, but the only way that you'll really be great at that team, or the main way, is if you have a hand in it, so you know what it's like to be in the trenches doing the job. And even if you've done it before, do it. If it's a new company, do it to the new company. Okay, I believe any VP of sales that you hire should be willing to have some sales cycles with customers, so they know what it's like to be hands-on, so they're better able to document, manage, coach, or train the people they've got. So get your hands dirty.
Beautiful. Everybody saying thanks for that. John was asking, how do you gauge the right timeline outside of asking directly? I would ask directly. I mean, through the conversation, and it's tough to give you specific advice without looking at, okay, well, where are we in the sales process? But asking about, when you're asking those questions that are going to elicit pain responses, right? You're going to be able to quantify that and understand, like, where is it in their list of priorities, right? If you think about, how they're organizing their life, if they're an executive, they might follow something like rocks, or they might be MBO, or they might be, have KPIs, or they might have priorities, or however it is. Like, you want to understand how they are managing their quarters, managing their plan for the year, and asking sort of, where does this fit on their list of priorities? I mean, that's probably one of my favorite questions. Usually you can kind of get a sense for it. You can hear how they're talking about things, whether, like, you can almost tell if they're leaning in a little bit or if they're sort of sitting back. If they're leaning in, they're probably a little bit more interested. And yeah, this is something that we're really doing. If they're leaning back, they're probably, there's all these little things to tell, especially if you're on a video chat. But I think just simply asking, where does this fit on your priorities list, right? And if it's not right now, okay, well, what has to change between now and then for this to make it to the top of your list? And then make sure you are absolutely recording that, and not just recording what that next step is, but also recording when they're going to take that next step. And so that when you go to follow up, you've got this. And Sarah's jumping in to say hello and kick us out of here, because it is time for us to make our way. So I see lots of questions in chat. Come track us down in Slack. I'm happy to answer your questions. We got to go run roundtables right now. I think Sarah.
Yeah, before you jump off, just so that I can speak to the people on the live stream, if you guys are signed up for the roundtable with Michael Palladino and Jim Donovan from PandaDoc, that's super exciting. That is coming up right now. So you're going to want to click that Zoom link that you have. Here we have them joining us now. Yet they're ready to take us through a riveting roundtable. So you don't want to miss that.
Right.
Click the link, because you got to join us in the Zoom room. It's not on the live stream. The one that is going to be live streamed is going to be Scott Barker's roundtable. For those of you wanting to watch the Jim and Michael roundtable, that will be part of the recordings. You'll be able to catch it. And if any of you didn't manage to sign up and you want to, fire it off in Slack, and we'll send you that link, and you can join that Zoom room. But I just wanted to let all you live streamers know that if you're supposed to be on the Jim and Michael one, click that link. You're not gonna follow Collin's live stream.
Cool. And Jim, are you at PandaDoc? I couldn't tell.
I am. I apologize. I've got the Belarusian flag in the background there.
Yeah.
Flag.
I was trying to think, what flag is that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll explain in a moment.
Cool. Well, thanks everybody. Michael, Jim, have a great roundtable. Sarah, I'll catch you in a few. Chat
in a bit.
And chat. You're following me. Thanks,
Pop
Aaron.
off as well. Thanks, everyone.
All right. See everybody.
Bye.
Bet you Scott's wondering, like, where are these guys? Why are they so late? Why are they not here yet?
Whatever the case is, so.
Here we go.
That's awesome, man.
What's up, everybody? Scott, how are you, man?
Scott, I'm excellent. How are you doing? How's
Good.
everything's going on a tight oiled system right now, or what?
Yeah, I mean, we're a minute behind getting to this one. There's tons of questions
Pretty
in
good.
chat. We got a pretty live chat group here, so I'm
Cool.
super excited. I teased people earlier. I'm not sure how many people are hanging around from when we were opening, but I was saying from our podcast, it was one of the best cold email scripts, cold email templates most creative that I've ever seen, and we've used it since it had a great response rate. And I know you've been on hundreds of podcasts, and ours was a long time ago. But do you remember the one that I'm talking about?
Sorry, choked on water.
Don't die, man. Don't die.
Can't die right now. That'd be terrible timing. I think I do, man. Was it the because it's still one of my best performing of all time. Is it the cold call email script? Yeah, it's a good one, dude. That's a good one.
Yeah,
I can share that one for sure.
So for everybody,
and yeah, it works.
For everybody that hasn't heard, why don't you walk us through that?
Yeah, totally. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we got 150 people following us on YouTube.
I love it. What's up, everyone? Okay, I'll give the secret sauce behind this email, and it worked incredibly well for me 4 years ago, and I've used it ever since. It gets an incredible reply rate, open rate. And basically the premise is the subject line is nobody likes a cold call. So this is a first touch email when you're going cold outbound. And what you do is the opening line is, hey, I know nobody likes a cold call. So I decided to transcribe what a typical cold call looks like. And then what you're going to do, you're going to use your sales engagement solution to do a dynamic field that has their name, and then they'll go, hello. And then you put your name, and you'll go, oh, hey, it's Scott calling from Outreach, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, Bob, not a good time. Sorry, man. And then you kind of do your objection handling, and you go down. And it's really interesting because it's different. People like different. It's kind of novel. You'll usually get some chuckles from people. You're poking fun at yourself, falling on your sword, if you will, Sandler-esque. And then secondly, it gives you a chance in that email to handle like 2 or 3 objections because you're going to put them in. So I don't know if I did a good job. It's easier to see than to describe. Yeah. Maybe we'll put something in the show notes, but that's one that's worked incredibly well. And I have seen it work in just about every industry that I've consulted and advised for.
I love it. We've used it. I love the fact that you can just have this back and forth with yourself. Mm-hmm. It's sort of like hilarious. It's sort of admitting that I'm insane and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So the next piece to that, so the second touch of that sequence, I'll usually say just that. So I'll usually do a video, and it will be something along the line. The opening line will be, hey, I got tired of talking to myself on that email. I was going a little crazy. Here's the reason I'm reaching out, blah, blah, blah. And a quick thing. So they don't respond on the first one. They'll usually respond to the video touch.
Cool. I love that, man. We used it. I've used it. It's hilarious. So if you are in chat, I threw a link. If you want to come hang out, ask some questions, throw your video on, come talk to Scott. This is one of those roundtables we wanted to be like a little bit less conferencey, a little bit more like we're hanging out in the hallways. And I love Scott, and I wanted to pull him aside and ask him some questions, and you all get a chance to. And so I've got some seed questions to get the conversation going. But if you feel inclined, come on, hang out with us. If you don't, hang out in Zoom or hang out in YouTube. No skin off my back. But if you are going to hang out in YouTube, YouTube, hit that subscribe button so that we can you don't miss any more of our content when it comes out in the next couple of weeks here. Scott is one of my favorite podcast hosts, guests. You're author of The Forecast, which I'm going to ask you about a little bit. Sales Hacker OG. I don't know what the best way to describe you there is, and then Evangelist at Outreach. That's a lot of things, man. Our team wrote out, all these other awards, but we don't have, 25 minutes for me to read out all the accomplishments. And so I'm curious. Yeah. Like we're talking about how to build community, and Kelly just joined. So Kelly, come on in, say hello. And if anybody else is in YouTube, come on in and say hello. I'm Collin. This is Scott. Scott, welcome. Kelly, welcome.
Hi.
Kelly.
How's it going?
It's going well. Thanks for hanging out.
I wasn't expecting to actually be welcomed right there and then there. Just clicked impulsively.
Totally.
Hey.
I'm going to click a link and suddenly we're hanging out on YouTube with a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, right? Kind of cool.
Hey, this is awesome. It's kind of cool. We get to like actually see chat. So like I see John been asking a bunch of questions. Yeah, man.
What's up, John?
How's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going? Awesome. I love the content so far. It's been awesome to watch the summit.
Sweet.
Love
Thanks.
it.
Caesar, what's up? Kelly, Sachi, right on. All right. So anybody have a question for Scott that you want to lead off with, or do we go right with the pre-planned ones? Panic. I'm like, where did I write those pre-planned ones?
I'll jump in. Why don't I kick it off? I'll get the ball rolling because I think this format itself lends so beautifully to this topic, right? We have a bunch of people on here, and I'm only one person, and I have some answers that I've collected along my journey, but I don't have all of them. And it lends very nicely to this topic because we're talking about community, and what better format than to have a little micro community that we have right now. So I can give a little bit of a background. You know, you gave me a background, but specifically around this topic, and then feel free to anyone just interject, and maybe I'll push some thoughts back to the community as well, because we'd love everyone's feedback on this. So as Collin mentioned, I've been super lucky in my career to help build Sales Hacker, one of the biggest communities out there. We were acquired by Outreach in 2018. Simultaneously helped build their podcast, which in itself can be seen as a community, and also grew the Revenue Collective chapter in my hometown of Vancouver, and most recently grew my newsletter, The Forecast, super rapidly. So there's kind of this red thread throughout my career that is always community driven. And for me, it's opened an absolute incredible amount of doors. It accelerated my career by a number of years. And I can tie it directly to multiple millions of dollars that I've been able to bring in for the various organizations I've been a part of. And I think anyone can do it. And we're seeing right now this explosion of community, right? There's Sales Hacker, there's Revenue, there's Rev Genius, there's MSP, there's AAISP, there's all these communities. You know, I'm talking about sales communities, but in every persona that you sell into, there's going to be these communities. And I think some of what I want to touch on today, and we'll talk through, is simultaneously there's been this explosion of, call it, personal branding. And there's some people that are trying to build their own brand, and then there's people out there trying to build community. And building your brand is serving yourself, and building community is serving others. And in turn, you're going to kind of get this brand and be seen as the guy who can, or guy or gal who can make those connections and make things happen. So that's part of what I think I want to talk to today, is how we can all do that for our various personas, because we don't all sell into salespeople. I understand that. But yeah, would love to hear anyone in the audience who's with us right now, how you view community, how you view this topic, and answer any questions that you guys have, as specific as you want to go, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Hey, Scott, John here. I love the concept of of community, but I was wondering too, I think a key part of that is maybe culture. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about your thoughts on how kind of culture plays a part in the communities that you've developed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's huge. I guess I'll speak to that in two ways, of like kind of the benefits of community, which foster culture, and then maybe the disadvantages of building community that can actually hinder kind of culture, and maybe things you have to watch out for. Because I don't think spending 5 hours a day in a community spinning your wheels is like the good thing to do, and just getting positive reinforcement from, you know, people that might not be where you want to go. So I think the benefits are, you know, I think everyone has this fundamental need that they want to level up, you know, and they want to belong. So that is the great part of community, is that can happen, and you can meet people that will honestly change your life and the trajectory of your career. Now, the disadvantage, and that is good, that's the culture that you want to build. The disadvantage is a lot of times you can create little echo chambers, and there's a great quote by Stephen Covey, if I can remember it. It's based along the lines of strength lies in differences, not in similarities, right? So when we create these communities, we need to make sure that diversity of thought, race, gender, you name it, is top of mind, because we don't just want to create these echo chambers where everyone thinks the same as we do. Second part you need to watch out for when you're looking to build culture in a community is, let's also make sure we're not confusing visibility with credibility, which we see a lot on LinkedIn and within these communities. Just because someone, has a lot of followers or is extremely active does not mean that you should be following everything they say, even though sometimes that feedback loop can feel good. You get that like dopamine hit of like, oh, cool, we're helping, we're doing this. So I would just say on that one, make sure you're checking your sources. And if someone isn't where you want to be in 5 or 10 years, then you shouldn't be taking advice from them. So those are some things to watch out for when you look at culture of a community. Did that answer your question? Great question, by the way.
That was awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You have any other questions from the audience? I can go through some kind of actions to take, some actionable steps of how I think you can go about building your own communities that will help accelerate your career, unless there's some specific questions out there.
So, hey, this is Caesar Cruz. I'm in Portland, Oregon. Hey, so thanks for coming on here, obviously, but I really wanted to hear your thoughts on commenting on these thought leaders that are constantly posting on LinkedIn, right? Because and I think that's what you would refer to as brand building, personal brand building, right?
Yeah.
And I don't always agree with everything that's being said, by individuals. And lately, I've been a little vocal about that, a little more vocal about disagreements. I just don't know if that's the forum for it, right? But at the same time, the lower self, for me, wants to do the personal brand building because I want, the next big opportunity, right? I want to be recognized. I want all of these things that my ego wants, essentially.
Yeah.
What do you, what's your opinion on those types of actions within sales, LinkedIn? Sorry.
Yeah. Excellent question. I think it's a lot of people are thinking that question that you asked, and I'll go back and kind of underscore something I said earlier, which was the quote from Stephen Covey, which strength lies in differences, not in similarities. So we do need opposing opinions, and these people do need to be challenged, and every idea out there needs to be challenged, right? That's how it gets better. And then they might challenge you back, and your viewpoint could change. You might not have all the answers either. So I think it's okay to poke back respectfully. I'm always a fan of doing that. I would personally probably send them a message. If you're truly out there and not trying to break them down publicly, you're trying to get to a better outcome and a better understanding, probably easier to shoot them a message privately and be like, hey, do you actually see this works for you? Because I'm seeing the opposite out here. Here's a few of my insights and the data I'm seeing. Would love to match that with yours and see if we could come together with a better solution, and then go present that better solution with them on like another post or something. So that's how I would do that when you have conflicting ideas. And then secondarily, kind of goes back to what I said. So we all have this need, we all have, you mentioned lower self ego and the I, and like, I want to build my brand and I want to get to the next level. The crazy thing about that I have found is try and switch that mentality to, I want to build a personal brand, to I want to help others and build a community. And by helping others and building a community and doing that, so you are posting, I think you should post on LinkedIn. Absolutely. Everything you're posting is to help other people, not to build your brand. It's a small distinction, but I think that mental switch does have an impact on how it's perceived by the collective. That answer your question? Great question.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
It's a great reply too, because it's so easy to get trapped in that, like, oh, I'm just doing this for the ego. But if you're taking that, and I can't remember, it was a sales book, or it could have even been like the Covey stuff, like How to Win Friends. Like if you're genuinely trying to help others and you use that as like, this is the lens that I see the world through. It's one of the reasons why we started doing we were doing events at our office back when you still could, is the reason why we were publishing. We put so much effort into the podcast is we genuinely wanted to help, and we knew we had a big community. And so it's that sort of like that genuine approach to being helpful, whether it's, you're somebody at a company and you can do these events, or whether you're an individual on LinkedIn posting and trying to help others and have a real conversation. And I think the distinction there is huge, right? It can be subtle, but if you're doing it for your ego, you're out there trying to like show everybody that you know your stuff, right? And then that's this like manufactured conflict of like, oh, I'm the smartest and this and that. And it comes across as real. You can kind of tell when somebody's posting from their ego. When they're posting to be genuinely helpful, it tends to be a lot softer, a lot less 100% sure. It's like, well, here's my perspective, or here's what we're seeing. I don't think I added anything new there. I just thought what you said was so important.
No, that was awesome. I think it comes down to intent. And the other quote I love is, the smartest people know that they know nothing at all, or something like that. So if you think you 100% and it's black and white and you have the right answer, then you're probably wrong. Everything's a massive shade of gray, and everything's evolving, and we're learning new things every day. So yeah, just get out there, experiment, start helping people, and you'll see some reward.
Yeah, I love that message. And to be honest, it's such a subtle shift in thinking that for someone like me, I need to hear it, pretty frequently, just so that I get back to that mentality. But yeah, thank you.
Welcome, man. Great question.
Yeah, thanks for coming to hang out. Looks like we had a few new faces joining here. I love that Quincy, part of the PandaDoc team, or at least wearing the PandaDoc hat, hanging out in our roundtable and not the company-sponsored one.
Oh, well, I thought it was the company-sponsored roundtable. My bad.
You're not allowed to leave, though.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
that would just be rude, Quincy.
Yeah, man.
You're stuck with us now.
Yeah, I actually.
It's a cool format, by the way. I think it's the first time I've seen this format.
It's just good to hear some insights. Yeah. Thanks for setting this up.
Yeah, we're trying to solve for like how do we replicate that feeling of like, my favorite part of every conference I've ever been to was that moment a speaker walks off stage, and then the swarm around them where they're like, hey, I want to ask questions. I'm like,
that community component, one could say.
Oh, subtle plug.
Some meta stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had lots of conversations, and this is the next iteration of what our team came up with. So yeah, I'm curious for feedback and thoughts. It's kind of strange streaming all this on YouTube and then being like, hey, come jump in the Zoom. But yeah.
Cool, man. I can go over a couple. How much time do we have left? We have 10 more minutes or so?
Yeah, I think we got some more time. Let me just double check my schedule here. Cool. Certainly got more time.
Sweet. If there's no more questions, I'll just keep kind of banging out a few things, and hopefully some of them will be valuable to some folks on here. So like some real like actions to take. So kind of like how I did it, and how anyone can do it, is first you kind of have to go and identify where your personas are living. So there's a million different places. Depending on who you sell to, it could be Facebook, could be LinkedIn groups, could be a blog. Like blogs still exist. There's big blogs out there. Could be a forum, could be a Slack group. I remember I was consulting for a company once who I was talking about this concept, and they're like, oh no, we sell into dentists. So like this, they don't live on LinkedIn. They don't have a community. Like we can't do any of this. I was like, okay, one sec. And I'm pretty sure I went and typed in dentist group on LinkedIn, and there was like 60,000 dentists as part of this group. It just wasn't overtly, you were seeing it in like your feed. So, it goes down to this fundamental need that everyone's trying to level up. So your persona is leveling up somewhere. You just need to find out where that is. And then you need to start showing up there and posting intelligently and thoughtfully I would suggest actually no branded materials for at least the first like 3 months. Like just find other sources of information, give your viewpoint on how you see the world. And like these people basically should not even know you're a seller or a marketer. You're just like helpful guy or gal who shows up and answers questions. And your thought there is you're always trying to give more than you receive. That's kind of it. From there, you're going to start building these connections that will ultimately turn into opportunities and turn into revenue. I've seen it firsthand. And then sometimes when I say this, people are genuinely like, no, there is no community out there for my people. Then you have the greatest opportunity in front of you, known to the world. You can create your own community. And it's so simple. It's as simple as throwing up a WordPress blog site and going and interviewing the personas that you sell into. You don't have to have all the answers. You just facilitate the answers through practitioners and practitioner-led content. And then over time, people start equating you as the guy who has all, or guy or gal who has all the answers, even though you're just the answer facilitator, essentially. So that you can build your own community, which is pretty cool. And you can use some of these other communities or LinkedIn to kind of funnel your own. And then over time, owning a community when you're dependent on like independent of LinkedIn is a valuable thing. So once you have a community that trusts you, it gives you a lot of different options, not only to help you hit your revenue goal and whatever you're trying to achieve, but a million different things. Once you have an audience and a community, you decide what to plug into it, and it can be pretty fun. But give more than you take, always.
Totally. And I think that's something that when you look at the Sales Hacker content, that was a big piece of it. You guys did a lot of giving before you started taking anything. Like I don't remember, maybe there were sponsored posts on there in the early days, but as somebody who followed, I met Max very early in his journey. I want to say pre-Sales Hacker, but it's a long time ago. So maybe it's just early days. But man, you guys did, as an organization, did so much giving in the form of content, in the form of putting out these like pieces that really helped build this industry. Like certainly predictable revenue wouldn't have been as popular as it was without the Sales Hacker guys. We had no affiliations with them. They were just doing it to help. We probably should have, helped a bit more, but one of those things that's obvious in hindsight, but not necessarily at the time. But they just did a ton for the community, and you look at the outcome of like eventually their community got bought by, arguably one of the biggest and up and coming sales engagement tools that we're going to see in the next few years. And so pretty cool outcome for something that was started as a community like we're talking about today.
Totally. Thank you, man. And yeah, that was kind of the whole thing. And I often say, this might be the first time in the history of the world that this is true. I don't know, maybe it was always true, but seemingly now more with social and everything beyond the table and more transparent, is if you spend your career helping people get to where they want to go, one day you kind of look around and you're exactly where you want to be too. And it's kind of crazy. And I think my career and the moderate success I've had to date proves that line of thinking is correct.
Totally. I'm going to leave some space for anybody else in the Zoom here. Do you guys have questions? I could pick Scott's brain all day long, but I'll pause for a minute here and let somebody else jump in. Now you're on the spot.
Hey, I got one more question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I love the idea and concept you're talking about, how, creating a community online, about kind of giving, being genuine, asking questions, trying to facilitate just the mind of others. Once you kind of start to develop a platform, do you have any advice on scaling, or is that something you don't really have to think about? Just curious on your thoughts there of, how you kind of manage that growth, or how do you try to bring kind of this community to more and more places?
Mm-hmm. Great question. So here's one thing I'll share that was an interesting byproduct that, looking back, seems intentional. I don't know if it was, but it seems intentional. And I think a lot of communities could kind of mirror this and copy this. So it goes back to this idea of like practitioner-led content, right? So we were facilitating these conversations with people, whatever the industry is. And over time, when we were giving them a place in the community, it started elevating their brand, right? They started getting more people notice who they were. They could reach more people. And then they would always kind of reach back with their newfound reach and kind of plug, in our instance, Sales Hacker, our community. So it's this really interesting, like, symbiotic relationship that happens when you give someone a platform. They start growing their brand, and then when you're the one who gave them that brand, they come back and help build your brand. So that was a lot of what happened. A lot of these like sales thought leaders and sales influencers and stuff were really early on Sales Hacker contributors, and it helped them, elevate and reach more and more people, but they never forgot who kind of helped them get there. And I think that really helped us grow as all these little individual brands grew. Our brand grew, which I think is interesting. And I also have some thoughts, which could be another thing of, I think that's how a lot of organizations' marketing will happen in the future, by empowering each individual at their company to build a brand, because people are losing trust in companies and organizations, their marketing. So yeah, some thoughts there. Did that answer your question?
That was awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Vershu from Toronto, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Vershu. Fellow Canadian.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
Not at all.
All right. Did you have a question for Scott? Because I've got one. If you don't, that I'll jump in, but I'll leave you some space here.
No, go ahead.
Cool. So if we're talking about the value of communities, one thing I can speak personally to is the value personally to me that running a podcast created in my life. And just in terms of, if you take dollars and cents off the table, the personal development of running that podcast, I think I'm 160 episodes deep. I think if you looked at me and my sales knowledge before and after, exponential growth in a big way. I'm curious, what were you doing before Sales Hacker, and how has building that community, changed you?
Yeah. To that point, I often say I got paid to get my MBA in sales, basically, by doing all this podcast and interviewing and getting to meet all these interesting people. So funnily enough, before I joined Sales Hacker, so I was running a business development team in Vancouver. It was a SaaS company in the digital asset management space. But I actually leaned on Sales Hacker heavily, because that was my first time building out a program from scratch. So I actually leaned on Sales Hacker and was a huge consumer of their content, because I had this big knowledge gap of I was like, oh yeah, I'm your guy. I can build up this program, but I didn't actually fully know how to do it. So I leaned on the community so heavily. And I remember, Predictable Revenue was one of the books. Trish Bertuzzi's Sales Development Playbook was one of the books, and then a bunch of Sales Hacker stuff. And I would just take all of that stuff, apply it in the real world, and we'd crush our number. And it was mind blowing to me at the time. But I think that's when it really solidified the value of community and information sharing, and this incredible age that we live in now, where you don't have to go and get a 4-year degree, and all of these things that used to be reserved for people with fancy educations and stuff. Now we can get the answers, and they're all at our fingertips. So that's what I was doing before Sales Hacker, and why I was so passionate to come build out the team, is because it directly helped me in my career dramatically.
Fantastic. We're going to leave space for one more question, and then we're going to jump shortly to getting ready for Marc Wayshak with the Sales Insight Labs.
Nice.
Yeah, big. I think I was on his show. I know he's got a big following on YouTube, and I know Mark's going to be joining us in about 5-10 minutes here. He might actually. No, he's not quite here yet. But any last questions for Scott?
Yeah, I do have a question for Scott. And Scott, this is related to what you just said. You are right that nowadays you can learn a lot because we do have the material all around us. The fact of the matter, however, is when you are looking at the sales marketing world, we have sometimes too much material.
Agreed.
So good point. That material, how do you go about today? How would you advise people going into it today? How do you sort out what really makes sense and what doesn't? How do you sort through the forest of information that we have to actually get to the right thing?
Excellent question. Really good question. Yeah. What do we call this now? The age of disinformation is what we're living in. So there's more wrong information than good information. So great question. I have a super simple kind of proxy that I do. I don't take any advice from someone who is not where I want to be in 5 years or where I want to be in 10 years. It's pretty simple. There's probably some in between, a few nuances there, but if they're not doing directly what I want to do from a lifestyle perspective or health or wealth or, love, happiness, whatever you're trying to learn from this person, if they're not exactly where I want to be and have done the things I'm trying to do, keep moving, because there's someone else who will have the right answers for you. So it's an oversimplified version, but it's done pretty well for me.
Amazing. Thanks, Scott. This is the point in the conversation where we're going to transition everybody back to YouTube. So if you're hanging out in the Zoom with us, I'd love if you want to keep hanging out. We're going to go back to YouTube. This room's going to die in a sec. So if you jump over to YouTube, that'd be awesome. You may get kicked out shortly, so I just want to make sure people don't lose that. But we've got Marc Wayshak joining us here. Marc, why don't you come and say hello?
Hey guys.
Hey Marc, how are you?
Good. I'm up in like 15 minutes, right?
Yep. Yeah, we've got.
Cool.
Yeah, you can if you've got if you want to jump on now, you can jump on now. We've got YouTube following us around. So
okay.
I'm jumping, right, Collin? I'm out.
You can hang out. You can take off if you want. If you got stuff to go,
cool.
Your time is up. But you're welcome. You don't have to get out of here.
Cool. I'm gonna jump. Marc, have a great discussion. That was super fun, Collin. Thank you so much for having me.
Scott, thanks so much for being here, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone. See you, man.
Yeah. How are you, Marc?
I'm awesome, man. How are you?
I'm good. It looks like you've got those. Is that a newer light back behind you there? I think I got the same.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I got one there, one there. Still trying to figure out how to get all this set up here, but yeah.
Yeah, do you have a camera at home too that you use for filming?
Yeah.
Or do you use it just for like web stuff, or do you shoot like studios type video there?
Like studio type, like I'm on a Sony A5100 now and just using that to stream.
So are we on, by the way, or
we're on? We got YouTube following us around.
All right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
We really wanted to engage the community and like bring people together. And so we basically just invited everybody to a Zoom call through the Zoom link in the chat. And then said, hey, jump on if you feel so inclined. And yeah, we had like 10 people come in, because in my opinion, the best part of every conference is that moment after the speaker, your favorite speaker finishes, and you get a chance to come in and ask them questions one-on-one.
I totally agree.
And like with all this virtual conference stuff, there's no real alternative. There's no way to replicate that. So that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah. It's hard to have those organic moments.
Yeah, for sure. So this is one of those. We got sort of 10 minutes. If you need to prep, feel free. Like if there's anything you need to do, then I can cover the conversation here.
Sure. So just so I'm clear, because I'm going to be sharing my screen.
Yep.
So do you want to wait a few minutes before we do that, or?
Yeah, we can wait a few minutes until you do that, and then we can just sort of hang out until then. I'm curious. You got a bunch of you got some kite surfing photos behind you. Is that is that you?
Yeah, the one of them is me in Maui. It was Maui is one of the coolest, most magical kite and surf spots on the planet, and so have you ever been out there by any chance?
To Maui?
Yeah.
No.
It's magic. Yeah. So it's really perfect.
I mean I've heard, I haven't been there myself because I'm not that good of a kite surfer, but Squamish up here in British Columbia, I hear is
read about it.
Pretty well known for a spot.
Yeah, it's a serious pro spot. Yeah, it's offshore. It's butterflat. I've seen tons of videos from there. In fact, I go to Hood River every year, and
cool.
we were planning this year to do Hood River and then take like a camper van up to Squamish.
Nice.
But the world happened.
That changed.
Yeah, it changed a little. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, no, you guys have some really good kiting up by you apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Thermals every day in the summer.
Totally. It's Caesar's from Oregon. I think he said he was in Portland. Yeah, when I was just learning, I was actually going down just south of the border to Bellingham because there's this one sort of spit where you can walk out, and it's probably a couple miles out, and it's only up to your belly button, really.
That's awesome.
And like consistent wind, you're not getting massive gusts, so it's like the perfect learner spot.
That's fun. How long, like how into it are you? Have you been at it for a while, or?
I started learning like 10, 12 years ago, and then I moved to Australia and I took up surfing instead. And so I kind of like, I lost it. And then when I came back, was like started a band, so didn't have any money, and then started a company, so didn't have any money.
Didn't have money. Yeah.
And now I have kids, so I don't have any time.
Don't have money and time. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
it's so true. Yeah, it's one of those sports. It's I always tell my friends when they're interested, I'm like, you need a lot of time and a lot of flexibility, and it's actually good for a lot of the people. I'm in Boston, and a lot of guys in the kiting community are salespeople, because with the right sales setup, you can just kind of sneak off for a couple of hours. And so it's basically entrepreneurs and salespeople out here. So especially the hardcore people.
Totally, because it's so wind driven, so like it's on demand.
So yeah, I mean, except for a couple of places in the world like Hood River, places where Maui, where it's just like either trade winds or just consistent every day. Where we are, tomorrow's going to be windy, so I sneak out and just go.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's cool, man.
Yeah.
I want to go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask how the conference has been going so far.
It's gone really good. Yeah, we've had a really strong turnout. It's been interesting. This is the first time we've done it 100% on YouTube. Last time we had it was a mix of Zoom and we are actually live streaming on Twitch last time. So cool. The theory now is like this time people will show up, they'll hit subscribe, and then now we get a chance to like continue the conversation with them through YouTube. Whereas with Twitch, we didn't find we had a huge user base over there. And so we just thought make it easier for people to access. Cause
I think it's great.
We used Zoom webinar, and we had 250 people, 300 people in a Zoom. And you're like, well, we've got another speaker coming up, so I'm going to close this. So now you're booting 250 people out of Zoom, and like, please join the next one.
Yeah.
Because we used the same tool that Outreach had used to organize their conference, and it created recreated 10 rooms or something like that. And what we saw was by the end of the day, people would show up for one session and then they'd hang out to the next one on Twitch. And so our Twitch, the number of people showing up on Zoom was going like this, and the number of people showing up on the embedded page or on Twitch itself was increasing.
Interesting.
It was pretty cool.
I mean, it's really so amazing how, I'm sure you see it with a lot of your clients too. It's like, this whole pandemic has forced it's basically like cut 5 years off of the learning curve in terms of virtual and technology, right? I mean, it's just like companies were moving in that direction, but now it's like we're just going there. I mean, it's like, I taught my my 78-year-old mom to host Zoom meetings with her friends. Like that just like wouldn't have happened, you know? So it's
Totally.
just, and it's like so much of what I would teach my clients, you know, about conducting virtual meetings before this whole thing happened. And it was always like very cautious about like, make sure that you have access to a couple of different platforms just in case your client is not comfortable with something like Zoom. And now it's like, I mean, you know, everyone's using that. And I think what we're going to see in a couple of years is just the platforms are just going to be so much more robust in terms of the ability to do interactive stuff. Like we do a lot of breakouts and role plays in our internal coaching courses.
Yeah.
And like just the ability to do breakouts. I don't know if you guys ever do those internally, but they're like so incredible that you can break a group of 50 people into groups of 3. I mean, it's like something that you could have only done live years ago, and now you can do it. It's so cool.
Yeah. We haven't done a ton of that in terms of live training, but we've used them. We had actually experimented with it for this of just like everybody join the Zoom and we'll pair people up with like a virtual networking thing. But it's that sort of balance of like, okay, yeah, we haven't quite got it all figured out yet, but we do want to try and find ways.
It's clunky too.
Yeah. Because if you get like 100 people that jump in, then it's, okay, click, 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 and you're trying to do that all randomized.
It's really not meant for, I mean, I don't know what the people at Zoom, their intention is, but it seems like once you get into groups of over like 30, Zooms of over 30, it's like the whole dynamic changes. And obviously with what you guys are doing, you know, you got to have just a different, you know, it's just so many bodies, so many people.
Totally. I'm curious, and we'll get into the actual talk in a couple minutes here.
Sure.
I'm curious, and I'll do the official intro right in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm curious, like what, so like what percentage of business, or like what's YouTube doing for you from like a revenue generating perspective? If you're happy sharing, and keeping in mind we are live on stream here.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm pretty transparent. YouTube is, as with a lot of social media platforms, you talk to people who, you know, like even 5-10 years ago, it was like companies could just have like a huge Facebook, a ton of followers on their Facebook page and could really generate traffic from it. And then like one day Facebook was like, whoa, like we want you to use advertising if you want to take people off platform.
Yeah.
And YouTube is similar. They, over the years, like they've made it much more difficult to get people off platform for obvious reason. So it's for like diehard fans, for sure. And we do generate a lot of traffic from it, but it's still, you know, like we do a ton of Facebook ads, and you know, a couple $1,000s in Facebook ads could basically replace the actual pure lead flow that comes from YouTube. Now, in terms of like people seeing the videos and like the engagement is huge, but in terms of just like as a pure like looking at analytics, it was like a huge drop when they changed the like the end screen stuff. So but I mean, we love it. I mean, it's such a great way to like create content. And then, you know, I have a team of people that turn videos into blogs. And so it's just like, it's our content machine. And, you know, it's great. I love YouTube. I mean, I just, you know, they definitely there was clearly like a decision in a boardroom where they're like, we don't want people going off platform. That made a big difference.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Well, I've got my co-host Sarah here joining. Sarah, meet
cool.
Mark.
Hey,
Mark,
Sarah.
Meet Sarah.
Yes. Hello. How are you?
Nice to meet you. Well, we spoke before. It's good
We
to
did.
see you. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Of course.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a couple of housekeeping notes here before we get started, Mark, with your session.
Sure.
Just want to remind everybody who's on the stream right now that if you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you want to see more content, if you want to see our other live streams, podcasts, hit that subscribe button so that you can be notified whenever anything comes up. If you're not already in the Slack community, join that. So that's a great place to chat to the speakers for 15 minutes after their sessions, get some questions answered. It's a good place to network and chat about other stuff. on the community. And we have another exciting thing that we've started just for this edition of Own Your Growth, and that's some really good networking opportunities. So we wanted this to feel like an actual real life virtual or real life summit, not virtual, a real life summit where you can actually meet the people around you. So we've given you guys the opportunity to create your own roundtable sessions. You can either create your own one and lead it. You can join another one that somebody has created. But either way, if that interests you, join the roundtable channel in the Slack community. All the instructions are there, and it's pretty self-explanatory. And you guys can set those up and all chat to each other. But anyway, without further ado, I will hand it back to you guys.
Sarah's the one true professional that's like involved in this. Been so clutch having a solid co-host you can always count to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna bail. Sarah, why don't you jump in here? I'm not gonna do that now, but I feel like I could, and things would just be fine.
Yeah.
All right, so allow me to introduce Marc Wayshak. We've been on each other's podcasts. We go way back. Marc today is talking about discovery. And as I was like how to run an effective discovery meeting, and as I was talking about when Aaron and I were talking about, this is quite possibly one of the most important elements of the predictable revenue formula. If you missed that talk, a real quick summary is book a ton of meetings, work each of those meetings to the best possible outcome, and then give it the appropriate amount of time and investment. And if you do those three things, you're going to achieve predictable revenue. But if you miss one of those three things, these three elements multiply by each other, or multiply together. And so if you're booking a ton of meetings, but you are not following the advice that Marc is going to give you, you're going to multiply all of your efforts, all your sales development team's efforts by 0. And everything is going to null out. And so this is such a crucial talk because it's the key. It's one of those main elements to predictable revenue. We've talked a little bit about Marc's YouTube channel. He's got a book, The High Velocity Sales Organization, Game Plan Selling and Breaking All Barriers. Legend on YouTube, Sales Insight Labs, contributor to HubSpot, Fast Company, all the places where you want to read content, read, see, view, listen. Marc is there. So without further ado, Marc, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us today. I'm really looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Yeah, I'm so psyched to be here. And this is a topic that is a deep passion for me as well. It is so, we can obviously, just like Collin and Aaron, talked about, we've all read, Aaron's book. And, I think so many sales challenges for organizations, first is just that they don't have enough leads. That is first and foremost for many people out there. But then I think that it is such a lost opportunity when we start driving leads. And then what are we actually doing to engage those folks in conversations? And so I'm going to dive right into the program and basically what we're going to cover. So in the next 45 minutes, you're going to be able to understand the real reason that most reps aren't actually hitting their sales goals in today's marketplace, and of course, how to crush yours. Why prospects aren't interested in what you have to share with them, and how to flip the script, which is really key because I think people think in terms of tweaks, but what my goal is not just little tweaks, but really how can you entirely flip the script on prospects to get them to really engage with what you're offering. Now, we're also going to be covering how to leverage, and this is really one of the most important pieces, is how to leverage a structured sales process or a structured discovery process in order to close more sales at higher prices. And then how to escape that cycle of price pushback, think it overs, and ghosting prospects in order to ultimately close more sales. And so basically, we're going to cover everything that you need to know, not only to increase sales, but also to really just transform the way you approach sales for massive sales growth. And the data shows that the top 20% of salespeople account for more than 50% of organizations' revenues. So what top performing sales reps are doing during their discovery conversations has a massive impact on their overall sales. And so I want to first just take a step back and think about where we are right now. And I want to ask if this sounds like you, or if you've ever related to this situation where the prospect seems enthusiastic at first, but then after you present or you do a demo or you pitch, they suddenly disappear. Or how about that they ask you for that proposal, but then they tell you that they're going to get back to you, and then we just never hear from them again. They ghost, they're gone. Or what about when they say that they want all of the value, but then they push back on price? We hear this constantly. And, ultimately, there are certain things that we can be doing to just completely change that. Or how about, have we ever been in a situation where, you just feel like another vendor that's just trying to beg your way into a sale, and you only find out that the prospect has ultimately been just working you for all of your valuable information. So you're doing all this great lead gen, and then suddenly, you feel like you're getting worked. Or lastly, have you ever gone through that entire sales process with all the signs seeming to be a go, and then you just find out at the very end that there's a timing or a budget, or just, what, the offering is just not right. And so let's identify what the real problem is, because what we find is that when you're hearing issues like that, it means that we're stuck in that old approach to discovery, or that old approach to selling. And so we haven't applied the new model that gives you full control over every sales opportunity. And so key number one to being effective in terms of better discovery, just better at sales in general, is that we've got to avoid the old approach at all costs. And it's so important that we understand what that old approach actually is. And so let me just walk you through what the old approach really looks like. And maybe you'll relate to it, maybe you won't. But it's really important to recognize it so we can avoid it. The first is, haphazard prospecting, which we're not going to be talking about today. That's been covered by other folks in terms of what's your lead gen process and who are the types of folks that you're actually talking to. Let's just assume that that's all dialed in right now. But then the old approach goes to one of two places. We either immediately, we get someone, a live body with a pulse, right? And they're basically saying, yeah, I'll talk to you. And then we immediately pitch. We're like, oh, well, let me tell you all the amazing things that we can do for you. And we're so great and we're awesome. And, let me show you the 5 reasons that we can help you, right? And it's like hardcore pitch. And immediately the prospect is like, whoa, 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 whoa. I hear this all the time. And they're like, it's overwhelming to get that hardcore pitch. It's not genuine, right? So then the other piece to the old approach, which is the other side of it, is the probing approach. So there's really two, we always think, and this is really something that we've identified in the past few years, is that basically 3/4 of salespeople or 2/3 of salespeople go into the pitching approach. And then the other third of less effective reps try to go into the probing approach. And let me explain to you what the probing approach is. The probing approach is like, hey, could we hop on a call so I can learn more about your business and show you how we can help you? And the prospect's like, dude, I don't want to get on a call to teach you about my business, right? Or, like the old, like, hey, I want to find out what's keeping you up at night. And the prospect's like, no, like you haven't shown me any value. So why the hell would I jump on a call? And then from there, most salespeople go into a presentation, right? They open up their jacket pocket and they talk about all the features and benefits of what they offer. From there, because we haven't really identified what's going on, there are a slew of objections to be dealt with. And so it becomes this arm wrestling match of back and forth. And then we go to that hard close, right? It's like, what can I do today to get you to buy? This is, again, the old approach. And then because there was no sale being made, because the prospect has to think about it, because they're not really, they don't feel like they can make an informed decision, we go into follow-up mode. And so suddenly we're like just constantly following up on our prospects. And so I imagine there are so many people that are like, have this huge follow-up list of people that they're calling. And it's a really common issue. And so this is the old approach to selling. And so what we have to identify is that the data shows us that only about 37% of salespeople are consistently effective in the eyes of prospects. And the majority of behaviors that salespeople are actually engaging in is actually hurting the sale. And we've recently done some data that shows that when we ask prospects the average prospect, how they identify the average salesperson, these are the words that they use to describe them, right? Pushy, annoying, taking up time, they're greedy, they're always trying to go for this sale, they're selfish, right? So this is what we're dealing with in the marketplace. So regardless of where your leads are coming from, now you have this guarded prospect in front of you who's like, all right, I need to protect myself. And so the prospect is like literally like arms crossed, like window up, and they're just like, okay, so like, what do you got, right? They're like, they play hardball because they've been burned so many times, because they've dealt with so many salespeople who are just using this old school crap approach. And so when we move to the new model, what we see, and that's what the rest of this is going to be focused on, is that new model. What we see is that you suddenly have so much more control over every sales opportunity, and you can avoid most of those objections in the first place. That's what a great discovery does, is it allows you to actually avoid those objections in the first place. And then you can stop wasting your time with unqualified prospects that are just taking your information, your time, and your sanity. And you can, what we'll talk about in a minute, you can disqualify those people. And I'll show you exactly how you do that. And then you can ultimately sell your offer at higher prices to people that actually value what you have to offer, because you've done that thorough discovery conversation and you've earned that thorough discovery conversation. And so you can finally control and stabilize your income because you know that you're generating and you're closing sales. So again, the data shows that just 18% of salespeople are seen by buyers as actually trusted advisors whom they respect. And so what I'm going to show you over the course of our time together, it does work, but you must use it. So I just want to show you a few quick case studies that demonstrate how this really works. And so I want to just share with you the story of Andrew, who was able to, as a result of this model, was able to close more sales in just the last few months than in the past year, simply as a result of using this disqualification technique, which I'll show you about. Or, how about Andrew Jensen, other Andrew, who went from only hitting 30% of quota to 206%. And again, it was about using that process to not just give a demo and a presentation, but to really understand what was going on in the prospect's world. Or lastly, the example of Frank, right, who was able to hit 160% of goal and is leading his organization, again, by dropping the old approach and instead using a model that is really engaging prospects in conversations. So I just show you that not to brag in any way, but just to show you that this can be done. And so what's the actual new model? That's what we're going to be focused on for the rest here. And so the first is that we need to have a sales process that actually creates value in the eyes of your prospects. So I'm actually going to demonstrate for you and show you what that sales process looks like. But you must have your sales process in the first place. You must have that process in place. So we've got to stop winging that sales discovery process and actually have an approach, right? Do you have a script that you're using? And by the way, not like a script where like every single word is scripted out, but do you have a set of questions that you're asking every single time? And prospects really do need to see genuine value in talking to you, because they're not looking for new friends. And we'll dig into that in just a minute. And lastly is that if you can't describe your sales process in 4 to 5 concise and well thought out steps, then you're in trouble. So you've got to have your sales process. Let me actually show you what the sales process looks like. So this is our sales process that we use. And this is really about This is about discovery. We use the word disqualify a lot, as you'll see in a second. And what the data shows is that, the top 10% of performers have a repeatable process. And so let me just walk you through this slide a little, because it's so important. So the first is that we have insight. Are you demonstrating insight to your prospects up front? Because if you're, particularly with cold prospects, now if you get referred into someone or you get a hot introduction and they're just like, you've been super well set up, you don't necessarily have to be demonstrating insight. Or like if you've written a best-selling book or whatever, like suddenly you have credibility. But if you're just a salesperson who got in cold, and maybe you sent a cold email and you got in the door, to just show up and be like, hey, what's going on? Like they're going to be like, whoa, I don't know who you are, or like, what's the value? So we need to be demonstrating insight. So do you have content? Do you have PDFs? Do you have a way to open the conversation that really gets the prospect talking in ways that actually shows that you know what you're doing, right? That's what insight's about. And then we go to disqualify, where we'll talk about it more throughout this time here, but this is really important, is flipping the script from trying to pitch or even qualify to instead say, is this person actually a fit? right? That's what we're trying to determine. Is the prospect actually a fit? And so it's flipping the script to be more like, we want to think like a doctor, right? And then lastly is that we're solving in the presentation, which we're not really focused on today because we're focused more on that discovery process. So the discovery process is really more in this insight and disqualify phase, which we'll dig into a little bit more, or quite a bit more. So, so now we've got to, in terms of point number 3, we've got to drop the sales pitch. Dropping the sales pitch changes so much because your prospects are super turned off by the super duper sales guy thing, right? Do you have a couple of slides in your intro deck that are like about you, right? Or about your company, you're pitching, right? You've got to drop that stuff because ultimately fit is more important than interest, right? So like I said here, do you have a PowerPoint slide deck that you're showing to every prospect and the first couple of slides are about your company? If so, you're in trouble. You've got to drop that. And because, basically 80% of buyers say it's critical to interact with salespeople who are trusted advisors and not just a sales rep who's, someone who's really adding value to their business. And so we've got to drop that pitch because we're immediately losing credibility with the prospect if we're coming in and we're just like, hey, let me show you all the reasons that you need to do business with me. Does that make sense? It's so important that we drop that pitch. And then on the other side of it is we've got to drop the what's keeping you up at night thing as well, because that's killing deals as well. I'll give you some examples in just a second, but the what keeps you up at night stuff, which is what our research has shown and what we see in the marketplace is there's basically like 3 levels of salespeople, right? You have people who are out there and are just trying to pitch any prospect who they can get in front of. It's like the old, we'll sell anything to anyone kind of approach. And that's super ineffective. Then the next level is the what keeps you up at night folks who are unfortunately pretty ineffective because they're not coming in with some value. Now, it's not to say that you don't want to be asking questions of your prospects. You absolutely do. But I'm talking about how are you opening up that discovery conversation? Are you starting that discovery conversation with what's your biggest challenge? Because if you are, chances are your prospect, if they're a high-level buyer, they're not dying to just divulge that information, right? They need to feel like, okay, this person has insight. And so, I'm willing to actually share with them information. And so the what keeps you up at night stuff is pretty problematic because you've got to offer that value before you've earned the right to ask questions. So are you doing something up front to demonstrate value at the beginning of your discovery conversations? And just, a couple of quick examples. I think of, we use something that we call a whiteboard pitch, which you can do it by Zoom. You can obviously, if you're face-to-face, you could do it on a napkin, you could do it on a whiteboard, you can do it in any way. And basically it's just like a 2 to 3 minute insight demonstration that is sharing, key data, key challenges that you're seeing are in the marketplace right now. And it's not talking about your product, it's not talking about you, but it's giving your prospect enough insight where they're like, oh, okay, this makes sense. So like a lead generation agency might give some examples of ideal prospects for this prospect, or you might actually show some real data, or could do some kind of an audit of the prospect's world or of their current marketing. That's the kind of stuff that gets prospects to be like, okay, I want to talk to you. And so again, high-level buyers are too busy to teach us about their business. That's the real distinction. If you're selling to low-level people, they're pretty much happy to hop on the phone with you, but they don't buy, right? Because they don't have the authority to buy. And so insight about their world really gets prospects to open up. So this isn't about teaching, but it's about just demonstrating enough insight that you can get the prospect talking and that you've earned that discovery conversation. And again, the data, we're like a data house. We just aggregate data from everywhere. We do a lot of our own data. And what we see is that only about a quarter of salespeople actually have an adequate understanding of prospects' business in order to demonstrate that they can really solve those problems. And so that's the key here, is that we need to demonstrate some real expertise. Now, you don't have to be an expert in your prospects world, of course, but you do need to demonstrate enough insight to show that, hey, we know what we're talking about. And then, so, it might be like, hey, what we're seeing in the marketplace right now is, challenge A, challenge B, challenge C. Do any of those issues ring true to you? Right. And now the prospect is like, oh, okay, yeah, we're dealing with that. And then you can get them talking. That's the kind of stuff that's important, not so what's keeping you up at night right now? Like, that's just like uncreative and trite and expected, particularly like in high level sales. So that brings us to point number 5. This is super hard to go through so quickly because we have such a short time here. But we want to, and this is going to be really kind of like a contrarian to a lot of people, but we want to disqualify our prospects. And so what I mean by disqualifying your prospects is that, we've all been taught to persuade or to actually qualify your prospects. But just imagine right now, right? When you put pressure on your prospects, when you're trying to get them to say yes, when you're trying to convince them to tell you yes, what is their natural inclination? It's to push back on you, right? So you see the traditional sales is this kind of pushing I almost picture like two like big like rhinoceroses like pushing into each other, and they're pushing back and forth, and it's this like battle. Instead, we want to take that pressure off and identify simply, are they a fit? Because our data shows that, about half of prospects aren't actually a fit for what you offer. And so what you want to do is only spend time with those qualified prospects. That's the key to this stuff. So we want to actually think like a doctor, not like the car salesman who's just trying to like close any person who's walking in the door. Because, again, our data shows that over half of your prospects are not a good fit. So let me just explain this point for a second while we're talking, because I think it's really, I think this is like, I think you can see my screen. I'll make sure that I pin myself. If we are simply getting in front of prospects and we're trying to convince them like that cheesy old school car salesman, they're going to react very negatively. So what we want to be doing during the discovery process, and this is the key stuff, is first we're demonstrating some insight to earn the conversation. And so that might be, a quick like 2 minutes on like what we're seeing in the marketplace, in their marketplace. So like actual useful information. And then we're basically ending that with some version of, so do any of those issues ring true to you? And then you get them talking. And now we're asking questions to really understand what's going on. Tell me about that. Help me understand that. This is where we flip the script to the doctor's mindset, right? If you walk into a doctor's office and you're like, hey, doctor, my elbow hurts. I think I need surgery. The doctor's not going to be like, well, you know what? You're in the right place because we have this incredible new procedure called arthroscopic surgery. It's unbelievable. We go in, we fix you back up. Within a week, you're bending your elbow. Within a month, you can play tennis, right? So you're ready to do it and slide in the contract across the screen. Of course, that's not how a doctor thinks. Yet that's how so many salespeople think, is like, we literally, the prospect gives us a challenge or mentions a challenge and we're immediately like, oh, well, we have the best solution for that. Or instead of just slowing it down and really doing what we call disqualifying and be like, help me understand that. And so I'll give you a very tangible examples, because I know, we want tangible ideas here that we can actually use. And so let me give you a very tangible example for how we would actually use this in real life. So a typical prospect question that you might get is, why should I do business with you? Right? That's a common question that we get during the discovery conversation. They're like, yeah, so like, tell me, like, give me your pitch. Like, why should I do business with you? And how does the average salesperson respond to the question of, why should I do business with you? Most salespeople, of course, are like going into like, yeah, we've been around for 75 years, or like we've got 300 employees, or we have Google as our like flagship client, or we have the best service, or, you know, we have the best offering. And the thing is, though, is that when a salesperson starts doing what we call the tap dance, and I can't show you my tap dance on the floor, but like literally salespeople go into that tap dance, the prospect immediately walls go up because they're like, yeah, that's what everyone says, right? Like, do you just take the idea of service, for example? If you know, let's say you have the best service in your industry, just as an example, right? Think of one of your worst competitors, like that actually has horrible service, right? Do you think if a prospect asks the salesperson of that company, like, so tell me about your service, do you think the salesperson's like, oh, so about our service, you know, it's okay, it's a work in progress, you know? No, of course not. They're like, we have the best service, like we're the best out there. And so when we have that mindset that's about trying to convince people to do business with us, it makes us like the cheesy car sales guy. And it's crazy because I see so many gurus out there who are still teaching like this old school approach. And so what we want to do is just take that pressure off. So I digress. So now the new approach to responding to why should I do business with you should sound something like this. So prospect says, why should I do business with you? And the response should be something like this. Well, you know what, George? Really appreciate you asking me that question. Quite frankly, at this point in the conversation, I'm not sure that you should do business with me. Would it be okay if I ask some questions to understand a little bit more about what's going on to determine whether we're a fit? And now the prospect is like, oh, okay, I didn't expect that one. And now they're like, okay, sure, I'm happy to answer some questions on that. Like, because you've now, just by that simple demonstration, you've taken so much pressure off the table, and they're like, okay, yeah, I'll talk to you. That's the key to this stuff, is really lowering the pressure and having just simple strategies during that discovery conversation that really disarm the prospect. If you use that approach, I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. But if you use that approach with your prospects, they're going to be like, oh, wow, this person is way more of a professional than I understood, right? And that's exactly what we want to get to. So that's what disqualifying your prospects is all about. And again, in a really short period of time, it's hard to get like too deep into the weeds here. But so I'm keeping this so we can really just think about like, how can we start to change the strategy around our discovery, and, you know, and give you a couple tactics along the way. So that's about disqualifying. Now, the one of the last key pieces here is that we don't want to present, we want to solve. And so I know that this is outside of discovery, but, you know, I think that it's still a part of discovery because, you know, so many of us, we're so excited for the presentation that we do this like super quick discovery. So take like a 45-minute sales, like let's say you're in a one call close situation. And I know most of us aren't, but let's say you're in a one call close situation. Most salespeople spend like 10 minutes in discovery and like 40 minutes or whatever, 35 minutes in presentation. I want you to flip that, where it's like 30 minutes of discovery and 10 minutes of presentation, not even like 5 minutes of presentation, and then just like Q&A. So we'll talk about what that looks like. So what you want to do is you don't want to present, but you want to solve. And so you want to take what you've learned in that discovery conversation, in that disqualification conversation, and now you want to simply demonstrate that you can solve their problem. Don't present, solve. So I'm going to give you some examples of what that means. So again, most reps are presenting the features and benefits of their offering, but your prospects don't care about your features and benefits. What they care about is that you can solve the problems that they've discussed. That's all they care about. You know, they don't care about all the bells and whistles. All they care about is, can this person solve the problems that I've mentioned in the earlier part of this conversation? And when you can demonstrate that you really understand their world better than their spouse does, and at the same time now show that you can present to, or you can demonstrate that you can solve the problems, now you have someone who's going to be really connected with what you're offering. And so they ultimately only care about solving the challenges that they're currently facing or that they're going to face. And so what this means is don't like present the whole kitchen sink here. Keep the presentation super short. We'll talk about that in just a second, but like you want to keep your presentations really tight and short and only show the stuff that they actually care about. You know, just give you an example. Like so many of us have been in a selling situation before where we're like, you know, the prospect is like in basically. And then we're like, oh, let me show you that one last thing. And they're like, you know, actually, I don't really need that. And suddenly like you're like digging yourself out of it. You're like literally digging yourself out of a hole to undo what you just shared because you're overwhelming them with information. The data shows that most salespeople are just they're literally dumping too much information. So you can use case studies to ultimately connect what you do with what they need to fix. And so I just, you know, I shared with you early on in this presentation some case studies. So basically a case study is really simple. It's really just a story. It doesn't have to be like a fancy PDF or anything you even show on a slide necessarily, but it's just like a story. It's like before, what you did, and then after. So like what was their problem before? What did you do to solve it? And then what was the outcome, right? And what were the results that came out of it, right? Selling at 30% hit to goal, now at 200% to goal, right? That's the outcome. And so you don't have to, you want to use your stories and your case studies to really demonstrate that you know their world and what they're doing. And again, the vast majority of buyers just don't think that salespeople know enough about their world in order to help solve their problems. And that's why I talk about solving and this kind of presentation in a discovery discussion, because it's such an important piece, because you need the good discovery leads to that solving presentation. And just one little ninja kind of tidbit that I'll give you is that one thing that top performers do, and we see it over and over and over again in our community, is that top performers have really, really short presentations compared to average performers. Average performers like go on, they're just so excited to talk about all the crap that they have. Top performers have really short presentations, and what they then do is they're engaging the prospect in questions to let the prospect lead the rest of the presentation. So if your presentation is normally like, again, let's say it's a 45-minute sales call, 30 minutes for the traditional, of course, is like 10 minutes for discovery and 35 minutes for presentation. Now what we're going to do is we're going to flip that switch altogether. So it's going to be 30 minutes for discovery and then like 5 minutes for presentation. And this is the ninja thing. And then at the end of the presentation, if they're not already asking questions, you're like, okay, so I just wanted to give you the high level. What questions do you have for me about what I've just shared with you? And now you let them ask the questions, because they're going to ask questions about the stuff that they care about. That's the key, is that you're not like just like boring them with this insanely boring monologue, but instead you're letting their questions drive the conversation. That's the ninja stuff. That's the ninja stuff. So I hope that makes sense. So my last key here is that and it's so important, and I would be so remiss not to mention this, is we need to think like a top performer, because top performers simply think differently than everyone else. And you may already be a top performer. Awesome. You can still learn from other top performers, by the way. You know, I don't know if you guys watched the Michael Jordan documentary, but in the Michael Jordan documentary, you've got all of these other Chicago Bulls players, and they're learning so much from Michael Jordan, right? These are all already top players, but there's so much that people at the top level can learn from one another. So we've got to think like other top performers. And so one is that most salespeople are so worried about building rapport and kind of pleasing the prospect that they're simply ultimately just kind of like going through a checklist during discovery. And we've got to drop the checklist crap, because the checklist is like, it's like, you know, it's like the Sandler checklist, which no knock on that, but like, just, you know, it's like, you know, so, you know, tell me more. What have you done to fix it? Why hasn't it worked? And it's like, that's good to ask those questions, but like, it shouldn't be a checklist. That's the idea of having a systematic approach, is like, you want to have the questions available, but you don't necessarily have to use them in a checklist fashion. Next is that you want to have a level of comfort with your process, so that way you can stop focusing on yourself and focus instead completely on them. Because what they say is so much more important than anything you have to say. And then if a prospect is ultimately being cagey, don't be afraid to say what you're thinking. So here's an example, and I think this will be really useful for a lot of folks, is like, if you have a prospect that's like, seems like they're not engaged, and like you shared something in your presentation and you're like, yeah, so, what our program will do is XYZ. And they're like, oh yeah. And, a lot of salespeople would just push through that. But a top performer is going to be like, John, it seemed like that didn't really connect with you, or that didn't really resonate with you. Help me understand. Did I maybe miss something? And let them tell you. Don't be afraid to say what you're thinking. If your instinct, if your little spidey sense, if the little hairs on the back of your neck stand up, don't be afraid to just say it, because that's where the good stuff happens, right? Most salespeople ignore that stuff, and then they walk themselves into a think it over, where the prospect at the end is like, yeah, this is great, but I got to think about it. And meanwhile, they just want to get the hell off the phone. That's the key here. And then lastly is, this is one of my favorite sayings, but SW3N. Some will, some won't. So what next? Top performers don't get super emotional when they lose a sale. They don't get super excited when they win a sale. Some will, some won't. So what next? Who cares? And so, half of salespeople didn't even intend to go into the profession in the first place. So I know I've thrown a lot of information at you. So I just want to close out on a couple of quick questions for you, and then I can answer any questions that come out of this. But what separates the winners from the losers in sales, particularly in a conference like this? I would argue that it's about action. It's about actually taking action to move the ball forward with your selling. What are you going to do as a result of the ideas that I just shared with you? I hope you got some useful ideas. And obviously, just as a part of being in this conference in general, you've got to apply these ideas, because at the end of the day, you've got your plan, which sounds rosy and clean and beautiful, and then there's reality. And, that's a bumpy path. And so, I always share with people, I always want to make sure that people know that they can take things further. So if you want to go further, if you resonated with what I said, we'd love to have you apply to the Sales Insights Lab Accelerator, which is our coaching program. It's our community. So, not a lot on that, but if you're interested in that, just go to the Lab Accelerator, labacceleratorapply.com. Again, that's labacceleratorapply.com. And then you can apply to our program. And I think Sarah can share that link with you. So we'd certainly love to have you apply to the program and have conversations down the road. So with that said, I'm happy to turn it over to any questions that have come out of this. And I will stop sharing my screen. And Sarah or Collin, are you guys
Yeah,
there?
I'm here.
Awesome.
I'll be honest, I did step away and grab a bite to eat.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I know. We've been online since like 7 a.m. So
yeah, it's okay. I'm okay.
What are we, like 5.5 hours? I'm like, yeah, I probably should do that. But John had a question. John Seymour,
Sure.
Where are you, buddy? Let me just track it down here. Hey, Mark, could you provide some examples on best practices on providing value?
Yeah, I gave a couple before, but I think the big thing is you've got to have some ways to, we're big in presenting data. So there's a difference between giving a pitch or a demo up front, like a software demo. Like, no one wants to see your friggin' software demo. No one wants to see it. It's boring. Buyers don't care about demos. Like, they care about solving challenges, right? So a good example would be what we call the whiteboard pitch, which is, do you have some data that you can share on your prospect's industry that shows some insight? So it's like, like in this presentation, like I shared with you, like, okay, if I'm talking to the chief sales officer of a company, I'll be like, George, right now, a lot of the data tells us that basically 3/4 of salespeople are seen by buyers as ineffective and XYZ. And so, based on what I just shared with you, do any of those issues ring true to you, right? I truncated it, but it's like, you want to be able to share some real insight up front to engage the prospect in a conversation. And that can be much more in depth. On Zoom, we do a lot with screen share, where we literally will do like what we call a whiteboard pitch, where we're literally drawing out on a whiteboard, just kind of like showing a couple stats, key challenges that we're seeing, maybe some examples of organizations that have struggled with those issues. And then we're flipping the script and being like, okay, so now based on what I've shared with you, does any of that resonate with you? And get them to be like, yeah, actually. And by the way, it's only like 2 to 3 minutes. This isn't like a 25-minute thing. This is like 2 to 3 minutes showing you know your crap and then getting them talking.
Didn't have my mic on there. So question to chat. What are some of your favorite, I don't want to say discovery questions, but I'm curious, like, what are the things that people are asking here? I love how I love your approach to the sort of handling that discovery. And I think it's the number one, and I can't remember who said this, but basically number one, killer of discovery calls is that jumping to a premature demo. And
for sure.
I remember back in the day selling, we had a SaaS product and we went from like 0 to 60K monthly in like 6 weeks. So we were adding a crazy amount of revenue. Yeah. And a lot of that was sold hand to hand. And I remember, because we had the strength of our product market fit was so strong, the product value was obvious. We were able to make the product value more obvious.
Yeah.
And we didn't need slides. We didn't need a demo. We didn't need to show people anything. It was just a matter of, hey, like, this is the value it will provide. Let's talk about it. Yeah. Let's have a conversation about what do you need, and say, okay, great, this is how we can solve that problem. The number of people we closed without ever seeing the software was incredible, because they're like, okay, if it can do that, it doesn't really matter what it looks like. It doesn't really matter what color it is if it achieves that value, we'll see. And so I think it's a counterpoint. It's obviously, I'm cherry picking one single example, and it is absolutely not a best practice that everybody should adopt. But it's just one example of, if you've got the value, if you understand the market well enough, you don't actually need to show anything. You don't need that crutch of slides or that crutch of, let me show you what my website looks like. If I'm in a pitch and the guy's pulling up, or the person's pulling up their slides, I'm just like, no.
Oh, get me off this. Yeah.
Stop.
I mean, I totally agree with that. And I have a client who sells to doctors, and when so she sells, it's like marketing services to doctors. Mm-hmm. And so like doctors are the ultimate example. And so when I first started working with her, she was giving demos of like the inside, showing like the inside of her kind of marketing system to doctors. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, the doctor does not care about what it looks like, right? So what we did is, and this is a pretty good tangible example too, is like, we changed it up. So it was like the first 5 minutes of her conversation were actually showing the doctor, like the doctor's own like Yelp reviews and like their kind of web presence. And so they would like take snippets of the doctor's web presence and then be like, look, I'm not showing this to make you frustrated, but I just want to show you what's going on out there. Because the doctor had no idea, right? And then we would just turn that conversation and parlay it into be like, okay, so I wanted to just show you that really quickly. And that's like 3 to 4 minutes. And then she'd be like, okay, so tell me a little bit, now that we've looked at that, tell me about, are you seeing as many patients as you'd like? And it was super powerful, instead of ever doing a demo. So we've cut the word demo from her lexicon altogether for exactly the reason that you just said.
Totally. And you're 100% right. And what that is you're showing that sort of magical moment of like, this is what that aha moment looks like. And I think when you have the crutch of slides, or I'm going to walk you through a pre-scripted demo, it's a crutch. And so it's a hammer in search of a nail. And so you get these salespeople that show up and like, okay, I'm ready to use my hammer, right? But if you can use an effective discovery and be like, oh, you know what, let me pause for a second. I want to show you one thing. And then you screen share and be like, this is that thing that would solve that piece. Is that cool? Great. I'm going to kill my screen share. So that's effectively what you're saying. It's like, it's nothing pre-scripted, but when you find that magical moment to be like, oh, here's a proof point, or here's how we do that. Let me demonstrate this one piece to either move you forward in the sales process or open up a gap in how you see things to show you like, hey, this is what a better world could look like.
Totally. I mean, you're just making me think of some ideas, and I know some people wanted tangible things. And I think that's exactly right. And so, one of the things we'll even talk about is like, if you have a prospect, sometimes prospects will be like, I want to see your demo. Like, let me see the inside of the thing. And most salespeople, we feel like we have to do the whole demo. Like that means I asked one of my clients the other day, he's brand new into our programs. And I was like, how long is your demo? He's like, it's about an hour. And I'm like, oh my God, like an hour-long demo. You've got to be killing me. And I was like, you should have like 5 minutes max. And then the second, and what you want to be constantly doing is like, as you're showing them stuff, be like, so this would help with something like that. Does that make sense? And like getting it interactive. And if they cut you off or interrupt you or start talking about something else, like you never have to finish the demo. Like if you get like 20 seconds into the demo, and that's just enough that they needed to feel like, okay, there's something here. Now let me tell you about what the problem is. Boom, like that's selling. Don't feel like you have to be like, okay, so now that we talked about that, let me show you the rest of this. Like, don't do the rest of it.
You're totally right. It's because you're in that habit of like, okay, I push play and then I've got, I'm going to black out for an hour and just like, I'm going to do my thing. And I love
let marketing automation do that. Like have a video on your website. Like if you really want something like that, like just send a YouTube video of a screen share of the inside if that's really important to you. But like no one needs that. I mean, especially buyers, like economic buyers. I mean, they care about solving problems. Like the low-level technical people, or like sometimes they want that crap. Mm-hmm. And maybe you have to do that if you need to get their buy-in. But like real buyers, I mean, very rarely want to see like what the aesthetics of your service looks like.
100%. I will guarantee you that if you're trying to sell to me and we're on a Zoom and you throw up a slide deck or you're screen sharing for longer than like 30 seconds to a minute, totally. I'm video off. I'm like video off, checking out. I'm going to be checking my email, doing something else, waiting for you to say the relevant things where I tune back into that conversation. Guaranteed.
100%. And everyone does that. And with things like Zoom, you can't even tell if they're actually listening or not. There are other services where you can actually see engagement, but with Zoom, you're just kind of like flying blind, and they can be looking. I mean, even if they're video on, they can still be looking at the screen and they're just like checking out Facebook.
Totally.
Yeah.
We've got a couple questions from chat, so I want to jump into that. We got about 12 minutes left till our next session here. And I've got a question for chat, specifically Fire and Wood is talking about, we provided metrics of success. And he was talking about winning without pitching. And I'm curious, I know there's a book called The Win Without Pitching Manifesto. I'm just curious if you're related. He was saying he lived up in Whistler, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he was living in like Haslow, BC, which is like interior. From where I am, it's like this direction and up. And anyway, so I'm just curious if there's any relation there, because that's a super strong sort of hidden sales book if you're in agency sales, and it sort of transitions into the next question, which Blue Wave was asking, was how do you balance giving too much in advance versus asking the client to pay for the insight? The Win Without Pitching Manifesto, if you're selling services, specifically agency services, is an amazing read. But I'll throw this one to Mark. Mark, what are your thoughts on this balance of like value? Where do you draw the line and say, you know what, beyond this line, I'm not going to share that?
Yeah. So I had a mentor that used to, he's alive still, so not rest in peace, but he's always telling me, and I think this is the perfect distinction for that, is feel free to show the what, but not the how. So like, say you're selling consulting, right? Which is the ultimate example where like in the sales process and consulting, a lot of consultants want to show the how, like they actually want to like basically do a mini consulting session during the sales process. And what that does is it dramatically lowers the value of what you offer, because it's like you basically just giving it away for free, right? So, but what you can always do is show the what, and that you can give away for free comfortably. So let me describe the difference between the what and the how. So the what in like, let's say it's a consultant, just to use the example of like digital marketing consultant as an example. Like a digital marketing consultant can show till they're blue in the face, like, hey, here are the key trends that we're seeing in the industry. Again, not showing like what works and what doesn't. That's the how. But the what is like, hey, we're seeing a lot of trends where like, click-through rates are going down, or like open rates are going down. And so like when you're talking about the what, you can really do that pretty comfortably. And that's like what we would suggest, like in a whiteboard pitch or in the upfront of before the discovery conversation, to get the prospect engaged, like data, statistics, insight, but not showing them how to actually solve it. Like when you show them how to solve it, now you're entering into territory where you're doing like unpaid consulting. And that not only lowers the value of what you're offering, but it also is going to dramatically lower your close rate, because like you've kind of given them stuff, and you've given them stuff that they may decide that they disagree with. So the how, people can disagree with the how all day long, but the what is like, you can basically just like focus on, again, like high level, like what are the key problems. Going back to the example with like the doctor selling to a doctor, it's like you're not showing him how he's going to improve his, like, what is it, like the health grades reviews. You're not going to show him how, but if you show him what they are and what's going on and what his web presence looks like, that's okay.
Gotcha. So let's role play with me for a minute. Let's pretend I am Dr. Collin Stewart. And you're giving me the what, right? So you're opening up this big gap between sort of my reality and my expectations.
Sure.
So you've opened that gap, and now I'm like, all right, so Mark, that sounds great, but like, how are you going to do that? Like, how do you flip that? How do you turn that around and without being a jerk to the prospect, but you still want to move the conversation forward?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. So again, you can answer with the what. So you can be like, again, it's an example where something I don't sell, but like, it's fine, I can work with it. So it's like, if I'm selling, like, again, it's like SEO and marketing services to a doctor's office, I'd be like, look, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to break down your online presence into 5 key areas, right? Area 1 is your online reviews. Area 2 is your website. Area 3 is how people engage with the website, and 4 and 5, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to take each of those areas, and we're then going to come up with a strategy for exactly how we improve each of those areas. Now, Collin, when you look right now at your online reviews, have you had much of a strategy up until now to really engage with customers in that review process?
I love what you did there. And so I'm pushing a question. I'm saying, hey, go deeper. And Mark is bringing it back. You're answering my question without actually telling me I'm a jerk, but I'm asking a kind of a jerk question to try and get you.
Full jerk question. Yeah.
Full jerk. No, tell me. And like, I was kind of nicer about it, but I've certainly been on the receiving end of less kind versions of that question.
Of course, we all have.
But you pull it back up to like, here's what we're going to do. And then I love how you flip it back and say, okay, well, what are you doing? What are you doing specifically? It's this sort of like catch and release, this little game of like, this game we're playing, this little back and forth. I love that. And I just want to point that out. Like, if you catch nothing else from this, it's that little duck and weave that Mark did, where he's not backing away from the question. He's answering it, and then he's leaning in with a question of his own.
Because you want to talk. You're the doctor. Like you're the prospect wants to talk, but if they're being like a jerk, like you were, that's okay, right? It's all fair in love and war. But it's like they just want to feel like they asked the question. And often I think we feel like we need to give like this long 7-minute diatribe. I went on for like 20 seconds. And again, it was super high level, and it was like strategy 1, strategy 2, strategy 3. But I talked enough to get you to be like, okay, yeah. And then I like went right back at you to get you talking. And I'll do that all day long. Like I will never break down on that.
It's sort of like if you're a boxer, like that's your jab. It's like you're going to come back, you're going to duck, and you're going to jab right back and ask a really great question. And I could talk about the art of like going back and forth forever, but Troy asked a really good question. And they sell to real estate agents. They sell a software that's $200 a month, and they have a 7-day trial of their platform. Like, what is your recommendation on how to balance discovery versus showing them how to use the platform effectively? So I'm thinking, and sorry, before you jump in, Troy, are we talking a 1-call close here? I really hope we are. Maybe a 1-call close and then like follow up email for like payment details kind of thing. Let me know in chat, and then I'll pass it back to Mark here. Yeah, he's saying yes, 1-call close.
Yeah. I mean, especially with like realtors who are basically like selling to consumers. Like I would consider a realtor a consumer sale, and in that case, it should be a 1-call close, of course. I think that 7-day trials are a crutch, to use Collin's word. And so I think they're fine, and I think they're attractive. And but I think we have to be really cautious about leaning too hard on the 7-day trial. I mean, it's tough because you obviously want to get, I'm assuming your platform requires that they continue to be engaged. If it's $200 a month to a realtor, that's like a significant investment. So they've got to be engaged with the platform. So I think in that case, like you're part customer service, part salesperson. And so what you want to be doing is weaving in the discovery with the setup of the 7-day trial to get them to really engage with whatever it is that you're selling, but really at the same time also be like, as you're going through, it's like, let's just say it's a marketing tool because I'm imagining it is. You'd be like, so this is going to help you with your listings. So thinking about your listings right now, like what are you doing in order to improve the quality of your listings or whatever, and like get them do exactly what I just did with Collin, but keep doing it as you're doing that setup. That's, again, high level, that's probably how I'd approach that.
Perfect. And Sarah's joining us here to remind us that we're a couple of sales guys that continue talking. If I get a chance to reply, I'll +1 on what Mark is saying, that it can be a crutch. There's kind of two approaches. One, if I'm on a discovery call, I'm probably not going to be selling, hey, like the next step is a 7-day demo. I'm probably going for that one call close. Because
I totally agree with that.
Dealing with this and that, fine. But another, like possibly a source of gold, and this depends on how your demand gen is set up and how your company is set up. But there's possibly an opportunity to look at, okay, who's created a demo, and assuming they're not tagged to salespeople, like what actions have they performed, and then starting conversations once they performed a certain action to come in and be helpful, right? And there's probably some sort of leading indicator of, if you do X number of actions or this action and that action, this combination, you're most likely to close. And this is like a bigger picture thing, but if you can nail that and then jump in with those customers, you avoid the mass tire kickers of hundreds, if you're getting hundreds of these demos that you're doing and it's the same and same and same. So that'd be,
and also just one other thing is, and I know if maybe that person's a salesperson, but I would also test not doing a 7-day demo or a 7-day free trial and just try to actually, be gutsy and just sell. I so often those free trials can be just like total crutches that don't actually help for what it's worth.
Totally. Yeah. We could talk about this forever. Yeah. Sarah is here to remind us, guys, shut the hell up.
Playing the Oscars music to play you off the stage. Exactly. So any other questions that have been missed, you guys, Mark is going to be in that Slack channel for the next 15 minutes. So you've got a chance to get some of those answered anyway. And then anything else remaining, I'm sure you can shoot to him on LinkedIn as well, if you want to continue that conversation. So coming up next, we have our second keynote of the day. So that is going to be with Justin Michael, and we're going to talk about unusual forms of outbound prospecting. So I am going to hop off onto that one so that we can join him there. And Collin, I'll see you guys in a second. Cool. Mark, wonderful presentation. Nice to see you again, and catch you later.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Mark. And definitely let's connect shortly and talk about, there's more stuff that we can do together, man. Great having you here today.
Same here.
See everybody. Or see you, Mark. Everybody's going to follow me. All right. And I'm going to try playing an ad. So let's see how this goes.
Hi there. I'm Seth List, head of coaching and consulting for Predictable Revenue. I'm here today to introduce you to our assessments. We have a few flavors, but all of them include a comprehensive assessment of your team, your tech stack, your processes, and your messaging. The assessments are designed to help you understand what's possible, what's realistic, and what might need to get done before you get to a place of producing predictable pipeline for your organization. If you've got an interest in learning more, reach out. Let us know how we can help. Thanks.
All right. Thank you to Seth. Let's go back to the cam setup here. Looks like we've got Sarah hanging out over there.
Hello.
I played the ad. YouTube, chat, let me know. Did that ad work? Could you hear sound? Could you see Seth? He wasn't actually here. That was a recording. But
hi, Justin.
Hey, are we live?
We are live.
We are. How's it going?
Well, it's good to see you. I love the guitar photo. I have a Martin somewhere over here.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
I started in the music business, actually, which is why I'm so theatrical and with robots on my face and stuff.
Cool. Well, I'm going to fade into the background shortly, but I did want to hang out, and I'll be in the background. I'll be the voice of YouTube chat. So chat, if you got questions, you throw them there. I'm the predictable revenue banner there, and I'll make sure that they get to make their way to Justin and Sarah. Buckle in though. This is going to be the fastest, most calorically dense presentation. I'm going to need to have a nap after listening to Justin because of the sheer amount of information my brain is going to have to consume. So I'm going to shut the hell up now. I'm going to let you two take over. Justin, it's great to see you. Chat, I'll be in there.
Great. Thanks, Collin. It's great to be back on the podcast. I'd call myself a disciple of Aaron Ross. I think all of us owe a huge debt of gratitude that are innovating on revenue models and ways to get meetings, especially in these times where we have to get really creative to make it happen. I mean, I have friends who are on sales teams where whole funnel's gone. None of the emails and the sequencers are getting responses. So I've had to get really cutting edge, a little bit crazy. I feel like it's like a Seal lyric or something, you know? But I have a very wild presentation here, and I'm excited to deliver it.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. A couple of housekeeping things, guys. If you do have any questions that come up throughout, remember to pop those in the chat. Collin will be moderating. He'll be piping them over to us so that we can get them answered. If you aren't yet in that Slack community, follow the link, join the Slack community so that you can chat to Justin for 15 minutes after his presentation if we don't get to your question. And finally, if you want to see more content from us, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. And now let me introduce you to this guest. So Justin TQ Michael, he's an avid technologist and sales futurist that has sought to automate sales development itself for dozens of, I'm getting cut off here. One sec.
Yeah, we can still hear you unless you're getting.
Yeah, it's, my screen was getting cut off by me. Here we go. Okay.
Take two.
He has take two. He has sought to automate sales development itself for dozens of cutting-edge technology startups over the last 2 decades. He's coined the term technology quotient, which is the TQ part, as distinct from IQ and EQ for sales. He's releasing a book called Tech-Powered Sales: Achieve Superhuman Sales Skills in 2021, and as a disciple of Aaron Ross and the Predictable Revenue book and model. He was the featured case study in Combo Prospecting by Tony J. Hughes as the cyborg rep. Justin has worked for Salesforce, LinkedIn, Sean Parker, and consulted over 100 startups on cracking top funnel with converged tech stacks. So welcome, Justin.
Thank you so much. And I really want to make this interactive if possible. So as people are reacting to what I'm talking about, and they do think it's a little wild and crazy, or I couldn't do that, or they wouldn't let me do that, we can talk about it, because I've had some pretty big companies cut me some wide berth and slack to do this stuff. With everything I'm going to share with you, there's an elegant way to do it. There's an on-brand way to do it, but we're going to have a lot of fun. So I called this backflips, base jumps, and wingsuit flight. Now, once I went to Mammoth and I skied the top of the cornice, which is a quadruple black diamond. And I want to tell you, I thought I was going to die. I looked down, I'm like, I'm not going to make it. And I sort of snowplowed until it became a triple black diamond. I don't know how I lived, to be honest. I was in my teens and I was very, very brave. That is the closest in my whole life. I fell out of a river raft, but I've never backflipped, base jumped, or done wingsuit flight. But you know what? Some people feel like that when they cold call a CRO. And one thing I do for fun, I have a Discord community, which is called the Sales Borgs, like a cyborg and a salesperson. We just cold call. We do parallel assisted dialing on like a Friday at 4 p.m. out of Connect and Sell or Orem. And I call, 200 CROs with human verified data at once. And I just let 20 or 30 people watch me fail, watch me get rejected, watch me get brush offs. And it's a lot of fun. So let's see if this thing works. I'm Justin Michael. After 20 years in the business, I have my own consultancy called Justin Michael Consulting, and I do fractional RevOps stuff. It's a lot of fun. One of the first things I wanted to show you is visual prospecting, and I led an entire webinar on this subject. So if you're interested in it, please get back to me. What started to happen is I was at a tech company in Seattle, and there's this awesome chief revenue officer, and he did a 350-page slide deck for the sales kickoff. And I thought, okay, this is interesting. So I went through all 350 pages because I was going to get ramped up and go set emails. And inside, on like page 320, was a Venn diagram of the competitive landscape. And it's funny, I'm wearing my Kachava hat that matches my diagram here. I love them. They're in Northern Idaho. Check them out, analytics. I started to study neuroscience and sort of Dave Hoffield and the science of selling. And I found this research that your brain processes images 60,000 times faster. They've always said a picture is worth 1,000 words. So what's really, this is the craziest thing that I could teach anybody. I always say if I got hit by a bus, now luckily there's not a lot of buses around here, rim shot. I'm in Southern California, a little beach town.
But
Bump. um, yeah. So here's the big thing that's really crazy. We, as children, we learn to read all these little marching ants, right? We try to figure out what these symbols mean, and still, as adults, when we get tired at night, we're reading a book, start to get drowsy. It's hard to process this, but imagery just goes straight into the neocortex, right? So knowing that, it's kind of nuts because most of outbound email marketing, templates, sequencing, it's all about what do you say. I've called this heuristics. What are the pieces of the email, the opener, the illumination question, all this stuff. But the issue is the brain of the prospect is just trying to parse and figure out what these words mean. It's different to everybody. So I really got involved in visual prospecting, and I started to create these Venn diagrams of competitive landscapes. I sent one Venn diagram through my own Gmail to the chief digital officer of McDonald's, set the meeting within 5 minutes, forward it, boom, meeting. Then I sent it to the VP of mobile at Home Depot, and I was just sitting there in my office up in Seattle. He called me on my phone within 3 minutes and said, pitch me. This is a person I prospected for 5 years. And I thought, okay, I'm onto something. I had my flux capacitor moment. And I find a place called Dog Patch Advisors later on when I'm working in Silicon Valley in a company to build this. And they're writing code. They're doing visuals and pulling code. Josh Braun's doing some cool stuff around this too, using images that dynamically change per email, maybe their logo or something on the site. So creating these Venn diagrams, you're taking a competitor map. You're saying, we compete, we're Acme, we compete with Beta and Zeta and Big Corp, and here are the feature sets we compete on, and here in the middle. So in this case, Kachava is providing a converged, unified solution that does a little bit of all those things. And I would send this in an email and say, what are the implications of this? Or do you agree with this? And it's so incredibly provocative and unlocks so many interactions that I was starting to get some really interesting things like, I don't agree, the Venn's wrong, let me make it for you and send it back to you, and for me, it's all about interactivity. So this is the first pillar of what I would say it's a bit of a base jump because it's a lot of work, right? You got to go create one of these. How do I create it? And I went through a whole course of like 45 minutes on a blissful prospecting, Jason Bay. He's great explaining how to build one of these. It's not as hard as you think. In fact, if you make it ugly and you get it wrong, you're still going to get responses even more. The first version of this was just a piece of Lucid chart with some ragged logos on there, and marketing cleaned it up. And I use this in my demos with love because I like to promote. It's a great company, and go check them out. Any questions on that? I don't know if I can see the chat, but maybe someone can let me know if there's a question.
No questions quite yet, and I'm keeping my eye out there. So chat, let us know. We're gonna go back and forth with everybody. Are you doing visual prospecting? What have you done that has worked really well? Victor is asking, doesn't it affect your deliverability?
Good question. So that was a weird test. So sometimes I'll sideload a Gmail or I'll send out of a personal account because things have gotten a little wonky with how many emails are coming out of the company, and I want to test for a DKIM and SPIF and DMARC. And so, I've been very involved in appointment setting and mass sending of emails, but in a concerted and careful and compliant way, similar to Aaron and Collin and Sarah and the folks on the phone. You want to nest imagery on the second or third touch, right? When you're getting deliverability, your first email shouldn't even have a signature or links. But once you're in, touch 2, 3, 4, or deeper in the sequence, it's okay to use imagery. There's a company called Get Cloud App, which you basically think about in your best technology demo. Take that wow moment. Maybe it's like a piece of the UI or UX, or there's that part of what you do. And it's funny, you're thinking, don't feature sell, but there's usually something in your deck. It's a visual, it's a walkthrough, and you can really quickly screen cap that, get it under 100 kilobytes, and put it in line. So I have a lot of theories of everything. One of them is I come from old school SEO and conversion rate optimization. You're never leaving my email thread, ever. I will never link you out of an email thread, ever. So if I'm going to link to the Gartner white paper, I will go to the white paper, I'll read the whole thing, I'll pull out one thing that I think is impressive, I'll say, according to the Gartner white paper, and I'll link it in line, or I'll just take a Shift Command 4 and I'll stick it in line in the email. The other huge thing I'm a proponent of is like holographic sequencing and geometric shapes. And what this means executives have very short attention spans. This has been called executive ADD. I sure do. If I'm getting a sequence of 12 touches over 30 days, I finally will go, okay, I'll look at it. And I look at touch 11, and touch 11 says, hey, what did you think of the white paper on touch 9? Or it's when you're all sitting around watching Friends and everyone's laughing because Phoebe did something. I'm like, I haven't seen every episode of Friends. I have no idea why this is funny. I lack the context, right? So each step of a sequence should inherently mentally link out intrinsically to the full sequence. And that's like a holograph or a fractal where if you zoom in on it, it's the same shape. So touch 7 can set, but touch 2 could set, but touch 13 could set. So this is the geometric piece that I bring to my methods. It's just a lot of fun. You see what we're triggering? We're triggering the left and right half of our brain. Everything's firing, right? I've heard about wine. Like the reason you clink the glasses is to trigger the fifth sense. You got touch, taste, feel, sound. So what you're trying to do here is hit all the senses, and it's really important to be visual. So I could go on forever. I could do a whole hour on just this. I won't bore you or cure insomnia. Let's talk about this. Really controversial. Yeah, were there any more questions on that one? Should I stick here for one more second? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, we got somebody saying don't need to ask him any more questions to boost his already huge ego. From Mark Mack.
Oh, he's a friend of mine. He's helping me with my ego issues. You know, he's been training me on cold calls. He's in my mastermind.
Nice.
Yeah, if you can get to know Mark Mack, he's a really smart prospector. He's bringing a lot of value. Look, the thing is about visuals, you don't have to make this hard, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You can literally just screenshot something in the deck already and put it in a touch and A/B test it, see how it works. Let's go on to the next one. FaceTime drops. So this is actually not something I did. So again, it's a base jump, it's a wingsuit. It's, you're at the top of a ski mountain and you're going to do a backflip and deploy a parachute on skis. This was done in James Bond. It's a classic scene. So a FaceTime drop, what this is you have an iPhone and you reverse look up the email address of the prospect and you link in onto their FaceTime. Now, it's sort of a can spam gray area because you're not making a call, you're initiating an internal app connection. It's also incredibly invasive. I put this up online because Chris Rokas in my group did it. And I can prove to you I didn't. I have an Android. So it wasn't me, in the words of Shaggy. The thing is, it's how crazy is this to take a president or VP of sales and just drop in on their FaceTime? This is an intimate family type thing. But he drops in, and I think he's in cardboard or packaging, and this executive goes, really? WTF type thing. And he goes, look, it's COVID. I'm just trying to have some, human interaction here. I'm just giving this everything I got. And the guy goes, I'm listening. And he booked the meeting. And I think when he got face to face with the C-level, he kind of was able to remain poised and not backpedal. We talk a lot about equal business stature on cold calls, right? So if you're going to do a technique that's this crazy, this is beyond my comfort zone. I just want to be clear. But the reason I highlight it is because for you, your FaceTime drop might be calling a GM or calling a VC or a board member. It might maybe just like calling a prospect that you feel like you're not ready to call. Like I've been in startup companies like, our perfect client is Facebook, but we're not ready to do a deal with Facebook, right? So, but you might want to, right? So this is just encouraging you to get out of your comfort zone. If you're ready to do FaceTime drops, I mean, Brandon Bornanson at Seamless.ai, the CEO, he says he's been trying it. There's other people that are might have been in market with this already. I've never seen it anywhere. The post got like 200,000 hits and went nuts. And people were just like, Justin, you are so sleazy. I'm like, Android. All right, next one. Any questions on the FaceTime drop?
No, I think just commenting on the Pixel.
Yeah, I call this the burner phone.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
funny because one of my clients is in Medellin, and I'm always like closing the door on Friday night and calling Medellin. So that's neither here nor there. It's this beautiful country, but I have a very weird lifestyle and life. Look, I'm gonna go. I'm blowing this out of the water. This is the big trade secret. So I've been at scale on this platform. Friend of mine, Arthur Leopold, was the top fintech seller ever at LinkedIn for financial services. If you know him, you know what a rock star he is. In the Empire State Building every morning at 5 a.m., crushing it, selling Sales Navigator, one of the best salespeople I've ever seen. He comes out with this as the chief operating officer. This is one of the craziest idea, right? And it took off because in COVID, like, what do actors do? Like, don't know if you saw like Knives Out. I mean, you just kind of do the movie all in one house and test everybody for the fever. Like it's kind of hard to go on location in Italy and do car chases during C-19, right? So all these actors have this existential issue and they're sitting in cameo.com, and you won't believe it, but these prices are real. You can have Bethany Frankel from The Real Housewives read your prospecting email. So we had Bob Saget, do one. It was incredible. I guess it turns out the guy loved Full House. We saw on his Facebook that he liked Full House, but he really did. He grew up with Full House. He showed his mom that Bob Saget, and Bob Saget's on there, saying his name. That was my college name. Hi, I'm Bob Saget. It was like really hilarious. I had one done as Frodo. Did one with Juicy J, little risque. I did one with Mike Ditka, the Bears, and so. But Russ Hanneman, who's not on this one though, if you love Silicon Valley, is a lot of fun. And that one got a little not safe for work. So you do want to vet these. These are not G-rated. These are actors and they're having fun and they're comedians and they're saying whatever they want to say. So there's not a lot of control over the message. And you can get Richard Dreyfuss for $1,000. You can get Charlie Sheen. You can get Snoop Dogg. And soon this won't be necessary, right? Because we'll have deepfake. And so during a call like this, I'll have a Zoom show and I can just deepfake into Chewbacca, or I can become Robert De Niro. But then the government will obviously restrict that federally and say, this is my AI. This is Justin Michael's AI deepfaking. And you'll see right now already on YouTube and through the gaming community, there's several celebrities that are on TikTok that are synthesized faces that are AI derived deepfakes. So this will move away from being a channel for celebrities when we can just use computer vision and AI and neural networks to synthesize celebrities. But now I'm moving to 2035 and 2050, so it's less practical. Pricing, a lot of these are big. You're saying I can't afford it. The sports stars, a lot of the B-level celebrities, $25 a minute of them saying anything you want. So if you have a big sports fan, you'd be shocked the amount of cameos you can get under $50. It has tons of wow factor. I remember just trying to convince a company to let me send a FedEx for $35. And you could have, right? Like you could have, I'm not devaluing some of these celebrities. I mean, I love Tom Arnold in True Lies. I mean, but yeah, so actually, so I have this SDR league thing that I'm involved in, which is sort of like a cage match where two SDRs square off and see how they can handle rebuttals. We stream it to Twitch and have a Discord, and there'll be sponsors. And so I had the founder of UFC Couture, the Natural, introduce me as I'm training for the fight. Right, I'm like in my backyard, my chickens like Rocky, and I'm like making my calls, and I'm taking on Ryan Reisert. He's like the king of cold calling, and so we have like the jousting match. And I'm getting off the script here, but you can do this, and it's affordable, and it's at cameo.com. Any questions on this slide?
Man, I'm lost in cameo.com. I'm like, geez, $50 I can get Zach Cassian, hockey player from Vancouver to, yeah. I was like, if I'm prospecting in Canada, I think this is the missing piece of like, you look at somebody's LinkedIn, you're like, oh, I saw you, you went to this school, or you're in this area, like, go Bucks, or go this, go that. It's like, now this can take that to the next level and not just comment that, but like use that knowledge, use that information to like, man, match up some of their interests to one of these celebrities. That'd be incredible. And for $50, $100, dialing into a huge account like that, dang.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So the conversion rate has been insane. I'm getting 8 out of 10 responses.
Yeah.
I have a question, Justin, about this tactic. Where would you like? At what point in the sequence would you use this? Is this your first touch? Is this the 5th touch? When do you use this?
I think this is a way you break into accounts that would never really talk to you because of the amount of ROI. Like a net new account usually is worth a ton. That's not to say if you had a deal that's stalled, you might not use it. It's when there's a high leveraged need, right? You got a 7-figure deal, it's on the fritz. For some reason, it's gone into a black hole. Your competitors rooting around in there. Maybe you send one of these. And it just gets this, it's human nature. Like someone who received this just like, really? Like they just kick out of it. It just makes them feel like a kid again. It's really out there right now. It'll become more common, but 9 out of 10 people haven't seen this. And it still has a novelty. I was using this primarily to break into impossible accounts that never responded before. Mm-hmm. And 8 out of 10 responses on that. All this conceptually comes out of a Stu Heineke basis of contact marketing and how to get a meeting with anyone. where he's a cartoonist for the Wall Street Journal, and he does a big board and a full cartoon with no logos and sends it by courier, and they get it, and he's getting 100% response. And I'm like, yeah, if I was a gifted cartoonist for the Wall Street Journal, I could do that. And ever since I met Stu Heineke, I've been, what is my inner Stu Heineke? Well, I'm going to get, some celebrity, like I'm going to get Flavor Flav to read you a prospecting email. That's pretty cool. That's out of the box. And so again, to me, it's like wingsuiting. It's kind of like when you watch a Red Bull video and you're like, okay, this guy's going to skydive from space. And it's just like, what? And everybody puts it down and looks at it. Like I'm trying to create pattern interrupts and do things with omni-channel approaches that are just totally wildly out of the box, because then my chance to break in is very high. There's also been opportunities set out of this. There's been business that's closed out of this. So it's not just look, cute cats and snorkels. I don't think it's a gimmick or a novelty. If the message is there and you align the personalization, relevance, and timing, like like Collin just said, like if you get the right celebrity, like if you have a huge sports fan and you send them the exact player from a team they like, that's pretty awesome. To find that, look on their Twitter, look on their Facebook. It'll be pretty obvious. Sports people are easy. They have an easy tell. In fact, we had a whole SDR program dedicated to sports. So like one of the most common subject lines was Roll Tide. Next one. Or any more questions on that?
How much was Randy Couture?
I don't know. I have fans doing this stuff. A fan did my Photoshop robot on Fiverr, and a fan paid for Randy Couture. So I'm actually reaching a level of UGC where I'm not even powering a lot of my own content. So I don't know.
Beauty. How much for Justin Michael cameo?
Oh, man, priceless? I don't know. No, I'm kidding. Mark Mack's like, dude, the ego, calm it down. No, seriously, it's really humbling to have the sport that I do. And it's really because the reason I'm doing all this is not because I'm awesome at sales. It's that these ideas, if you unleash it, if you're stuck and you're frustrated and you can't get through, everything in this webinar today is something you could try. And if they won't let you try it, just be like, hey, Aaron Ross and Justin Michael gave this webinar. So what would you allow me to try? You'd be amazed. I think they'll get a kick out of it and maybe let you do it.
Solid. We're good to go.
Okay. Cartoons and QR codes. So I talked about a little of this early. About 13 years ago, I pulled a stunt and it worked. I was selling QR codes in a world where people were putting QR codes on their billboard. This guy, Ryan Chisholm, in my group, he has his Zoom background with a QR code that then triggers his LinkedIn. Super cool. If you're watching, thank you. So what we did was we were trying to get to the Jim Henson company. And we built these, we printed sugar cupcakes. So it's even cooler than an example. It was all these Kermit the Frog cupcakes, and in the eyes were QR codes. And when you hit the QR code on the cupcake, it triggered a video compressed MMS message that triggered to your phone playing the Muppet movie. And so we delivered by courier these cupcakes to the executive at Jim Henson company, and we did get the meeting. And this was so far ahead of its time. So this is 2007, 2008. I mean, at that time, I was still calling agency almanacs with a whiteboard. I was doing, 100 call days where I get in at 3 a.m. and drink Red Bull. Like, we didn't have sequencers. It was old school, but we still needed this method. So I talked to, who was it? The CMO of Science without the S, Eric Quanstrom, formerly Kite Desk. Great guy. He's like, if you send me food stuff, it's like, if you send me yummy treats, I'm going to get the meeting. So yeah, if you want to talk to Eric, tell him, just send him a treat and tell him I sent you. I have a good question to the hosts. What would I send you that would make you take a meeting because you'd just be so stoked on the gift, even if it wasn't relevant? Could be a sweet, could be sport.
Good question. Collin, you go. I'm going to think.
This is like a wish list kind of thing. I'd say hockey tickets, but probably not super relevant right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I think I would do something like musical. Like even if you're not a musical person and you are bad at music, if you wrote me a song that was literally 10 seconds long and gave it a sing in a video, I would 100%, I'd be there.
Yeah.
That's awesome. There's an SDR. So there's Rajiv Nation, who's done a parody of Will Smith, and what's his original show? It's
Will
killing
Smith?
me. Yeah,
Fresh Prince.
Yes, the Fresh Prince song. He does that, and he switches it up with like all B2B stuff. Can't think straight. Too many cupcakes and cartoons and craziness. But
That's fair.
there was the singing SDR. She was lovely. I don't know what she's up to now, but she did the song thing. So that's good note to self. On the right of this slide is something hilarious. This would look really good in my office. I mean, this is the kind of satire where, you know, a bunch of executives looking at an uptrend graph. The Stu Heineke stuff is you want it to be personal, but you don't want to have any logos on it, and you want it to be kind of evergreen, because then it's just more universal and timeless in a way. So yeah, does anyone have any questions on pulling off this strategy?
All right, let's go have a look at chat. Let's have a look. I think everybody's like me and they're stuck in cameo.com. So let's pull everybody back. Because I'm like, oh, they got SNL. They got people from The Office there.
There's a lot of pressure. I mean, knowing that this is like an Aaron Ross derived webinar, I'm like, I have to bring my A game. I did work on this deck. There's kind of 5 webinars in one, because I wanted to do like shock and awe.
Totally.
And so, I got really, I've delivered some of this before, but I went to the next level. Want a remote control? Sorry to see you go dark, right? Or wouldn't it be sweet if I got a foot in the door and there is a shoe that is a Michael Jordan shoe, but it's a cake? Or the drone, you send a VR drone, you're like, here's your free drone, take the meeting with me. If you want the remote control, right? So some of this is old school. The Gong campaign was genius. It was implemented with Sendoso. It got an 80% response rate. They sent it to all the prospects that had gone dark and said, you know, is there a reason you went dark? Here's the lantern with the Gong logo. So simple. So now we have analytics on this, right? So you can send it through Sendoso. It integrates right with your Salesforce CRM, and you can see the analytics on that. I recall I was at a trade show in Las Vegas, and this is another stunt that's worthy. So I had a drone, a VR drone in one hand, and a fishbowl in the other hand. And, you know, it was back in the booth days, and I walked to every booth and I said, do you want this drone? And like held it up. It was like a $400 nice drone. I don't know like what you would need it for. I guess you put on the VR goggles and then you fly the drone, and then you can look from a bird's eye view as if you're up in the drone. So walked the whole conference. My competitors, I remember, they're like, oh, this guy, what a loser. You know, he's got his fishbowl. Like people are looking at me like, you know, feeling sorry for me for going around with my fishbowl. But I got 900 business cards. I got every person's business card in the entire room. And, you know, like for those of us who are trying to get opt-in emails and trying to get lists, I mean, it was nuts. And as a matter of fact, the person who won the raffle was the most qualified prospect. Can you believe this?
Wow, what a surprise. I know, and I'm trying to remember whose story it was, but they went around like, it was like an enterprise software. It was somewhere with like the Fortune 5, where Fortune 500 were in attendance, and he walked around with a tiny bar of gold and said like, did the same thing. Like if you enter the draw, you're going to win this tiny bar of gold. And the craziest thing happened when he got everybody's business cards in. The most qualified prospect won that tiny bar of gold, but he had so many business cards because like who else is handing out? It must have been like $1,000 worth of gold.
That is wild. Yeah. So these stunts have been going on forever, you know, but it's just about deploying it. It could be as simple as sending coffee cards for $5. Somebody takes the call and doesn't get back to you, send them a coffee. Say, here's a coffee on me. Like it could be very little things. It could be very inexpensive things. It could be handwritten notes. It could be paperless posts. The truth of the matter is, for every 1,000 people doing prospecting, maybe 1 in 1,000, 1 in 5,000 is even personalizing the email. So if you're going to get into any of this stuff, you're on Arcturus of differentiation, and they're going to buy from you. So I was actually posting about video prospecting, and this girl got up and said, I've done 5,000 video emails. And then her colleague came across and said, I've done 10,000 video emails. So, I mean, there are people out there pushing the lunatic fringe of these technologies and these sort of base jumps. And if you're listening or you know someone who's doing that, please send them to me. Any questions on deploying contact marketing?
I'm just lost on the foot in the door with the cake. That would,
yeah.
I'm going to change my answer from hockey tickets. If you sent me a shoe or a shoe cake and said, I'm just trying to get my foot in the door, I'd 100% give you unlimited time for a demo.
Well, I guess one of the stories I read is they baked the cake into the shoe. I'm sorry, they baked the shoe inside the cake. I was like, that's a little I wouldn't do that. And
You
then
don't want to get
there
halfway
are
through eating a cake and find a shoe. That's
not
brutal.
very sanitary. Yeah, and so there are a lot of sneakerheads, so that's kind of a cool gift. I mean, I know people who literally like get up at 3 in the morning to get a specific shoe. That's more prevalent than you'd think in some of the, advertising technology industry.
I've seen the lineups. I used to, when I rode my bike into the office, and I'd be going in at a crazy early hour, like 6 in the morning, and there'd be 50 people lined up in front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get a sneakerhead, like do this, like do something shoe related, something like Air Jordan, like even pop for a nice pair of shoes. That's like, $200, because if it's a sea level, it's funny, like the higher up I went in tech, the more casual I became. I finally met with this gaming company worth billions, and I was wearing my Spike Lee Air Jordans and some shorts. I went in the room, I put my feet up, he goes, "Nice shoes." And I was like, yeah, that's awesome. It's really weird. You think it'd be more formal. First 10 years in mobile, I wore a tie almost every day.
Yeah.
For a South African conglomerate, and it was pretty conservative. But again, know your prospect. If they're into sports, if they're into sneakers, you can see their social media. There's so many tells. And then be willing to invest a little. Because I mean, think about it. The amount of money you spend on dinners and conferences and webinars and sponsoring, your company's probably spending like 25 grand on some of this stuff. So like a $200 gift. And also be careful if they're publicly traded, because you do have minimums like under $25. I once met with the US Postal Service, and I don't think I was even able to buy him a coffee. So you do need to know, but you can still be thoughtful, right? A handwritten note or a personalized message. There's free things that you can do for publicly traded companies that they'll appreciate. You don't have to necessarily finance the ski trip.
Since we're talking about things that you shouldn't do, Mark Mack was suggesting that sending a customer a blunt, because you got to be so high not to get on the phone with me.
I am in California, so it's a little easier to talk about that. It is funny because one of the cameos I had made had sort of themes around that, but we were sending in San Francisco, so we were good to go. So I love it, Mark. Thanks for providing some color and laughter on this webinar, which is already so conservative and normal, right?
Christina's saying I'd send a video back of me eating the cake, going, "Well played."
Oh, okay, yeah. So we did do this thing at the last company where my colleague's husband is a bartender and couldn't go to his bar, so he launched this thing called BoozyNinja.com, and he shows up to their apartment in a ninja mask with an apron and tools for mixology that looks sort of like samurai swords, and then he makes these smoking drinks and all these bespoke cocktails for you at your home.
Nice.
So Boozy Ninja, if you find the website, I'm not even sure how to spell it, but I just thought it was genius. Love to support him, supporting the bartenders out there, suddenly don't have a place of business. So good idea. This is really out of the box. So Strava has 20 million members, but Strava has a super high penetration of C-level executives. I would venture to say there's more C-level executives on Strava at the very top of the C-suite than even LinkedIn. At the actual CFO, CEO level, this group is super athletically inclined, and they're on Strava, and you can add them and be like, hey, let's compare our ride scores. What you're seeing here is really creative also. Some people have been riding routes to create specialized maps. There's some for like Black Lives Matter. There's some for like a giraffe or for different charities and causes. And this is a real map of someone riding in a paint by number. I just thought that was cool.
100%. Fun fact: this guy's actually probably an hour and a half, 2 hour ferry ride from me. He's in Victoria, in British Columbia.
Oh, really?
I follow this guy on Strava. So validation. 100% of the C-level executives named Collin on this video call are on Strava.
Okay, so Collin himself is on Strava.
You
and
got
if
it.
you want to compete with him in feats of strength, like the gladiators. I did spend my summers as a child in Ashland, Oregon, and Victoria on the island at the Empress. So I am Canadian by association, have deep appreciation. I've had a 100% track record with Canadian business. And you have to be a little bit more buttoned up in Canada. You've got Castle. You can't just, you can't blast. You got to get some approval. So this is maybe a good idea of a way, either use LinkedIn or go on the exercise side. Does anyone have any questions about the Strava approach?
Has anybody ever hit somebody else up on in Strava? I know I've strategically joined a couple of cycling groups that are based in the Bay Area, like San Francisco Bay Area, for when I go down there and I want to meet up with people. I can look and I can see who's going on rides and then hit people up that way. It's a pretty effective way to network if you're going to a new spot. Mark's asking, does it matter if you cycle or not? I mean, it depends on like if the prospect, like if you're showing up and you're trying to prospect somebody and you've got no rides posted and no followers, you're not following anybody, it's pretty clear that you're just like, that's not going to resonate. It's like, oh, you just made a profile to prospect to me. But if you got some interesting rides, or you're like, hey, let's go for a run, if you run, because Strava is cycling, predominantly cycling and swimming, or cycling and running, but I also log my swims in there as well. So hopefully that helps, Mark.
Yeah, so great question. I think it's about authenticity of personalization. If you love sports and they love sports, that's why that personalization locus worked for so long. Because I'd work with these big SDR teams and they were truly fanatical for their college that they just came out of. Like they were just Buckeyes all the way, like just, bleeding their colors. And so when they would contact, they would just prospect specifically anyone from a certain university, and all their touches were football related, and they got into all like the statistics and the stuff. And it works because if you go deep enough in sports with sports fanatics, it's like its own world. So like, actually, I always give the example of the executive who's sitting in his office and he has this kayaking trip picture and this fish. It's not his family and it's not his fish. He's just trying to, Tommy boy the executives, and everyone will come in and be like, hey, I love river rafting. And they like, that's so they test you, right? So you do want to be authentic. You want to be an actual athlete here. But if that's not your bag, if you're like a bird watcher or a fly fisherman, like Lee Bartlett is a master fly fisherman who wrote the #1 bestseller. He was like a top fintech seller in the UK. There's micro communities and micro social networks and places where you can be excellent for bizarre things on the internet. And that could be B2C, that could be Instagram, that could be a wide variety of platforms. But when you personalize because you actually care about it also, for example, I landed a meeting with the C-levels at Peloton. I've had the Peloton bike and the Peloton tread, and just wrote a glowing review of my experience right to the president, and he responded to my email. This was a case where I just spent 10 minutes and just wrote about my experience with the brand, and I was kind of shocked. I don't do that enough, but I meant it. And he's like, thank you.
I mean, you also dropped a couple grand on the Peloton. So like, it wasn't like a free cost to acquire a customer.
I actually sold my Peloton bike in San Francisco, and they paid the same amount that I got it for. I think I might have even made $10. So like this brand is so hot. It's even holding like an appreciating value, which is insane for an exercise bike. So
speaking of things that are insane, Christina in chat has a friend who's a recruiter and hits up Airbnb because a lot of the hosts will list something about their profession. That is the most creative source of that's pretty cool.
That is absolutely wild. So these are just some different ideas. And you can see the purpose of the webinars with each idea. It's like a master key to kick off your creative juices to like, what could I do that's really me, right? Like I was that kid in 1992 that got really into rollerblading the 1 year where it was allowed to be cool. But for like 1 year, I was like the coolest kid who was the best at rollerblading. So that might be a way you could go about it. Let's get even crazier, right? Cute animals. How would you caption this image, right? This is my whole style. I present someone with a pattern interrupt, and then I ask a question about it, which is so meta. It's like a fourth wall tactic. There's one thing to do something and like engage on the topic, but there's another thing to do something and turn the camera and say, what do you think of this? Like I always think of the stickers on the back of cars, how's my driving? Like I always kind of want to call and be like, I'm behind one of your cars, and I just wanted to comment that the driving's, it's pretty solid. Has anyone ever just been compelled to call a how's my driving sticker?
I'd like to say I have, but not for the same reason. Not to say they were excellent.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So so this is hilarious because cute animals work. I remember contacting James Bodden many years ago. He said, I've got the secretive technique, So I first got to know him. He's like, it was like Poto, the ferret. He'd send like a little ferret in a sweatshirt. And it was just such a cute little animal. In fact, I found this documentary called Too Cute. And all it does is like, it's footage of Spanish water dog puppies learning to swim. And you just like watch that for 10 minutes. And then it goes to the next group of puppies. It's just like the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's just addictively cuteness, right? So in this case, caption this image. And I've done this and I've gotten some hilarious things back. Does anyone in the chat have a caption for this image?
Yeah, and while we're waiting on that, so subject line, I'm trying to picture this. So chat first, let me know. How would you caption this? Those got to be ferrets or ancient fluffy dinosaurs, whatever that is. So and tactically, Justin, so does the subject line say caption this and then it's just a picture?
Yeah, it could be. So later, so again, with deliverability, you're like in a sequence and it's all like really relevant. It's relevant, and relevant. Okay, that works. And you're just sort of like not connecting. You're in later touches. You're trying to bump this or get somebody re-engaged. And this is where the breakup email, you would be traditionally, you would say, okay, option 1, you got eaten by a crocodile. Option 2, an armoire fell on you. Option 3, you're abducted by space aliens. And like everyone in the world sent that message in 2013. And then it was played out.
Yeah.
Well, now you get some kind of like freakishly cute, odd, strange thing, and you just send the picture and you're like, I know this has nothing to do with the sequence, but is this thing on? Like, how would you caption it? Right? I do a lot. So in Sandler, there's something called being less okay than they are. As you get better and better in your role and more of a subject matter expert, you don't listen as much and you can just kind of flex and show off because, like, mobile analytics. The problem is the customer doesn't want that. They want to know more than you. And so we started to flip that. I did a meeting once. I was with at the number 3 at AOL, and I walked into the coffee area and I bungled. I just like flipped over the coffee, spilled it all over myself, and I just laughed and I just looked like such like I think he was like, how does this guy have a job? And it was like I got picked as a preferred vendor because I was just trying to show him that I wasn't okay, that I wasn't polished, that I wasn't perfect. I exposed flaws in my solution, right? So I think that humanization is really interesting. And so I don't think the goal should be to show off how much more you know than the prospect. It's more like to add some value and be human, be real. Todd Capone wrote about this, the 4.2 star factor. Like 5 stars is, I'm a little worried. They have 5 stars. Like nobody ever, but 4.2, you're kind of in this zone of credibility. So I think being funny, being candid, at scale, I tested grammar problems. A bad grammar, ugly text performs higher. Aaron Ross used to write only all in lower caps. I've tested emails that look more like poems. They convert higher. Broken sentences, non-punctuation, bad grammar, misspelling, all convert higher.
100%. And you even get some hate mail if you don't punctuate or if you write in upper caps, lower caps, no camel case whatsoever, but it's a response rate.
I've even set a meeting where I called the person by the wrong name. And last week on my mastermind, I called somebody on the phone, got his name wrong, his company wrong. Turns out he's the CEO of a different company. My data was bad. And I said, well, how can I help you? He says, call me Friday. So I literally closed him as a totally wrong prospect, basically using the technique. I was like, look at me. I'm like, where are you? Well, this was another guy, but he's like, I'm on my boat. And so I said, well, I'm obviously on a Friday, I'm making a cold call and you're on a boat. So can you just help me in life? Like, how do I get where you are? And he laughed and he's like, you got to get old. I'm like, I'm 40. Like, no, you got to get old. Then you get the boat. I was like, that's quite wise. So, I mean, he loved that I shredded myself and I didn't sit there and try to like persuade. I just sort of just threw myself on the sword. And that the reason this comes under cute animals is because this is like, people have these perceptions that if you're calling fintech or pharma or big banking or big industry, that these people are somehow like these conservative people. They're all real people. B2B needs a mullet, business on the front, party on the back. That's what we need to do to be effective in COVID. How am I doing on time?
Good. We got about 15 minutes left. Just want to highlight, where was it? Mark was just joining. Mark was saying, I missed it. Hang on. All right. I'll come back to it. I'll find it. I wanted to highlight, there's a couple good quotes there. But I think the winning caption that everybody agrees on was Emmanuel's reply back, or I'll use these for field goal practice. Your call.
I love it.
A little bit dark and a little cold-blooded. Love it, Emmanuel,
so
winner. The comment,
That's really good.
The comment I wanted to highlight was, I would maybe just not. I'm like, they're wearing sweaters. Like they've had enough. Put them out of their misery. Mark's highlight for Mark is vulnerability is the real pattern interrupt. I love that.
Yeah. Mark's been in my audience on some cold calls and had some really good feedback, realistic feedback. And there's a lot of ways to approach these things. I want to talk about just bespoke gifting. Now, this is not quite as crazy, but it's actually, I interviewed a very high level prospect who was an advisor to a company where I was advising. And I said, what would it really take? Like, you've actually run these $50 million budgets and been in charge. Like, this guy had the top e-commerce company in the world. And he basically got to spend all the money on Facebook ads. And I said, what would it take? He said, I don't need another dinner. I have fancy vendor dinners every night. I don't need another this or that. He said, donate on my behalf. Like, find out that I want to help the ACLU and make a donation and send that to me. And I'd find that so different and cool, because it shows that you know that I'm not motivated by the money, and that I do, like, if you think of the millennial generation and their motivation by the culture and what the brand stands for. So again, if you look on Facebook at the causes they support, or you look at the charities, a lot of times they have on their LinkedIn profile that they, were on the board of the Boys and Girls Club, or they're part of the World Wildlife Fund, or the causes they support, and you just make a little donation, $10, $20 to go, help the sea turtles, or help the dogs and cats, or whatever it is, whatever you can see they like, it goes a long way. So this is a very inexpensive way to show that you care. That's kind of the donate on your behalf. What I'm thinking is, what would you give someone that is so memorable they'll never forget you? That's what you think. Like, what would you yourself get? And this isn't the golden rule. This is the platinum rule. Because if somebody just brought me Korean barbecue, all I could eat, like, I would love them forever. But someone else might be a vegetarian and not like Korean barbecue, right? So you got to think about what they want. The platinum rule. The Venmo. This was one that I guess it backfired a little, but I won't tell you who did it. But someone in my mastermind did the Venmo. Just on Sunday in the evening, you just deliver like a high-end bottle of scotch. You just deliver it. Now, you need to have their address, their home address, their business address. So this is a little tricky. But so this might be someone in funnel or someone you know. But I mean, I guess someone would really appreciate that. Season tickets, that's a big one. I would just say maybe like you had said, just get like some hockey tickets one time. Another cool one is buying a whole person's team lunch. So if you have a consensus sell and you're selling seat-based software like CRM or Slack or Zoom, and you find that they have a team of 30, well, instead of getting one gift for the leader, why don't you just get them all like a buffet lunch or something cool you could deliver to the office? Now, obviously that's advice pre-corona, but that's the thinking, is a distributed gift where everybody gets a little something versus, that hierarchical, we're just going to go at the leader. Yeah, so these are a little bit more calm, I think. I don't think these are wingsuit or base jump level, but they still work really well. You could get someone a jersey made in their favorite player and then put their name on the back, or you could go to their college, like a lot of people I've seen from the Bruins here in SoCal or USC, and you just get them like a great player or a player from their era and their year with that number and then them on the back. That's where you're taking it to the hyper level, right? Takes a little research. It just takes a level of effort. All this stuff is like one step more effort and a little bit of money, but the conversion rates are just wild. That's what I've got. One more. I still have 10 minutes. The next one's really good. Any questions in the chat?
There's one, from Charlie Moss. So Justin, what is your favorite neuroscience article, white paper, book, or blog?
Yeah, I read a lot on neuroscience. I'm a big fan of Dr. Robert Cialdini, Persuasion and Persuasion, the follow-up. I'm also a huge fan of Dave Hoffeld. He went and did the work for us. The guy put out one book called The Science of Selling, and it's an opus. I don't know how well known he is, but he spent 10 years of his life compiling all these research studies, and you read the book, and it's just glorious, and it's not enough people are reading. It's a red book, Science of Selling, and I love it. So those would be my two that I like to read. There's another one on artificial intelligence that I read called Machine Platform Crowd. It's a little off the subject, but talks about AI and ML in context of neuroscience and brain mimicking through neural nets. So that's some light reading I like to do, in my spare time between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.
Yeah, Thinking Fast and Slow. If you're going to go Cialdini, you got to go Thinking Fast and Slow as well. Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman.
Good one. What about on the line from our illustrious hosts? Sarah, what do you think?
For neuroscience reading, oh my goodness, I haven't done any particularly neuroscience focused reading, but now I have to add all these books that you guys mentioned to my reading list, and then I'll make my own educated guess after that.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot. There's one called Emotional Intelligence, which is a good one. I think somebody correct me on that. It's Daniel Gelman. I'm going to get their name wrong, but he's sort of the father of neuro-linguistic programming, not to be confused with NLP, natural language processing, which is a facet of, the new systems that can translate in course, that can read what you're saying in real time and get analytics from it. So let's move on to the last slide. This is real. I'm not going to tell you which company, but a rep sitting to my left who was an SDR flamed up and just like, it's like, he was formerly a financial analyst, and he's like, sales isn't for me, quits his job. But on the last day of work, the last email he sent to his biggest prospect, he sends the lyrics of What Mean from Justin Bieber. And I just want to like read them out loud because it's so funny. You're so indecisive. What am I saying? Trying to catch the beat. Make up your heart. Don't know if you're complaining. Like and it's so funny. I've had people actually, Alex Lowe took the lyrics to Ice Ice Baby and turned it B2B. I've seen people like really do it cool. But in this case, yeah, it was just the lyrics. And so the prospect absolutely loved it. A week later, comes back, this is hilarious. And it closed, and it was a massive close. It was like a massive, over like, dozens of seats deal. And it just became, and the thing went viral. I was in a company that had thousands of reps, and it just ricocheted across the world inside. And so I just call this the Bieber close, or yeah, effectively the Bieber breakup email. I guess to spend the rest of it, I mean, there's just some pretty exotic stuff you could all be doing that you're probably not, and that's video drops. Inside the LinkedIn app, if you go to the message tab, there's a square and you can send a video hosted on LinkedIn. You don't need Vidyard, BombBomb, or Dub. You can literally just leave videos for people after hours if you don't want to disturb them at dinner. I would encourage everyone on this call to get all of their prospects mid-funnel into WhatsApp. There's only 20 million users of WhatsApp, but in Tel Aviv, 100% of the business community, 100% runs on WhatsApp. And the reason that you want these real-time interfaces is because LinkedIn is still asynchronous and email is asynchronous. And so I'm watching these sellers, and they're on these open threads with 6-7 people and these big proposals going and these big quotes and agreements. And they're doing that. And I've got all of them in real-time chat, and I'm going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm making months of progress in minutes. And so even that to me is a base jump. Like if you have a deal in the pipe and it's warm and you've met, they trust you, like go into the B2C areas and connect with them and start to interact. And you'll see that it just lowers the friction. Instead of them writing this hair trigger email where they have to negotiate and all formal, they can shoot you a note like, hey, we can't really do 50 grand. Can you do 43 grand? And instead of having to wait for weeks to see that $7,000 delta, you can start negotiating, figuring it out. So I just think it's worth, like, a lot of the B2C stuff is really B2B now. And that's the biggest piece of my work. My work is all about 80s science fiction, 80s music, and business to business. That's what I'm trying to do. And it's not my own, right? I was actually at Dreamforce, and it was 9 a.m. in the morning, and I'm drinking my Starbucks coffee, and I'm tired from the night before. And Huey Lewis jumps up, Power of Love. There's a DeLorean. I'm like, what's going on here? I love this. Sean Penn stands up. I'm just like, this is like, I just died and went to have. Tony Robbins walks in. I'm like, this is just melt your face off levels. I mean, I can't. I was like ecstatic. I couldn't even handle it. But I guess everything we're talking about on here, if you think of Uncle Mark and the stunts that Mark Benioff pulls off at Dreamforce, it's the same level, right? Or the award shows. But you just, until you saw this webinar, you thought, I can't afford that. I can't shock and awe and be differentiated and do this stunning content. I'm not gonna be able to afford to get the buy-in. I think there's budgets that are open for this. So I just want to open up for questions here at the end of the webinar. And, how can I help bring some of these lofty concepts into reality?
Yeah, absolutely. I think also it'd be interesting to hear from you guys if any of these examples that Justin has given here have inspired you to try something on your own. Tell us what that thing is that you're going to give a go. Maybe it's not exactly something, but as Justin said, his whole kind of purpose with this webinar has been to inspire you guys to think outside of the box with your prospecting. So give us some ideas. What are you trying? We had Zeal, who actually brought up one example of a bespoke gift that he gave. Sounds like it was kind of a customer success rather than a cold prospecting type of gift. But it was to a company owner who had turned 60. They hadn't spoken to him in over 18 months. But his marketing manager was spending over 100K per year with them. So as a customer success gift, knowing that he had a sports background, they personally photoshopped and signed a photo manipulation of him being a boxing champ with in the ring, and with his marketing manager and this guy Zeal as the ref. And so yeah, wonderful example of just like totally catering to this person's likes and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, give us those examples. They're so great. We've had a ton of great engagement here in the YouTube live chat. People all chiming in on giving those ferrets the best
Yep,
best
no ferrets were harmed
subject line.
here. Yep, no ferrets were harmed in this webinar. What I will say is I have been building an entire career on this concept, and I want to empower you to do this. And I'm inspired by predictable revenue. I'm inspired by the crew and what they're putting out. And I'm really excited to hear about the new predictable revenue model. Are there any other questions or anybody challenging this method? I mean, this is going to get widely aired because of the great distribution that the site has. So it'll be on replay to show friends.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything more tactically or how to do it where someone has questions?
Yeah, Zeal actually had one question just actually around that, the ferret picture. Is your actual method that you're asking the prospect to caption it, or do you caption it yourself? That's what he's wondering, just the tactic there.
Yeah, I would just maybe send a picture, and then in it I'll add, with a Venn diagram, I'll use a text and then put the Venn. I'm trying to keep the sizes small, like a .png file that's under 50 kilobytes, under 100 kilobytes, because pictures are harsh if they're big, but if they're very small, there's less risk of deliverability problems.
There you go. Anybody else in the next few minutes, if you come up with anything, throw it in that chat. If not, you can ask Justin in the Slack community. If you're shy, if you haven't thought of it yet, we'll be there for the next 15 minutes or so that those questions can be answered. But yeah, bear in mind that this is your kind of last chance to ask the real deal, how it's done, before the whole world has access to this knowledge. And
yeah, so
take
I
that
just want to
opportunity.
point out, I think one of the biggest things is how will I get the budget and how will I get the buy-in? When you have your QR, you're close with your manager, your SDR leader, your chief revenue officer. That's where I think it's totally fair game to say, hey, I want to try some things that are out of the box here. Can I get your buy-in to do it? I've had a very large corporation sponsor me on sending FedExes at scale. I've had mobile companies sponsor me on using Cameo techniques, and I've worked for some really fun pirate ships where people have a great sense of humor and find this tasteful and fun. We all want to have a good time. Let's just end here with crowdsourced content. Okay. Sandra Kirby says, I'm totally taking these to my sales director. Yay. Zeal Caden, IIRC. On that lead, we also sent custom tumblers from his alma mater off of Etsy when they were in pipeline. So this is wonderful. Wow. Okay. One more from Zeal. We already read that one. Yep. So yeah, I think Oren Klaff, Pitch Anything, was recommended as a book, as another book to read. Look, I am trying to amplify your genius. Like Aaron Ross says, you each have a unique genius, and we need to find that, and we need to find the way that we prospect that reflects our unique genius. I have met people that don't have to ever call, and I have people that can't stand email, and I have people that have set all their meetings in social media, and I even know people that have used the Selling the Veto, the very important top officer, Tony Perinello, to do this FedEx sending, which I want to credit back to Tony in the 90s. And they've done all their C-level by sending these envelopes. And someone wants to know about my base jump fantasy. Well, first I'd have to get over my afraid of heights and death, because if I jumped out of a plane, I think I would lose it. Roller coaster, I had a Danish friend who just said he's like, you're so soft. And so finally we were crossing Vegas. I was like, really? And I went on the biggest wooden coaster. And I didn't black out, but I was pretty scared and discombobulated. That big wood coaster, I didn't handle it well. I got to be honest.
That's fair, man. I'd say a roller coaster is like 10x more scary than jumping out of an airplane. With the jumping out of an airplane, the scariest moment is when you're in the plane and the door opens and there's about a 10-second little butt wiggle with somebody strapped to your back to get to the edge of the plane. And then once your feet are dangling out the plane and you lean forward, it's like a shot of adrenaline, and then you're floating. And it is the greatest experience.
I gotta say, it's why I still really like Tom Cruise, because he does his own stunts. Like he's like, okay, we're gonna do
Pretty cool.
Mission Impossible. I wanna jump out of like a massive plane that's like it's like a little too high, so I need to have oxygen, and then we're gonna like film it 25 times at vomit comet levels, like in 0 Gs. You want to do it? And it's like, yeah, I'm down. So something about Tom Cruise's willingness to do that, that's super cool. I think he'd be a great prospector. That's my opinion.
I think you'd make an incredible sales leader. Zeal's asking here, hey, how is the tell me more about the cameo.com piece.
Yeah, I'm happy to. You have to wait usually 1 to 3 days. There's certain celebrities that get on reserve because they're too big and you can't get them. So you kind of have to come up with 4 or 5 that work, get it approved by your company. If you're not on a pirate ship, if you're past the B round, I would suggest you play this content for your boss and your marketing team and legal. Trust me, 'cause some of it's pretty risque, a little bit Silicon Valley, and they might be cool with that, right? It's just like the same, like a company could host an electronic music nightlife party, but you got to make sure they're cool. You don't want to send something inflammatory to a very, strict conservative audience where they could be upset. So know your audience. If you literally see someone who's a huge Chappelle fan or loves Seinfeld and you can line it up and there's high propensity, I just wouldn't assume you've got the green light. It's better to do a consensus with all these things, because I'm just covering myself and my indemnity, because I don't want you to say, well, Justin Michael told me to send Flavor Flav videos to all my prospects. I'm expensing it. You $5,000. Like, please be cool.
Okay, there's a question here from Graham Locklear as well. Justin, what designer did you use for your Root Ruin Multiply doc? That's the greatest gift of all, to Graham.
Oh, you're so nice. And I should know who this is. I released all my methods from my whole life for $10. I'm a Radiohead fan. I love open source. I work for Sean Parker, so I'm not making a political statement with it, but it's, I released my calling and email techniques along with a Patreon and a Discord server. I have a gamification server. Imagine Slack, where you can drop in live and listen to me cold call, and we do teardowns of emails. It's never been done in the history of the world, and I've got about 150 people in there. It should go really fast. Who graphic designed it? It was done in Canva. It's all pretty much templates. I'm a low budge operation right now. I people who support me generate these things for me. Awesome. I'm very grateful.
We're getting lots of good comments in here about about that doc. Sounds awesome.
I'll send it to you. It's pretty crazy. There was two versions, and one looks like the Castlevania cheat codes. It's like, a crazy video game document. But then we did like an angelic version, which was like very much like The Alchemist with like flowing. I did these 2 versions just to see how it would go. Discord server details. I mean, is it okay to self-promote here? We're at the hour.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So I put 75 people in a WhatsApp and we broke the internet. I mean, we would have like 3 straight hours of people talking about their top 5 hip hop artists. And I'd be like, okay, everyone, are we going to talk about sales? There was no way to control it because WhatsApp got crazy. I'd go in at 5,000 missed messages. I'm like, wow, this is like Lady Gaga's fan base here at this point. So we put it in a Discord server. I got a social media expert that I hired as a coach. Her name is String Win. Shameless plug. She gets 1 million views per post. So I just said, String, if you can get me 1 million views on a post, name your price. Name your price. Because if I get 1 million views, I get 100,000 views. That's like 10x. So we built the Discord, and it's all sort of an Iron Man theme, right? And then we kind of pivoted because we can't have the Disney, the mouse on our back. And so now it's just sales Borgs, which I don't think is truly Star Trek. It's just really a cyborg and a sailor. It's very strange. So yeah, there's 150 people in this thing going nuts day and night on all the zones. It's like a video game for B2B. It's never been done. If you want to get into it, it's my entire life's work for $10. People say it's worth $11.
That's incredible value there. Love the little pattern interrupt there. It's like we're all expecting you to say thousands, and beautiful. If you got all the details, send it our way. We'll make sure it ends up in our Slack. I know it's a bit ironic to throw the Discord link in Slack, but that's where everybody will see it. Yeah. It's a little bit more planted than just the comments here.
Awesome.
And BJ is saying it's definitely worth $17.39.
Wow, that's good to know. Wow, I'm increasing. My stock's going up.
Jeez.
I have to go to another call if that's okay. It's classic. I have a hard stop. Uncertain times. But love y'all and love Predictable You. And I'm like, I can't wait to see what Aaron Ross will do next. excited just to see what the team does. So thanks for having me today and entertaining my madness. And every genius is a touch of madness. So close with that.
Poetic.
Anonymous.
Thank you so much, Justin.
Thanks,
Great
Justin.
having you.
Blame Canada. See you soon.
See ya.
See ya.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. I'm going to play a little ad from Lavinia. She's talking about, well, you'll see.
Hi everyone, I'm Lavinia and I head up service design here at Predictable Revenue. Over the last 18 months, we've seen a huge increase internally and the number of meetings booked through LinkedIn. Because of this, we launched our Service LinkedIn Outbound program. So how does it work? Together, we establish your target markets, their challenges, and then your value props so we can best position your messaging. Then our team goes away and creates your campaigns. Once launched, we manage all the responses, book the meetings, and review metrics to optimize efforts as we go along. So if your target market have an active presence on LinkedIn and you'd be interested in making the most of social selling, hop over to our website and hit Let's Chat.
All right. Thanks, Lavinia. Let's bring it back to multicams screen sharing. I am not Justin Michael, so let's kill that name tag. Boom. All right. Wow. What a day. Sarah.
What a day.
Amazing. Chat, YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We got a bit more time. And Mark is asking, no relation to you, Sarah. Oh, Lavinia. No.
Lavinia,
no.
Hicks. No. Both from England, though. I've lost my accent, but I came over as a child.
Can you like call it back if you needed to for a key role?
Only with alcoholic assistance.
Nice. It was an embarrassing long period of time until I noticed that the two of them had the same last name. It was like months into Sarah working here, right? Because Lavinia joined first? Yeah. Yeah, embarrassingly long. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm really stoked. Please hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification icon so we can push some content to you. We've got a ton of stuff coming in the next 6 weeks on the predictable revenue formula. We're going to be chopping up the content from today and sharing some highlights. So if you want to make sure you get those, hit that subscribe button and then that little icon that looks like a bell. If you hit that, it'll go into like, I don't know, use the algorithm. If you hit like the all button, it'll make sure you get a notification every single time. If you like the content, hit the subscribe button. It tells our marketing team, our rev team, that we should do this again. We should do it more frequently. If you've got content or things that you want help with or things that you want us to talk about, we stream every Thursday. So every Thursday at 10:30 Pacific Standard Time, we are here. I'm usually here. If I'm not here, Sarah's here. One of us will be here. We bring experts from outside the company to come, or inside the company to come and share their advice with you. I'm also, I've had a couple people reach out to do podcasts that were either previous guests or referrals, and I'm going to start doing those live here on YouTube. So if you want to make sure that you get notified when those come live, so you can come in just like mini versions of this, ask the guest, interact, meet the speakers. Like that's what we want to do, is sort of bring the access to these great people that we have and share it with everybody. Sarah, I'm going to flip it back to you. What were some highlights for you today?
Yeah, I think we had a lot that covered how to break through the noise in terms of prospecting. We had Dale Dupree in the morning. We had Justin Michael just now, both of them covering how to stand out in your prospecting and a whole bunch of different tactics on how exactly you can do that. So those are definitely two, if you were a practitioner or if you're a sales leader who's kind of looking for different ways for outbound to just be different. Those are two that you're definitely going to want to check out. I know that I'm going to definitely go back and listen to those ones. And I'm hoping, Collin, that I have unlimited budget to just do like super wild prospecting stuff from now on, right?
Yeah, for sure. Spend whatever you want as long as you're comfortable with it coming off your paycheck.
Great. Yeah. So those two were super interesting as a sales practitioner, as a prospector myself. And then our very first talk of the day, Dannie Herzberg, she's the senior director of sales at Slack, and she has had an amazing career thus far. This amazing career woman and mother, and she talked about how, she does it all and how women are making more of an appearance in senior sales positions or sales positions as a whole. So yeah, she had amazing tips for sales leaders, and it was amazing to watch just as a woman in sales.
Totally.
What about you? What were some of your faves?
I think the one that distracted me the most was the cameo. was Justin Michael. When he talked about Cameo, I was like, wait, what? There's like Bruce Buffer, the UFC announcer, like probably one of the most distinctive voices.
Are you ready
yeah.
to rumble?
Ladies and gentlemen. So that one, I got lost, and there's a ton of people in there. I'm like, this is a genius. I'm thinking like for, I don't know, birthdays and things, I'm going to go spend, instead of like $50 and just have them wish them a happy birthday. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, that was a big one. It was really interesting that the LinkedIn video thing came up twice, that you have to have the app for it, but you can send a LinkedIn video. I thought that was super, super interesting. Yeah.
I thought the roundtables were great. How did your roundtable go? I was with Michael and Jim from PandaDoc, but you were with Scott.
I was with Scott. I mean, Scott's a legend. I love what he's done with Sales Hacker. I know he wasn't the founder of Sales Hacker, but he was a big part of Sales Hacker. I mean, chat. What'd you guys think? What'd you all think of the roundtables? I know a bunch of you were there. The coolest part for me was getting to see people that were from the chat. Chat, and then like suddenly they're in Zoom. And if you're wondering,
face to the name.
I'm pointing to my monitor over here because that's where I have the Zoom and then all the other stuff here. Marisol saying Dale and his Star Wars. Yes. I don't know if you were here for this one or because you might have been away from your computer, but Dale had all the Star Wars theme, right? And then in chat, not planned at all, a guy named Sith Lord was like, yeah, what's up?
Nice.
Yeah, he's like, come over to the dark side, and he kept commenting. That made that session for me, and like,
pretty cool.
Dale's graphics were pretty solid.
They were amazing.
Did you see his printer? Like the printer ninja, the sales warrior, copier warrior, something like that. Yeah, amazing website. If you didn't catch it this morning, absolutely incredible. If you're an AE, if you're a closer, if you're an SDR. A website like this, he's got a domain, he's got his own, he recorded his own, intro pump up video. I thought that was pretty insane.
Another one that was great if you're a closer was, of course, Marc Wayshak. His kind of diving into discovery, super captivating, super inspiring, and like very tactical in terms of kind of data driven whilst being backed up with all of the really human stuff, because of course that's what we do. And you've got to like play to the human being that you're talking to. And he shared a lot of really great strategies on how to do that and how to kind of abandon these old ways of doing discovery and of taking opportunities through the pipeline and how to do it instead. So that was a really interesting one.
That was pretty cool. I also, another fun thing was just chat. People like Sandra Kirby, who got kicked out of her office because she wanted to keep listening. She's now in her car on her way home, or maybe just in her car sitting and listening. Sandra, having you alive in the chat all day, so awesome. Thank you so much. Zeal, you're a madman. I love it. You got like such cool like ninja skills with the NLP recommendation. If you all missed what he was saying earlier, I don't have the breath to repeat it. But ask Zeal. He's awesome. He's also in the Slack community, so check that out. Lydia, who's been here all day. Zeal deny. Mark Mack for hanging out with us for so long. Amazing. BJ, Christina, Danon, Verily, Graham, all these people for hanging out all day. Who else was in here? I said Christina, Mark, Bershu from Toronto, Emmanuel for those hilarious captions. Like, I don't know, there's been like a variety of people jumping in and out through the day. And it just, John Simo earlier, it keeps it interesting from my perspective, because I'm not just, hanging out with Sarah. I'm not just hanging out with Justin or any of these people. I get a chance to.
Wouldn't that be a shame?
Yeah, hang out with Dots. I think he was saying it was like when we kicked off this morning, it was 1 a.m. So I'm assuming he's in Russia just based on that, because they're like 12 hours in front of Pacific time. Or no, so that my math is way off there. So it wouldn't have been Russia. It wouldn't be that side of Russia anyway. We had an engineer based in Siberia, I think, and they were like exactly 12 hours in front of us, which was the hardest time zone. But I'm pretty sure it was, I'm pretty sure it was Dots who was, it was like 1 a.m. Torlando, which every time I looked at it, I was like, is that a pseudonym or is that just like Torlando. I've never heard that name, and I kept thinking like, oh, it's like maybe he's from Toronto and Orlando, like Torlando. And then for some reason, Sharknado popped into my head. It's like, no, that's not it. I almost called him Sharknado like 3 times. So glad I didn't do that.
Yeah.
But so how was your roundtable? What were the highlights? Because I totally missed that one. We actually had one of the PandaDoc guys come into our chat, and I told him partway through, and then we all bullied him. We're like, no, you can't leave. You're stuck here.
That's funny. It was great. It was great. Jim and Michael had some really cool data kind of around the way that things have changed in terms of, selling as a result of COVID and kind of how to pivot. And they had some really interesting statistics because, of course, PandaDoc, is a document signing solution, and it has a lot of cool features like you can watch somebody sign live. You can see how many times each different person who has access has clicked into it, that kind of thing. And so that allows them to capture a lot of data around like the buying process and buyers, that kind of stuff. So they had an interesting statistic that the average amount of different buyers who click through at any given proposal has gone from 5 to 2. So the buying committee has shrunk. They attribute that to the fact that people have such a little time these days because of everything else that's going on, that smaller deals become very transactional. There's not the time for the kind of like rigmarole of like involving all these different people. It's just who literally has the, the buying power. The economic buyer is the only one involved, and it's quick. And that was actually very interesting because you did a podcast very recently with Lisa Earl McLeod, who said for larger deals, it's the complete opposite because people transactional, they don't have time for. They want to know it's like a personal experience. You're not just another vendor. You're this like value added partner for them. So it was interesting to see that juxtaposition where PandaDoc sees for smaller deal sizes, it's transactional. It's got to be quick, less buyers. Lisa Earl McLeod sees for larger kind of enterprise deals, it's more buyers, lower budgets, takes longer, and needs to be much more personalized. And she even ventured to say that she said, COVID, what was it? It was crisis is the death of transactional sales. So two really interesting opposites there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, totally wild perspective. Part of me is thinking about PandaDoc and just being like, well, isn't that just like maybe less people are using your app because like people weren't as active during, like people aren't buying as much, so it's like you're not getting the economic or technical buyers that are coming in because you're getting a whole lot more no decisions on these things. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but I don't know. If you're in chat, let me know. What do you think? Or do you think there are fewer deals getting done? If we're looking at the PandaDoc metrics, fewer deals getting done or fewer buyers being involved because things are moving faster? Something in my gut just says there's no way deals were moving faster in COVID. Like, yeah,
I brought that up, and it seems that it was of the deals that closed, it was less buyers involved in the process. And when I posed this to them, they said it is because of the nature of the types of deals that are being done on using PandaDoc. So if it was, these like large enterprise deals, that's not the case. But for these smaller deals, it was.
Interesting. Chat, let me know what you think, dude. Like, what did you see when COVID hit? Were you seeing the same number of deals? Were your industries seeing more deals? Were there fewer deals? I know for us, we saw the demand for our largest deals with the longest time to ROI. That pipeline just kind of evaporated, and we saw a higher number of people looking for sort of more like smaller deal numbers and being a lot more comfortable with that. Yeah, Sandra's saying slow to none. We saw it. I'm totally with you. We saw it kind of tank, and then it's jumped back up over the last. I mean, it wasn't this. It was sort of like one of these, and it definitely rebounded and returned. Sarah, I'm curious, what were you seeing in terms of meetings? Because you and I weren't doing like one-on-ones at that point.
That first like week where it was actually declared officially a global pandemic, there was a drop. There was an instant drop. Yeah, it was March something. I want to say it was like the week of March 20th or something. Yeah. So there was an initial drop there where it was like, I think the whole world was in panic mode. We also were very conscious of like pausing sequences that didn't I know that now you're not supposed to refer to the fact that the world is in pandemic, but at that point you didn't want to like send messages not acknowledging that the whole world is literally in shambles. So there was a sort of half and half between us like pausing and being like, okay, we need to take a step back and have a think before we keep going here. And then of the people literally just responding, being like, hey, I just had to furlough my entire sales department, or like, hey, we actually just went bankrupt, or hey, I don't have a job now. So a lot of those types of responses, if any response, and a lot of no responses. But then things did tick back up pretty steadily after that. Probably the dip lasted, that sharp dip, about a week. Things started to come back a week, 10 days after that, and slowly picked back up. And it was when we actually like stepped away from the pandemic messaging and instead went like really personalized but business as usual in terms of the messaging, that things got back on their normal got back to their normal numbers. So while of course if we were targeting somebody who was like in hospitality, it was still going to be a no reply, or a like, no, this is not going to work. If our targeting was smart, then everything picked back up.
Gotcha. Personal question. Did you still hit quota?
The month of,
I think you did. It was
COVID,
March, right?
I think
you had a good, I remember you having a good lead.
that's right. I think I might have started the month off pretty hot. It was close. It was close anyway. Yeah. If I didn't hit it, it wasn't too far off.
Totally. And so Zeal is saying certain verticals on their side were just totally destroyed, like e-commerce attached to retail, while certain verticals were fine. Example, lol, you wish, not telling. Thanks, Zeal. Real mature. And Sandra's saying that, like she mentioned earlier, it was really hard to get people on the phone live during like that beginning piece. And I imagine, I mean, a piece of that was like, one, people are now working from home, but two, there were so many parents that like suddenly now you've got your kids, and it's like one of us has to take care of these monsters. So like, what are you gonna do? And yeah, I felt very fortunate that our kids, we already had our childcare sorted, but for like friends that had older kids that like they were out of school, yeah, they're not answering the phone because they're dealing with chasing these little rugrats. They're probably returning emails. Like a friend of mine we were living in the same building. His shift was like 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. because that's the only time he could get. And they would alternate, him and his wife were alternating childcare. So like he would take care of the kid during the day, then work in the evening because his work could happen async. And yeah, wow. It was crazy. So tough. Very fortunate, very, very fortunate. Sandra, I'm curious what you're seeing now. And same Zeal. I know you guys are doing really well. You guys have like you bounce back really, really, really well. Sandra, what are you thinking? I'd agree with Zeal what he's saying here. So many more Zoom meetings. I feel like there's a lot less texture to life when you're not going into the office, and like there's less things for your brain to hang on to, like less physical experiences when we're not going into the office and like getting a coffee and like this in traffic or that on the ride or this on the run. You're just like, it's one continuous Zoom meeting you've been on since that I've been on since March. That's why I bought these. My blue light glasses, just to keep it all, help me sleep anyway.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, we are coming to a close, but there were a couple questions that I think went unanswered. And there was one in particular, Jim Coleman. I'm not sure, Jim, if you're still listening or if you're in chat or if you're going to watch this later. But he was saying, my co-founder and I run a business. We provide technical customer support to SaaS businesses. They're looking to grow a team of non-US based SDRs. They want near perfect English who are willing to create short videos for our prospect. And they're hoping to pay sort of $800 to $1,000 a month for a full-time team member. And like some of the advice we're talking about, like, oh, there's these really good places for talent that you should go here, you should go there. And while I don't disagree that there are a ton of great pockets for talent, what I assumed in that message, and I'm probably 100% wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but was the attitude of like, oh, I can find this cheaper somewhere else. And I think what a lot of people forget is the amount, like, to build something from scratch, cold, for the first time. You're not going to be able to hire somebody that has never heard of customer success or sales development or, acronym that you and I might know well. You're never going to be able to hire anybody, no matter where they are in the world, and just make it work. Just like the insane way to build a sales development team is to just hire an SDR. That's wrong. It's backwards. You shouldn't do it. Unless you're hiring somebody who's been an SDR for 2-3 years and has crushed their quota, like 10 months, 2-3 years in a row, like consistently crushed their quota, that knows things, that's the person you're going to hire. But when you're saying $800 to $1,000 a month, I'm assuming you're not going after like top performing customer success specialists in a certain region. You're going after just about anybody. So if that's the case, and Jim, if you are listening, or if anybody else that's listening is seeing me stand here on my soapbox saying, don't do it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying don't do it that way. You've got to hire an experienced manager, an experienced director, an experienced VP, an experienced somebody to put that team together that's in that market. They have to be, if not sitting next to them, sitting very, very close. Or you've got to like have that expert on your team. We did the same in Mexico. We hired somebody. We had one person to build the organization in Mexico. We had another person who was an industry like specialist expert. And that still was almost not enough. We needed to bring in a team of people to really scale that up. And now we've got tons of SDRs, and it's not an easy thing. I think a lot of entrepreneurs think, oh, I'll just go to another place and the talent will be cheaper. And that's 100% true, but it's not the whole story, because I think a lot of people think, oh, I can just hire an SDR from wherever and I'll just pay them their salary, and they're not taking into consideration the training, the onboarding, the program building, the tools, the this, the that, the cost to do business in that country. So that's my soapbox rant. Sarah?
If I can, chime in with my 2 cents. Being a new to sales SDR, when I was hired by Predictable Revenue, I've near perfect English, I hope. And I was afforded all of the like the best tools and resources. I'm working for Predictable Revenue. Like, what better company to join to learn how to do outbound for? And I still had a ramp time of 3 months. So even though I was equipped with absolutely everything, I couldn't have produced on my first month 10 meetings. So certainly if you're looking to not cut corners, because that has like a negative spin, but if you're looking to take away any of those elements, you can expect a longer ramp time, or maybe less output each month. So yeah, that's just my opinion, being the practitioner for Predictable Revenue.
I totally appreciate that perspective too. And I think it's a great piece. Is like, our company is, our lifeblood is building sales development teams. And when we went to Mexico to open that up, we still brought in additional experts in our, I wouldn't say the whole company, but I bet you even our accounting team, I bet you Felix and Amanda know an absolute ton about prospecting compared to the average bear. Mm-hmm. And so when you look at when this is how we did it, and we still struggled off the, out of the gates. It's not an easy thing to just spin up a remote team. Just like, we all kind of went remote with when COVID hit. It wasn't easy. I mean, it was easy to say, great, no offices, and to be felt awesome pulling that line out of the finance plan, but keeping the culture alive and functioning hasn't been an easy thing to do. And I'm sure everybody's probably dealing with that. But I want to come back to the comment around Jim. It's like, you need people that know what they're doing if you want to do something like that. And I think if you're thinking about, okay, what is this target role that I'm going after, right? The less experience that the individual in that role is going to have, the more of a support organization you're going to need to build around them to level them up from 0 to 1. And so whatever 0 to 1 looks like for you, you're going to need to build enablement, training, onboarding. You're going to need to build hiring, recruiting pipeline. It's not as easy as posting in some remote job posting boards and saying, oh, now we hire remotely. Especially when you're dealing with that sort of ground level talent, that sort of level 1, junior to the organization with no experience in that role. If you're hiring a senior account exec in a different location, I think it probably gets a little bit easier. But yeah. And if we were adding to our SDR team, we've already got somebody that's fully functioning. We've got a team, we've got that training. So anyway, I just wanted to address that. Make sure Jim got his, Jim, if you're here, Jim Coleman. Let me know your thoughts there. Last question that didn't get answered. Lydia was asking if we have an opinion on compensation for outbound reps, base versus compensation, with complex sales, platform SaaS. my personal opinion, don't pay them anything until you get a closed deal, like basically zero salary. Nope. If you're, I think quite the opposite. I think anybody that's offering like 100% commission sales reps roles, that's a joke. You're not going to get great sales reps. And for an SDR, especially if they're working complex sales, longer sales cycles, you're going to want them to invest more time into each opportunity. And so you probably want to have a 70-30 kind of split, roughly, give or take 10%, either direction, depending on the velocity, right? You don't want to have your rep starving. And especially, I would say, in those first 3 months, you want to give them the incentive to hit, but you want to make sure that their targets are hittable. And especially if you're a new organization, you want to make sure that your first SDRs are all hitting quota, even if you have to drop that quota a little bit because the organization is new. And so if you're coming out of the gates and saying, hey, Sarah, book me 20 meetings a month as a cold SDR, and like, so what do you have? It's like, oh, we've read this book, Predictable Revenue. Here's a copy, go. You think that would work?
I don't think so.
Do you want to work for 100% commission, Sarah?
I don't think so.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on comp for outbound reps for complex sales? Would you think more commission, more of a commission hit, more of a base? Like, what's your preference there?
Yeah, I think, and I'll have bias here because of course that's my role, but I think, as you just alluded to, it's, you want your reps to be doing a lot of work, and outbound is a lot of work. And if you think about kind of the structure of like where an SDR sits in the hierarchy of your organization, they're bottom of the totem pole. But if you think about the opportunities that are coming into your pipeline and then the revenue that they'll create, they're the top. Like they're the first, they're the front line. They're who is literally creating any form of revenue for you. So it's this like funny juxtaposition where like they're usually the most junior but like the most vital people for a revenue team. So for that reason, I think you need to invest in them, whether that's with the resources, the mentoring, coaching, training, and also with the base salary. So they need to be comfortable enough to succeed with that base salary, and then yes, use the commission as incentive. And of course, you can't, if they're not hitting it, then they're not the right person for the organization. But yeah, I think 70-30 is definitely good. And yeah, the more complex a sale, the probably more difficult it is for them to book that initial meeting. And so yeah, maybe offer like accelerators for if they go above their quota, so that there's like extra incentive to go beyond. But don't leave them in a position where if something goes wrong in a certain month and they don't make their quota, they're like, don't have enough money to live. Because if you think about the fact that you've hired them, you've equipped them, you chose them, you brought them on, you like read their resume, you interviewed them, decide that they were a good fit, you brought them on, and then you gave them everything they needed to succeed. If they don't succeed, whose fault really must that be? Like, yeah, some of it is going to be if the rep's not doing their work or whatever. But if you've picked the right type of person, you like them, you think they're a hard worker, and they don't hit their quota, it's probably not 100% their fault. So you can't penalize them by making their commission all of their pay.
Wow, I didn't think you'd be on here making excuses, Sarah. Wow. So yeah, Lydia was just asking 70 base, 30 commission, or vice versa.
70 base, yeah.
Nice.
You want a living base.
Yeah, and can you offer your insight on commission percentage, 5 to 10%? So if we're talking sales development reps, we probably want to do like a price per meeting. I like to zoom in on like, if I'm building a comp plan, I want them, for whoever it is, I want them to have like a majority of their pipeline or of the amount that they're going to make under their control. So in their hands. And so with, I like the bonus or the upside for when deals close, but you probably don't want to have that much more than 10 or 20% of their total variable component. So not of total comp. So if we're talking like, I don't know, say it's 30%, like 3 to 6% of that would be, of your total comp would be on that sort of closing. But I think, yeah, I don't know, per meeting rate, Sarah, your thoughts? Do you want commission or would you rather just?
we do the per meeting attended. So it's not just the meetings that I book. They actually show up on that account executive end and did fit all the criteria that I'm supposed to have them meet before they move to that opportunity stage. So they are actual opportunities in the pipeline. It's not just the book meeting. And yeah, I would agree. I think any percentage of final closed revenue could be like an additional like nice incentive to maybe push for like larger deal sizes or something like that. But you're right, Colin, it's totally out of my control. And if I've done my job and I've hit all those qualification criteria that my company has set for me, I've gotten that person onto that call with the account executive. Totally not my responsibility to take them from there. And I've done my job successfully. So that's what I should be comped on.
100%. Zeal's taken an opposite, a different viewpoint from me, saying keep quota high. It took my head of sales a year and a half to hit quota based on 2/3 of what he could do. But now that he does that, he's made it. There was strife, but now he's this emoji. And so while that will work for some individuals, I'd argue that if you're looking at the statistics, and if I'm saying like what I'm going to say should stand up to like all the people that are out there, that might have worked for Zeal. But on average, I think what you're doing is, yes, that's possible. And there are people that will respond well to that. I think if you've got a good person, to Sarah's point, if you've got a good person and you're building something new in the organization, you want to make sure they stick around. Doing something, having a rep who's been a top performer, who's not hitting quota, who's used to hitting quota, you're gonna dramatically increase the risk that they're not there at the end of the month, at the end of the year or whatever. Because I think there's just way too many companies out there that set unrealistic commission targets. Like the number of times I remember looking for jobs, and every job for a sales rep said, oh, you can make 6 figures. And that's the operative word, is like, you can make 6 figures, but how many people actually are hitting quota? And if the majority of your team are not hitting quota, then it's not a real comp plan, right? Like, you're doing it wrong and you're setting up your entire team to fail. And Zeal's point here is they really do fire the non-A players, and that helps. But I would say, and it sounds like they have a pretty high SDR failure rate. Like, I think it's okay to have I think a high failure rate, probably not ideal. Like, you're investing so much in these people. It's not something I would optimize for. There are certain industries where that might work well, but I think you're investing so much in people, and a lot of, if I look at really what's in the sphere of control, I see so many companies that don't have product market fit, and their SDRs are slogging away. And objectively, and if you look at the sort of transactional elements that the sales development rep, like the stuff that Sarah's doing in outreach, she's going after the right people here at Predictable Revenue, and she's doing well. But if we say, hey, target farmers in Nebraska and try and sell them sales development as a service, she's not, like, I don't care how hard you work, and I love Sarah, she's amazing, you're not going to book any meetings.
No.
Like, maybe there's a couple interesting use cases there, but it's just not going to happen. And so if I look at like what's in the sphere of control of the sales development rep, product market fit is not, right? And so if you don't have that, and you're sort of, because that's implied, it's implicit in their comp plan, is like, if we've got product market fit, you're going to get this. And I think one of these indications that we see is like, an indication of you don't have product market fit is most of your sales development reps are not hitting quota. And I'm not saying this to bang on Zeal here. He's a good dude and has lots of good sales development reps. Do not copy our culture unless you want to skip your seed and A rounds. All right, we got JC is also firing a bunch of questions in here, so I want to get to them. He said, good point, Sarah. I don't remember which one that was. That was a couple minutes ago. How do you create a workplace conducive to intrinsic motivation and continuous development?
Yeah, interesting. So that's another topic that's come up on the podcast relatively recently. Mark Garrett Hayes was our guest, and I believe that episode is like the past couple of weeks. So easy to pull up, and we can pull that up and fire that off into the comments there. So and there's a couple of different opinions because his opinion is kind of around what motivates the rep outside of their job. So almost nobody comes into a sales development representative role because they're like, I love prospecting. Like, I want to be here because I just want to prospect all day, every day. They're here because they're like, I want to make money for something in my life, or like, I want to further my sales career to AE and then management or whatever. There's kind of another goal in mind.
Mhm.
So to be a very like connected leader with your people to discover what it is in them that they're trying to develop in themselves, and then equip them to get there, will create a culture of like self-motivation and reps that are trying to achieve some ultimate goal. And the other thing was another guest. The episode hasn't come out yet. Aaron Evans, who's a sales enablement expert. He said that basically you need to teach a rep not what the result is that you're looking for, but how to get there. So when you're doing training sessions with them or coaching sessions with them, and you have this like call, you're doing a call review, instead of saying like, hey, what you should have said instead of that is this, you say to them like, what do you think you could have done better here? What do you think you should have said instead? Or you say, instead of saying like, this is how we want to position it, you show them how you get to there. So instead of, it's the like leading a man to water versus, what is it? Give him a fish. Don't give him a fish because he's going to eat it and then starve. Teach him how to fish. So teach your reps
Teach them how to fish. Yeah. And
that one.
they shouldn't throw
I was
stones.
mixing it with lead a horse to water. Lead a horse to water or feed him a fish.
Yeah, you lead a horse to water and he'll teach himself to fish. That's how it goes.
That's it. So basically it's around equipping them with what they need to make themselves successful rather than telling them what you need from them.
Disagree. I think the number one way is fear. Like, if people aren't terrified, there's no point. I mean, it's sort of the opposite. This motivation comes from culture, right? And so it doesn't start on the sales team, though sales teams will have their own culture and they slowly will develop their own weird little version, just like every other team will have the core company culture. And then the sort of rev team is just they're a little bit weird in this way. And then the strategy team is a little bit weird in this way. And the finance team is a little bit weird in this way. And the senior team is the most weird, mostly because I'm holding up the average there of weirdness. But I think it's, JC is saying culture is a product of organizational structure. And I'd agree, but I think it's the intentions of the founders from the outset. And it's not the things that you write in a Google Doc or a slide deck. It's the things that you allow and the things that you don't, fire for. And it has to be something that's the one thing that I've probably screwed up the most, is being too passive about how we build and set and reinforce culture. And I think it's one thing to write them down. It's another thing to actually live it and make hiring and firing decisions based on culture, which I think is a very hard, very challenging, a very scary thing to do. And saying here's the code of this is what a good person, a good human looks like in terms of fit for this organization. And if you don't fit this mold, we're going to exit you, even if you're a good, you might otherwise be a good performer or a good person, because you're trying to build that alignment. And that's a hard and scary thing to do. And that probably goes a little bit beyond the scope of an Own Your Growth sales podcast or sales virtual summit, but maybe it doesn't. I mean, especially with everything, remote these days, it's so easy. It could be so easy to have a weak culture. And I'm not trying to sit here and claim I'm sitting up on a pedestal saying we're perfect or we're great. It's hard. It's a whole lot of work. I don't know, Sarah, what are your thoughts here? Where does culture really come from on a sales team?
Yeah, culture ultimately comes from the company as a whole. Certainly if it's a small company or a startup, because everyone is kind of intermingling at that point. There aren't these really siloed departments as you would have in a really massive company. So the culture starts with the founder, and then each new person that they add to the team, and continuing to hire based on those cultural attributes rather than just the skills, the kind of what's written on that resume, is huge. And I think that comes back to our earlier discussion, and it was Jim, I believe was his name, talking about, or it was either Jim or Zeal who were saying that they fire the people that aren't kind of like achieving. They fire anyone who's not an A player. You have to remember that the cost of onboarding somebody new is so much more than like developing somebody that's already there, especially in sales development. If there's like a 3-month ramp time or a 4-month ramp time before they're producing at full capacity, if you keep somebody on for 6 months, you now have 8 months of ramp time, instead of if you had the one person, you had 3 months or 4 months of ramp time. So each person that you bring on is just delaying the outbound engine from actually doing its job. So to hire the right people initially is huge.
100%. Counterpoint though to Sarah's comment there is that if you're not paying attention, if you want to develop a strong culture and you're not hiring and specifically firing by the culture code, it's a very easy way to just like let your company slip, let that culture slip into something that you're that's suddenly you're 3 months and 5 hires down the line, and it's a culture that you don't recognize because you've let a few bad habits, bad actors slip in. And so, A players to Zeal might mean one thing, A players to us might mean another, right? And I think we use EOS here, and there's the concept of above the line, below the line, and they've got the idea of the people analyzer, which is a great way of sort of looking at and making these decisions. And Lydia is also talking about Patrick Lencioni, one of my favorite authors, one of her favorite authors on culture, building happy companies, mine as well. 5 Dysfunctions was a huge eye opener. And I was like, the rule of like, if you, what is it? If you don't know who like the geeks were in high school, you were the geek. I was sitting there like reading this book and I'm like, uh-oh, which one of these am I? Like, I think I'm a little bit of all of these. It's like my mentor gave me this. I'm like, am I fired? So amazing book. Have you read it, Sarah?
Another one to add to the list.
Honestly, if I was in sales, I don't know. Yeah, I know the books that you guys have done in your in the book club. It's a good one. It's more as like you get into like building and developing organizations. I would say every account exec should read like at least the EOS book, specifically because it talks about rocks. It will teach you how to talk to executives. It will teach you the way that executives are thinking, because EOS means entrepreneurial operating system. So it's going to teach you how the best businesses are run. And if you really want to get inside the head of a founder or an executive, this is like a non-sales book that's going to help you really understand who you're selling to. And so I think there's nothing better than developing a deep empathy and understanding of the people that you're going after.
Nice.
Yeah. We get a couple more comments here, but I'm also recognizing that I've been dragging Sarah through the mud for about 7 hours and 41 minutes and 10 seconds. So chat, last questions. What can we help you with? Let's talk culture. Let's talk sales development. Let me know what we can help you with. We see a couple comments from JC. Senior management must be fully aware of the org design principles behind any org structure. 100% can't agree more. So every person in the organization not only comprehends and understands fundamental purpose, vision, and 90% of the largest companies say that there are barriers to achieving growth targets, and 94% are internal. And how do you get your workforce on a tropophilic path? I don't know what that word means, so I couldn't tell you. It sounds like it's related to in hurricanes. So how do you get your workforce on a path to hurricanes? I probably wouldn't. It doesn't sound safe. I'm talking about, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with JC. I think the stuff I'm talking about with EOS is pushing in that same direction of like, you got to define your vision. You got to define the culture. You got to define the things that you're going to hire and fire for. All right, JC, Zeal, Lydia, anybody else that's hanging out, anything we can help you with before we sign off and go drink our love for change, dude? Solid. Thanks,
That's
JC.
what that word means.
That's what that word means?
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
So that reminds me of Pivot Ready Sales Teams, which is another podcast that is coming out or came out very recently. Again, keep an eye out for it. But we talked to, what is his name? It is Van Reenen. His last name is Dirk Van Reenen. Dirk Van Reenen. We did a podcast with him that'll be coming up soon. He talks about how to build teams from scratch to be what he calls pivot ready, which is exactly that. Teams that love change, teams that can change, that have kind of like diverse skills and aren't going to be set in their ways. So keep an eye out for the episode with Dirk Van Reenen coming up on the Predictable Revenue podcast.
Super solid. And JC, Zeal, Sandra, Lydia, hit that subscribe button, please.
Yeah.
If you're watching, do it. Oh, Jason, I joined extremely late here, but got to ask Collin, what kind of guitar is that in the background? That is an Epiphone ES335C. It's basically the cheap version of Lucille, which is BB King's guitar. Obviously, this is the Sunburst version, so it's not the true black Lucille. But I always wanted like a Gibson 335, but I didn't want to drop $5,000, $6,000 on a guitar because I'm just not that good. But if there is one person here that is that good to spend that amount on an instrument, it'd be Sarah and quite potentially Pete. Both have albums out. Oh, the dog, Tomato.
Yeah, I think she just had a bad dream.
Ah.
She just like yelped herself awake. Anyway.
Nice. Jason plays a Epiphone Wildcat. Sweet. Right there with you. Yeah, I used to be in a band. Operative word there. Used to. Wasn't very good. never got paid. Hey, your brand's in there. Tomato. Love it. Sarah, plug the album. You got your single just dropped.
Yes. If you look up Bella St. Clair on anywhere that you listen to your music, there is one single out there, and there will be another one coming very soon.
Now, did you publish this through a
distributor?
Yeah. So if I play this on YouTube, are they going to come after me?
No, it's licensed for YouTube as well. Like you could listen to it from YouTube if you wanted.
Is it? It's in Spotify though, right?
Everywhere that you stream music. So YouTube
Bella
has also Bella St. Clair. Not for want of trying. Saint is just ST space CLAIR.
STCLAIR. There it is. All right, let's check it out. So not for want of trying.
Yeah.
Y'all want to listen to some music with me? Tell me, YouTube, can you hear this? I'm going to turn it up a bit, but tell me, can you throw that in chat? Can you hear me? Look at the look on Sarah's face. Was amazing.
How some people find love. You know I tried so hard. It's kind of a funny thing how we didn't find love. You take me in your arms and I know my heart can't be yours. You ask why him and pretend. My mind isn't elsewhere, and baby, I don't have to go. That this isn't how it ends. It's okay. Sometimes they say our stars did not align. I can say I know for sure it's not for want of trying.
And that is Sarah. Sorry, Bella Sinclair.
Bella St. Clair.
Amazing.
Thank you guys for sitting through that. If you liked it, please save it somewhere. Help me get my streams up so that I can put out more music and reach more people with it.
Totally. Thank you, Sarah, for letting us share that. I threw some links in chat. Hey, Brandon is super worried that you're gonna win a Grammy and go leave us. I said, don't worry. She's signed to the PR record label. It's her and Pete. It's actually in their contract. They didn't notice, so we get a royalty every time they play that song.
True.
Yeah. Well, this is officially 7 hours, 49 minutes, and 30 seconds. YouTube chat, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Sarah, amazing. Thanks for making this go all day today. This is a long one. Rev team, all the people that everybody didn't see in chat, on video. There's so much that happened behind this. So I just have to stand up here and literally stand here and talk for a little while. I probably have the easiest job. And so big thanks to everybody on the Rev team, Julia, Vero, Gabby, Alejandro, Vero, Marisol, Mero, Julian. Nah, Julian doesn't count. Yeah, no, he counts. Tomato.
She's like, you're done, Mom.
Yeah, totally. All right. Well, we've clearly lost it. Everybody, hit subscribe. Push that big button.
Thank you.
That cool
Thank you
graphic.
so much, you guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Sarah. I'm going to hit the end stream button. Thanks, team. Everybody in chat.
Bye, all.
See y'all. Bye now.